The Brave Book stuff was such a cool idea. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I wasn't sure if people would like it. The Scourge of Oozes. The Assaulted Thunder. Hold on a second. This elf became the Druid of the Assaulted Thunder. That is a really good name. I like that. The World of Wind. Let's take a peek at the world itself. Pause, you stupid video game. So I kind of want to do some glacier. Ooh, a sinister mountain. The Guilty Crest. That's kind of cool. So I kind of would like to do something that's freezy. Ooh, this could be fun. Temperate freshwater marsh, eh? Sinister? Cool, cool, cool. Sinister tundra. I like taiga and tundra, and it's been a while since I've done taiga and tundra. Oh. It's actually kind of a nice world. Got a lot. Ooh, big islands down at the bottom, though. Okay. Okay. Untamed Wilds, iron, silver, and lead? That almost looks like North America, actually. Just gold on that volcano. This area could be cool if there's dwarves. So there's a haunted glacier right here. The Harsh Razor is the name of the river there. We'll let it generate. We'll see what we get. Have you ever gotten the incessant cannot find path issue? You cannot find anything blocking any paths and it's driving you nuts? Usually I just forbid the item and then unforbid it like 4 or 5 days later and they just go get it. It's generally what I do. But have I ever gotten it like constantly? No. With everything, including building? That seems weird. Yeah, I've never had that happen, no. You'd like to see snow as you've not seen as you live in a hot desert in the southwest United States. I know you're probably talking about Dwarf Fortress snow, but you know, shoutouts to Kit Fox. Well done. And I know you probably mean Dwarf Fortress snow, but how's this? Plenty of snow. The way to pump lava up because you want to make a fortress in the sky? Yes. You need to use lava-safe pumps. Looks fun. It's fucking cold, but I will say it was fun. Plus 300 reputation with burbs. Yeah, the burbs haven't tried to kill me yet, so that's pretty good. Understanding foraging behavior was created. Okay. What's up, Nameless? How old are you shooting for? I've set it for 250. I've been doing a lot of like 150, 100-year-old worlds, so 250 would be nice. Actually like to see some zombies this time. Birds aren't real gang going nuts right now. What's up, pilot? Grizzly bear killed a dragon. Dragons are weak, man. I wasn't even looking, but the dwarf well, there's necromancy, that's for sure. Books are being written. No complaints. leg nuts. No complaints. Hope you're having a good day so far. Places are getting destroyed. Can't see any dwarves in the general vicinity of this. Just humans. Oh, there's some dwarves right there. So yeah, settling up here would totally be valid. There's a haunted glacier, sinister mountains. Yeah, this could be doable. There's something up here. This is a neat spot, this big ol' frozen tundra. Haunted forest, probably with a tower in there somewhere that I'm not seeing. That's interesting. A mirthful wasteland. Haunted Glacier kind of does sound fun, doesn't it? The actual, like, threat about the Haunted Glacier would just be... Also, there's iron, silver, and copper, and fluxstone layer and a light aquifer there. Yeah, that would be pretty easy, too. Is it human settlement cults? Wait, what? Where's that listed? Squirt bottle. I mean... Terrifying glaciers your go-to? I just haven't done one in a long time. Let's continue genning, though. Let's go up to 250. Oh, yeah. No, I would totally get migrants and traders. Well, we could easily trade with the humans, and there's elves. There's elves right here, there's humans right here, and the dwarves are just south. New dwarves claim them, and all of the clothing and stuff that they've stored in their old bedrooms gets removed and sold, or moved to stockpiles if there's space. Your family is downloading the entire internet? That's bad. Tell them to not back up the internet archive while you're trying to watch Z Twitch. Is what I would tell them. And before everything hates dwarves again? I kind of hope not. It was kind of rough last time. Oh no, Zwari's sub just ran out. Got another 50 years. We got some evil things spawning on those mountains. Got plenty of forts down here. Do I have a project in mind? It always depends on the embark. New everything. New memes, new forts, new something. New stuff. Jerry Gord, thanks for gifting us sub to old Zwari. Welcome back, Zwari. Do larger worlds affect frame rate? Not in my experience. In my experience, larger worlds just affect saving and loading times. So as an example, the 2,000-year-old large world that I'm doing my Let's Play in, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to save and load that save file. But it runs just fine. So... as soon as you say it, people here are very generous. That's good, Shino. I don't know if learning from a good from a new fort is a good thing to go by. Nacho aficionado. Cheers. There's a crappy chain restaurant that's around here that I sometimes go to on happy hour because their full size, like, massive plate of nachos is $10. And so I will get a like full-size, like 4-person plate of nachos, eat like a third of them, and then take the rest of them home with me. Like only accepting dwarven villagers looking for work. Isn't that just normal dwarf fort? Because like you're... Or do you mean like only accepting dwarven visitors? I rarely accept visitors, let alone only dwarven visitors. So like... Yes, 99% of my fort's MMO junkie. Mostly because I'm too lazy to make clothing for other sized peoples. Not all visitors, Rusty. He recently generated an old world during generation, was writing down funnier names and later read legends about them. That was good fun. I believe it, yeah. Bootlegs is a good name. I wish I could scroll up this. So this continent over on this side, how far does it go over? Okay, so there's a few volcanoes on here too. Oh, that one's got sand. That would be an easy as fuck embark, but like it's a volcano on an easy ass biome with copper, silver, lead, and iron. Very deep soil, shallow sand. No flux, but could easily have a fun glass fort over there. That could easily be connected. Don't need to, though. Terrifying embark? That's probably happening now. There's also that volcano there. But that one only has gold. There's Sinister. I don't have any terrifying. I'm looking around. All I'm seeing is Sinister and Haunted. But that's fine. It's Haunted. What this? Sinister, Calm. Sinister. Yeah, everything's either Sinister or Haunted. I haven't seen any terrifying. Haunted. Although the last terrifying embark I did, literally nothing happened. It was like, oh, it's spooky sounds. And that was about it. You want to die to zombies? Go here. These, I'll bet you it's these humans. There's just, oh, no, Dwarven Tower. Okay, okay. Human Tower. Okay, there you go. Human Tower. Dwarven Tower. Human Tower. Human Tower. And a Human Tower. Oh, there's another volcano. That one's got iron, silver, and lead, and flux, and sand, and Untamed Wilds. Oh, that's a pretty exciting one. Although you need to build a bridge. Yeah, I know that you said something about squirt bottle. I mean, yeah, let's hit planet. Confined. I don't like volcanoes the best. To me, playing a volcano is kind of like playing easy mode, honestly. But I think people have this weird obsession with wanting every single option given to them right at the beginning of a new embark, regardless of the situation. And volcanoes are good at providing that. A small tut. What? Findile, by the way. Hello. All right, squirt bottle, you said? I don't know about... I mean, there's larval crack. That's pretty good. Ah, it's the place where the Hydra dominant apex of calls lives. Did I miss squirt bottle? Oh, wow, it's a monastery, actually. It's a monastery called Squirt Bottle. Squirt Bottle was a monastery constructed for the Coven of Questing. Seems like a monastery. Some books were stored there. Some humans lived there. Most recently, the human Pubat recite circled prayed inside the Sanctuary of Influencing in Squirt Bottle. That's a place that exists. The Teal Cudgel. That's a pretty good name. Lance of Barricading? What age are we in? Oh, just one. Still in the age of myth? What, squirt bottle sounds like a brothel? The Empire of Glorifying. Definitely human. Yep. The Boot of Mastering. The Thorn of Bodices. Howl of Infamy. I guess that's an elven group. Yep. Malignant Midnight. Also my new black metal band. How do you turn off visitors? When you make a location that could be public, you click on the little magnifying glass, and you click on the no visitors button.
Enzio.
Vess, thanks for the 33rd month. What's up, dude? I mean, sure, you could also do that in the settings menu. I don't want to look too much up about this. I kind of want to figure out stuff as we go along. Maybe do some legends over the weekend. I'm going to take a real quick toilet break, though, chat. I will be back momentarily. I know we just had a run of ads, but if I run a second one, then we're not going to worry about them for like an hour. So I will be back. I'm going to run a real quick ad break, and then we'll dive in. There isn't currently a space, Aqua, but I make a space whenever people ask me to. Generally is the way I do. Okay, so Teal Cudgel. Okay, so Teal Cudgel is the one down here, this group. There's the Portentous Fountains, the Trade of Splattering, which all seem like functional. The Hammer of Cumulation. Well, that's kind of a cool spot. They're all up here. Okay, that's a pretty good name. That's Paint of Passing, the Rags of Muscle. Gift of Dwarf. Oh, geez, I should disable those. I thought those were disabled, but apparently they're not. And then everybody just claims everything because everybody's like, oh, these exist. I'm going to refund that for right now, Maltese. Okay. Because I'm not going to be in there for like an hour. All right. Where the heck did the word stories go? Scrolling up. What day is it? 14, so it's still all the way up till the... Their long taipans towards the sky babies would never give intestines to our mutual cat fund. Last time I saw Nope and Salvation, I openly hauled it away. Or Hope and Salvation, I openly hauled it away. I need the cats to administrate counting many cheeses becomes tedious when it encompasses many cat ministers. Little snacks are the best, but cheeses aren't pizza, but are tasty. Holy microscopic microbes dedicated to Armok are holier forms of life. Anemone plants like to wiggle waggle in wiggly ways, while whistling wondrously, therefore, one washes with whimsical wipes. They won't call ghost here, but fairies do magical dances to tempt dwarves, alcohol, and steal smelted beards with gems. But everyone shied, that's a word I was looking for, away from glory and honor. Victory is subjective to mice, but cats don't mind the ambiguity. Stomp the authority, pillage cookies from orcs, consume more pastries. I like where this is going. Fluffy frogs cook flies. Gundam isn't bad. You handsome Templar. Sleep tight and dream about digging greedily or getting inebriated while getting artifacts. Caves scream into silence. Phantoms also screech at sleepless phantasms to go back to sleep. When pigs affiliate with lava burns everything. Giantess throws one dwarf away. Blah. All right, what were we doing? Mechanical Hammer is this area here. Well, that faction's dead. Population. Oh, no. The defensive clasp, indeed. It's like, what do they have? I like to think that the defensive clasp is just like a self-proclaimed queen. It's like, I'm the queen! You can't stop me! This crazy person and stuff. Who's that? I'm the great. No, I'm not rebuilding another faction. I just did that with a different faction. I ain't doing that a second time. That was the whole point of the last faction. Today we're playing a functional faction. I'm thinking the Teal Cudgel, actually. Actually, never mind. No, they don't have enough people. Where's the one that's like up in this area right here? They are just kind of dead. The accidental sealing's pretty funny. Accidental sealing is what happens when I accidentally cave in a whole bunch of stuff. The work of denting. Hitting stuff with a hammer. The Ore of Skies could be doable. The Hammer of Culmination is not on the side that has this, so they wouldn't be able to reach. I mean, I could settle in one of these, but then we wouldn't do a Haunted Glacier. I mean, that's comparing two completely different genres of games. So comparing Caves of Cut and Dwarf Fortress, being like, is there any aspects? It's like, that's like asking, is there aspects of Age of Empires that you like more than StarCraft? Or, no, sorry, not StarCraft, than Civilization. It's like, sure, they're both strategy games, but they're completely different. I don't compare games like that. That's silly. They're entirely different games. What are you trying to get? Or are you guys doing a... I mean, if you guys need a room for a succession fort, just holler. I mean, one is a turn-based roguelike, right? And Dwarf Fortress is a world simulator, so they're entirely completely different games. Similar levels of ambition, but completely different games. Maximum line of sight optimization? So just like a checkerboard nightmare that's boring as fuck to look at? I'm good. Do that when I'm not streaming, though. Sniper. Doors everywhere? No, thank you. I mean, you're more than welcome to do stuff like that. I would rather not. Seems like the accidental ceiling is probably the best. That or the portentous fountains. Because unfortunately, all of these are just kind of abandoned. They got wrecked at some point. I wouldn't say it's that far off, Aqua, but it's more like asking what parts of Dwarf Fortress do you like more than, or what parts of Skyrim do you like more than Dwarf Fortress? It's like, well, they're completely different games. I mean, for one thing, Caves of Cud is like a science fiction. Yeah, so the Rags of Muscle just has 2 sites in here, which is a fort and a helix, I think. That's kind of a shame. Usually it's the opposite in regards to enemies getting more aggressive over time. They'll get more aggressive for a bit if they're attacking you, and then if you start to win and they start to literally run out of population, then their numbers will start to thin and they'll start sending weaker dudes because they're running out of people. A hillix. It's hill dwarves. Dwarves on the surface. Not proper fortresses. Smaller populations. Poor Todd. That's all I had to say to that. Poor Todd. Badinsky. In this world, probably not possible because the continents aren't connected. Annoying, tedious, and it takes 1 billion years. It's not hard. Nightly, it's how much time are you willing to play a fort for? Like, literally just... it's not worth doing, is my take on world domination in Dwarf Fortress. It's just not worth doing. It's just slow and monotonous. I'm good. I don't understand why people have this weird genocide fetish. The way I like to play Dwarf Fortress is jump into a world, play it for a bit, learn as much as I can. That's a goblin name. Play as much as I can, learn as much as I can about the world, and then step out. It's like, I like to find out a chunk about a world, enjoy it for a bit, and then be like, all right, my time here is done. That's a Goblin King, yeah. Astrog Openhexes is a goblin name. How hard will it be to kill one single queen? You mean like your own queen or a different queen? Because your own queen would be just playing the French, not playing assassins. Are you talking about an enemy queen? You just need to figure out where they are and raid it repeatedly. Like, not hard. Could also be a demon? Not of a dwarven civ. On Saturday and you were sieged by a vile force of mug. Well, that's pretty good. My dad has a vile force of mug that he thinks he's going to take to work. I might send him another one so he can have one at home and one at work. So yeah, we could do the accidental sealing with this goblin name leader and try settling up here. Right, let's just... elevation, flat. Cliffs and grades, okay. Okay, what's right there? Okay, never mind, that's like in the middle of a place I can't settle. Well, obviously there's not gonna be any cliffs or grades in this, because this is haunted glacier. Humans and goblins. Goblins are hostile, humans are passive, so we'd have humans to trade with. We could do glacier tundra. Haunted glacier and tundra? Hey, Spectre, what's up? There's also this sinister mountain. Now, the neat thing about this sinister mountain is it might, and I do mean might, but basically, actually, that spot is not bad. The reason the sinister mountain might be fun is we might get dark gnomes. Maybe. Dark gnomes could be fun. But that's not guaranteed. It's just a maybe. This is a sinister marsh. Sinister tundra. Peeking around. Oh, there's a terrifying mountain. Tiny little terrifying mountain. Dark gnomes could be fun, but they might also be hysterically uninteresting. They mostly just run in and drink your booze. If we were to settle, I'd want to kind of do this area, like I'd want to do like that, basically. Or like that. Dark gnomes are so fucking annoying. Yeah, that's about right. I like the materials more in the haunted glacier. Oh, they got flux. There is no freezing, terrifying mountains. Well, there's no glacier then. Because that's pretty far south. That's temperate. It's not freezing. Oh, there's a terrifying tundra. Well, I mean, so here's the thing. Sinister is like calm, basically, right? So there's calm, wilderness, and untamed wilds. Untamed wilds are the big scary one. Whereas with haunted biomes, it's sinister, haunted, and terrifying. Does that make sense? You understand? It's like easy, medium, hard. So haunted is like medium, whereas terrifying would be the hard variant. This ocean is untamed wilds. Ooh, actually. Hold on, what's the elevation right here? This might be fun right here. It's got shallow sand, light aquifer, iron and tin, flux stone, silver over on this side. We could do something like this. It's like a D&D alignment chart. Bingo. Tabletop. Thanks for the prime. Cheers. This could be interesting. But it's also not like pure ice anywhere. Gold, silver, copper. Ooh. I like this. I actually like this spot, like right here. Because I want to see what's going to come out of that ocean. Any tips for new players, man? So I have a full series of like quick tips tutorials over on my YouTube channel, as well as a overly explained Let's Play where I just try and explain everything that I'm doing. But generally just ask questions. But as far as tips go, just start playing. It's a lot to like brain, but once you get past the braining, it's not so bad. Once you get past the braining, it's not so bad. It's a lot to wrap your head around initially. But Dwarf Fortress is a much easier game than I think people realize. People assume that terrible FPS? No, it'll be fine as long as I build intelligently. I mean, if we're worried about FPS, I could just make the arc size 3x3. Could just do like that. But still get us everything. What do you think, chat? 3x3 or 4x4? Also do 4x3. Considering the last few forts I've done have been 6x6. 3x3. I'm kind of leaning 3x3 because we've done bigger embarks recently. But I don't think 4x4 is gonna hurt the frame at all. I've been doing 6x6 recently, so 7x1. Why not 5x7? Come on. You have selected an area with salt water. It might be very difficult to survive here. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. You have selected a savage area. Wildlife might be very dangerous here. Check the box, check the box, check the box, check the box. Check, check.
Box.
Rags Wolf, thanks for the 13th month. 1x1, make it down. I don't like doing 1x1s. 1x1s are like the one I don't like doing. No food grown here? That's not true. All right, let's do the important stuff first. Fortress name. Body fountains. I'm looking at your guys' suggestions. But I think body fountains might be pretty good. I'm just saying. You know, here's the thing. I did a terrifying embark in the last world. And literally, it was a terrifying ocean, and all it did was make creepy sounds. That's all it did, and I was very disappointed. Well, cheers, fishy poos. I will do that once I get in game. You can do that at any time, MMO Junkie. I didn't realize there was a button on the outside, but that's fine. Oh yeah, I guess there is a button there, but you can do it once you get in game. Fountains may... Well, I mean, Krug Smash doesn't own the exclusive right to Scorch Fountain, I'll have you know. Actually, whale fountains is a... But even a... They don't even have a word for whale. So I can't go with whale. I kind of really like body fountains. I kind of really like body fountains. I mean, it's up there with, oh, I can't do corpse fountains. Aw. I mean, I could do death fountain. We want to be like, the something something is how I do group names. I will never name a fortress the something something because to me that doesn't fit in my headcanon. It's like fortress name is word. Group name is the something something. Whale? Whale fountains? Good play on words. Good play on words. Golden fountains? That sounds like somebody peeing on somebody, so no, I'm good. I kind of like whale fountains. Let's go with whale fountains. Fountain Mountain. Mountain East fountains. Waterlungs? Ooh, hold up. Yeah, Waterlung could be the name of it. You know, I think Waterlung might win. Arelvunum. Waterlung. My chair is made of plastic, mostly biofoot. I.e. the subtle art of not giving a fuck? Yeah, pretty much, John Doom. The whales of drowning? The whales, I mean, the something of something, for sure. The responsible boots of drowning. Oh, come on, you. Research. Unos adore the whales of drowning. Frozen ball sacks. I get you. Thank you for the great suggestion. I will not do it, but death whales. Whales isn't a word. Whales is a word though. I mean, we might be. Go. Waterforge is also a pretty good name. Pretty good. I like that. Nah, sorry. Drowning Mountain. Drowning Mountain. It's like Splash Mountain, but for cool kids. Now, the group symbol. I like the name Waterforge, so I'm going to name our symbol Waterforge. If I can. Which I can't. Water.
Hey, your videos are awesome. You're the best. Thanks for teaching us a lot of things about DF. I saw your Bandcamp profile and as a way of gratitude I want to gift you my band's EP. In which email could I send you a code?
I mean, go. It's listed. I mean, it's listed beneath the stream. So just scroll down. Not the team's email. That would be weird. It's pretty easy to figure out which one's my direct one and which one's the team's one. But thanks for the $1. Water Anvil's pretty good. But cheers, dude. What kind of music do you play? The wet rods of rubbing. Uh-huh. No, thank you. I want something that inspires my imagination for cool dwarfy things, not rubbing wet rods. That's not dwarfy. That's something else. An image of a diamond. An anvil. A dap hammer. That sounds like drug paraphernalia, but I know it's an instrument piece. A warhammer. A dwarf is raising the warhammer. The dwarf is striking a menacing pose. Um. And try writing this in a way that makes sense. Nope. The dwarf is striking down the warhammer, like striking down the warhammer. And then this is going to be a busy image. This is an image of a diamond, an anvil, a warhammer, a dwarf, and a giant sperm whale. The dwarf is raising the warhammer. The dwarf is striking a menacing pose. The dwarf is striking down the warhammer. The diamond is being flayed by the warhammer. The giant sperm whale is screaming. The dwarf is admiring. Giant sperm whale. Yeah, smeared out into a spiral has always been an option. I mean, obviously the anvil is striking is I mean the anvil is clearly the anvil is laboring. The water will be entirely frozen? Probably, yeah. Probably. Not necessarily, but probably. But here's the thing. I've definitely had stuff under frozen water before. And I've also had stuff spawn on top of frozen oceans before. So, we'll see. The anvil, raising, maybe? Over a volcano? As in, like, falling in a volcano or, like, right on the edge? I've been, like, hit the top of hysterically tall peaks before. Hit again, Forge Father? All right, I think that's a good direction to go. We've got the image of the accidental ceiling. It is an image of a diamond, an anvil, a warhammer, a dwarf, and a giant sperm whale. The dwarf is raising the warhammer. The dwarf is striking a menacing pose. The dwarf is striking down the hammer. The diamond is being flayed by the warhammer. The giant sperm whale is screaming. The dwarf is admiring the giant sperm whale. The anvil is laboring. The anvil is raising the diamond. I mean, accidental ceiling is just what happens when I accidentally cave something in, right? It's like, well, we have an accidental ceiling now. All right, so I'm just going to give all of these dwarves mining, and we're going to take some extra picks. And then I will distribute other skills. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. It's better than accidental skylight. True. Or accidental deconstruction. Unplanned rapid deconstruction. I'm going to give all of these dwarves some points in fighting. Because you never know what you're going to run into in a terrifying biome. And I want them to all be proficient fighters, so if we need to maul something, we can try. All right, items. We'll bring some extra picks. 7 picks. On these embarks? I mean, you don't have to bring wood. You can just dig straight down to the cavern layers. But might as well bring, like, I don't know, 10 nether cap logs. Surprise floor. I can tell you this. We actually, I might not need the logs because part of it, well, I don't know if that one chunk is gonna, regardless. I don't need this step ladder. I know that much is for sure. Keep the buckets, keep the splints, keep the pigtail ropes. I have domestic necro experiments. Where do you see that? They only get your dwarves stuck in trees. You need more ladders. I mean, who said that we're all going to be in the military? What? And we don't have domestic experiments. Where'd you see that? Yeah, that necromancer experiment leather does not mean that you have domestic experiments, though. Yeah, there's no domestic experiments. You can embark with any kind of leather, so it just means that my faction has access to necromancer experiments. Alpacas, nah. It depends on what the surface looks like, Resmi. And then just don't use it to get down is because another dwarf comes and takes the ladder and runs away with the ladder. That's why. It means you need more ladders. Like, literally, if dwarves are getting stuck in lather, you don't have enough. You don't have enough leather. Leather. You don't have enough ladders. Not leather. I'm staring at one word and seeing the other one. Where's this experiment leather? See, cave blob, cougar, gray langur, great horned owl, coyote, dingo, wolf, green devourer, and cave swallows. Just the normal leathers. I don't know where you're seeing this leather, but hare, vulture, drathla. Yeah, I don't see any of this. Hungry head, yeah. Krusty McCrusty, thanks for the tier 1 for 3 months. Welcome back. Where are you going? Step ladder. Oh no. I saw it. I don't. I just see Alexandrites. I mean, quivers are made of it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that before. But yeah, no, we certainly don't have domestic ones. I mean, there's probably just necromancer experiments in my faction. That's probably all it is. All right. Bring some extra plump helmet spawn because it's cheap. Bring some extra prepared pike heart. Bring some extra alcohol. With wildlife stealing your step ladders, I just remove, or honestly, if I'm gonna harvest food from trees, I just remove all step ladders and build stairways into the trees. That's what I do. Bring an extra axe. 2 extra puppies. Two roosters, some hens. Yeah. Not necessarily goblin experiments, but the king has a goblin name, which doesn't necessarily mean the king is a goblin. But this faction does indeed seem interesting. I'm gonna bring an extra 2 bags. Extra bucket. Extra splint and an extra crutch. Spend the rest of it on food. All right, let's embark. Pretty simple, nothing super fancy. We're a bunch of miners. What do you say, chat? Strike the earth? I think I'm gonna run one more ad right now, so we get a good chunk without ads so you guys don't miss anything. I'm not gonna do anything for the next minute and 30 seconds. I'm just gonna sit here and wait, and then we'll embark once the ad's done. Strike the ice. Strike downwards. Strike deeply. Strike greedily. What is this? Is this Earth? Yeah, I've always wondered that. It's like, but we're not in Earth though. You know, it's like, but is this really Earth? What if this isn't Earth? I don't think this Earth. What's the name of the world? The Land of Wind.
I did something cool in DF today.
What'd you do, Mind? Thanks for the $10. You mean like aside from startle me? I assume? What'd you do though, Mind? Tell us all about it. You have 30 seconds before I click embark. I mean, we should do more of that. We should keep Earth happy, frankly. We do a good job just being mean to Earth. I'm really curious about their particular gods, though. A lot of different skin colors. Interesting. All right, let's dive in. Channeled out an island on the surface and then held it up with a support and then dug out a massive cave. Ooh, that's kind of cool. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your journey of your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kuthen Giziz. All right, there are trees on the surface too. Whether by bolt plow or there's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt plow or hook, the provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the cougars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place, Arel Vunom, Waterlungs.
I was up till 4 a.m. playing this damn game last night.
Strike the earth. Well, you should get some sleep. Doesn't matter how good the game is. Waterlungs is a good name, chat. Pat ourselves on the back for that. So this is the ocean here. And it does appear to be frozen. Be careful about that. I quite like this embark, though. This is nice. There's dead cranberry vines. We'll support cranberry vines. Hopefully they don't come back as zombie cranberry vines. You have some trees over here in the corner. Some harvestable stuff. Take me by the hand, JPL. Pick up equipment. All right, I'm going to unpause the game for like 10 seconds. See if anything shows up. Looking forward to clearing every single one of these. Crab! Walrus! Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I haven't turned it on yet, so it doesn't work right now. That's pretty good. He sees others as selfish and conniving, and is stingy with resources when working on projects, and refuses to expend any extra effort. He often feels discouraged and is slow to anger. Is moved by art and natural beauty. Is occasionally overindulges. That's just a walrus. That's just a normal walrus. No, they didn't spawn on the zombie side. The zombies, if there's zombies, they'll spawn down here. He's a large aquatic mammal with giant tusks and dense whiskers. They are thick and blubbery and live almost exclusively on mussels. Should have been walrus fountains. I mean, you're not wrong. Milk the walrus? It's just like milking things, don't you? Yeah, this is the side where haunted stuff could theoretically spawn. Too bad walrus is not war trainable. I don't think that's bad necessarily. Okay, so we got sand. Kind of just want to dig into here. Like right here. And just put our stuff down here. I think we just do that. Get our stuff underground. Figure out where we're going from there. Lots of walruses. Where's the crab? Okay, so we do have crabs spawn. Also, I should note the ocean is untamed wilds. So we could get some giant like aquatic critters spawning, which could be fun. Yeah, so this is ocean down here. Actually, if I turn it on ASCII, it'll be way more obvious. So this is ocean here. So this right here, this is all ocean. It's all water. It's ice walls. I don't know if it's going to melt, so we have to be kind of careful around it initially. Because if it does melt, then there's suddenly going to be an ocean there. It's just, well, so an untamed wilds ocean, or an evil ocean that's untamed level. Okay, so you clearly don't understand how the difficulties in Dwarf Fortress work, right? There's different kinds of biomes. There's good biomes, neutral biomes, and evil biomes, right? And then each one of those biomes has several different levels, right? So on a neutral biome, you'll have calm, wilderness, and untamed wilds, right? In evil biomes, you can have sinister, haunted, and terrifying. And good biomes, you can have mirthful, there's another one, serene, and joyous. Okay? So joyous is the untamed wilds of good biomes. Untamed wilds is the untamed wilds of neutral biomes. And terrifying is the untamed wilds of evil biomes. So you can't have an untamed wilds evil biome. You can have a terrifying biome. Does that make sense? All right, so we're going to do that, and I'm just going to put everything down here. So it's going to be all, but I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to remove corpses. And I'm going to remove refuse. Because you don't want refuse in there, and I'm also going to remove stone. Sawyer, thank you very much for the prime. Cheers. Literally, it's a D&D alignment chart. Sure. DBG, why not? Don't even know if this is enough space. Yep, definitely disable refuse from your initial stockpile. Always disable refuse. Also going to deconstruct the wagon. All right, let's see. Zwari, what kind of dwarf would you like? I mean, the smart thing to say would just be expedition leader. They're all miners. So rather, which one would you like? A dumping zone is where they take garbage that's designated to be dumped, and a refuse stockpile is just a stockpile. Dumping zone has way more alternative things that can go there than just, you know, stuff to be dumped. Why is literally everyone a miner? Because I gave them all mining jobs. Because this is a terrifying biome, and I want to get underground quickie. Were you not watching when I mentioned that at the beginning? Old worry. So, Dobar, our expedition leader, is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He rarely develops negative feelings towards things and could be considered rude, tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He has an active sense of humor, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Personally sees lying as an important means to an end and values family and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and finds romance distasteful and doesn't really value merrymaking and dreams of creating a great work of art. Wait, what? You really hate what? 5 stars? These trees are beautiful. How beautiful these trees are. I hate them. Yeah, actually, that's very true. He likes native silver, iron, and clear tourmaline and green glass, ballista arrows, and the sound of the luxurious queen and the sight of the adoration of butterflies. That's a good song or poetry type. Prefers to consume badger, hard wheat beer, and sorghum flour, and you hate jumping spiders. God, once again with the jumping spider hate. Oh. What the fuck is fetid slush? Also, this is a black sand beach. Oh, that's badass. Okay, well, there I see. Look down here. It's raining. Fetid slush. Yep, it's going to be blood snow. I don't think it's gonna. Oh yeah, no, it's on us. I don't think it's gonna do much.
Greetings, fellow dwarfs. Crypt beer.
Porcelet, thanks for the 4th month. Yeah, is uneasy when caught in freakish weather. Well, we're gonna go down. Shush game. I'm going to make a meeting zone right here. Let's get the animals and dwarves underground. I have no idea. Copyright him. We won't know for a bit. Currently, there's just a walruses and a crab. It's a hunted. It's a combo biome of hunted and terrifying. So this area, or not hunted, untamed wilds and terrifying. So this area is terrifying, and then the ocean, and then the top corner up here with trees is untamed wilds. But it appears to also be raining this fetid slush everywhere. So we need to get underground and stay underground, it appears. And I'm just going to make a real quick and pasture area up there. Put all the animals over in the corner. Chicken included. There we go. Problem solved. Now we'll keep an eye on the wildlife for a little bit. Time to speedrun breaching the caverns to get moss growth? Probably, but that's not really speedrunning. It's just called digging. Let's see how deep this map goes. 129. Okay. Let's check back in on Zwari while we're underground now. Yeah, you're wearing a lot of leather and wool. Okay. You're satisfied at work at the very least. You're the expedition leader of our group. You're a member of the Walled Coven, which is a religion. We'll need to learn about the Walled Coven. You worship Azaz Alrum, which is a god. Interesting. I kind of wish we could still get the gods' descriptions from the dwarves' minds, but... Yeah, well, there's the aquifer. Still in sand. Go down here and erase that. Yeah, that's a lot of slush. It's going to be a very brown biome in a moment. Can aquifers be evil? If the biome is evil, the aquifer is also evil? So it appears that the ocean isn't getting the fetid slush, so that's good. Yeah. If you hold shift, you can... It used to... That's actually been in the game for ages. The holding shift thing. Imagine the smell. I'd rather not. I'm just gonna dig through it with the one. Because I'd rather, what's the word? I would rather hit rock and then use rock to dig out the aquifer. We're in sandstone. Let's send the rest to start smoothing the bottom bits of this. Here comes the water. Once we get through the sandstone, we'll probably be through it. Nope, it's not a 30Z level aquifer. I've seen worse. 45 was the worst. Mist is good. So as long as I'm smoothing all the stone bits, we should be fine. I need it to spread a little bit. Oh, it's paused. I'm like, why is there not digging? It's paused. I'd do it. But yeah, a little bit of mist is good. Flooded fortress, not good. Well, let's not do this yet. We're gonna screw this up. Tetrahedrite. Could probably just start digging then. All right, water, 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 water. Oopsies. So what I'm going to do is, because I'm a little worried it's going to just overflood. Which I don't really want, but we'll see. At least they're all getting showers right now. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing this, I'm going to do this. This is not actually the smartest way to do this. Let's let the water spread a little bit. I've been welcomed to my chat room. Usually designate your stairways one level more than upwards needed. It's not a bug. It's just a strange design decision. There's a very big difference between bug and strange design decision, and Dwarf Fortress has a lot of strange design decisions and not actually as many bugs as people think it does. Do smoothing after the digging, please. Otherwise, we're going to run into a problem in a moment because it's going to be too deep as shit. Well, actually, here's what I can do. I can just channel around the edge of it as it fills in. I've screwed up a bit here because I'm not plugging the top of it. There we go. Now they can dig perfect. I didn't need to make a lot of drainage for this. At least they're all getting baths. That's the one benefit here. Oh, sweet. This actually is clear for aquifer, I think, because there's no water there. So let's just make this wider. Or it might be. Yeah, that's not aquifer. So, We'll read a little bit more of the dwarves' thoughts in a minute. Let's see. So this is all aquifer on this side. So if I just smooth... Well, I can smooth this all. We're not going to need to worry about this tetrahedrite. Right? We can dig deeper. But we can use this as a well area. Uh-oh. Screwed up that one stairway right there. It's fine. Actually, I clicked in the wrong spot. Smooth this out. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go all the way up through all of this, and we're going to channel out all of these, and I'm going to replace them just with walls. Because I don't want water coming from all of this, and currently that's just going to happen. I'm going to dig out a little square here, and we're going to start making blocks, is what I'm going to do. Got one pissed off dwarf here. Sorry for not like paying 100% attention to chat in the last minute, but it's kind of want to fix that. To me, it's a weird design decision because I can make it work every time with the right setup, but you can call it a bug if you want. I think it's just clunky design, not a bug. Because very consistently, I've been able to make very consistently, I have been able to make stairs connect. You just need to make sure they have full access from all angles. But if you know enough about how the construction mechanics work, it works consistently. Actually, I don't need to do this upper one, but we can use that for growing. This is the one I need to do. This one doesn't need it. This one does. Oh, then I missed the beginning of the conversation then. My bad. They're better because they give you more abilities to block line of sight. And they make pathing less complicated for the dwarves. But it's literally the best performance stairway design. This is gonna be drippy for a bit. Oh, did I not kill blocks? Apparently I didn't. But it only works if you put walls in between them, which I need to do. And then the top side, I'm going to start making beds. Yeah, I apologize for that. I missed the beginning of the conversation there, clearly. And you up here, make it carpenter. I'll actually just cancel that until we get some blocks made here. No, I mean if you understand how the stairs mechanics works, like you can make them work every time very consistently. All right, so here in this stockpile, I'm now going to go into here and we're going to remove seeds. Let's also check the unit screen and see what's going on. Penguins! We have penguins! Penguins! He's tough! Or she's tough. Look at that! This game gives me, like, the weirdest, like, attention span. It's just like, chillin'. Penguins! Hi, Captain Walmart, we have penguins. You want some penguins? Yeah, penguins. It's also, you know, a lovely place to live here. It's raining fetid slush, which is slushy. Ugh. Ugh. It's like penguins, yay! Slush, ah! Make me some blocks here, Dwarf. Make them a small hut? I don't know if they're gonna stay, but... let's just remove metal ores from this little thing. All right, let's check back in with old Zworry for a second. Currently more rude after getting stuff dumped on him, clearly. You know a whole bunch of poetic forms? You know a musical composition called Pick? My Friend Lake and My Friend Eggs. Two beautiful poems. It must have been bust. It is a musical compensation. You know all the lyrics to. Pix is a poem. I really like Pix. Diamond Ever Onward is a poem. Fog is in Nothing More. It's like Pog, but with a PH. What are you sad about? I clicked the wrong type of sandstone on that one, but... Also, before anybody stops me, yes, I know some falling water is good, but if there's too much falling water, I'm not going to know where the aquifer ends, so I'm going to go back up in here later and remove some of these. But for right now, I want the falling water to dry up so that I know where the aquifer ends. You have the poem tool? Oh, that's good. This must be a poem for tools. Water is collecting pretty quick. Yep, and that's why I'm clearing it. It's also collecting down here pretty quick, which is concerning. Worst case scenario, we just end up with a lake and we dig out from out here, which is also actually kind of okay. Having a pond. I mean, we could just use this as our... It's like this layer's not helping right here. It's unplanned well. Yeah. Gonna work super well. Well, here's what I could do. Because I know that there isn't going to be any on this side. We could dig this out a little bit. Also give us more boulders. Because I know this side doesn't have the aquifer on it. See, because the driplets disappear. So I could actually just dig this way. Well. What do we have here? You know it's bad when I laugh at my own joke. You know, I might just... I might just drain it off the side of the map, actually. What do you think? If I just dig a trench right here and drain it off this way? It's awful. You're canceling me on Twitter. You know, honestly, you'd probably be doing me a favor. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Let's just channel down around this. And this will give us kind of like a cool little underground town. Because this is all like aquifer clear, right? Let's put another mason down here. Or stoneworker. Lurking is appreciated, though. What do you think? Not a bad little starting river. Could also make it go in multiple different directions, so we could kind of have it go down this way, and we can dig around this. We can have a little town around this underground, like Aqua Creek. And then we don't need to worry about getting water or anything. The last fort was kind of a cavern fort, and we are going to need to dig down there anyway to get wood eventually, but... You're gaining courage to allow light aquifers? They're lovely. You absolutely should. Like, genuinely, they are kind of awesome.
Suddenly randomness appears and veils the land in evil.
It's a bit too much thickiness for this aquifer's flow. Depends on how much aquifer there is. There's more aquifer right here. Suddenly randomness appears in a Vile's land of evil. I mean, trust me, this is a very, very, very evil embark that we're doing right now. RNG. I mean, look at this. We have penguins. We're all doomed. They're gonna happy feed on this fortress. I mean, light aquifers can be a little bit finicky to dig through initially, but they are super, super, super valuable. So there is a light aquifer one layer above this. On this side. This is light aquifer right here. So what I think... Meaning it's going to be raining from the ceiling. What I think I should do is I should change directions.
We will die.
We will... I mean... Yes, this is a fact. Regardless of if you like it or not, we will all die. But thank you for the $1, Linux Town. Which means I'm going to divert in a different direction. Their mouth is terrifying. Have you ever seen a duck's dick? Because that is terrifying. You need to make me great. The creepy corkscrew thing? Yeah, with the spikes on it. YouTube's gonna be like, the fuck you on about in this VOD, dude? You haven't feared anything in your life until you've seen a duck's corkscrew penis. Have I seen an echidna dick? Yes, actually. Such a random fucking thing to ask me, but yes, actually. Let's do that. Brand new sentence? I mean, I don't know what brand's news I'm affiliated with for that sentence, but there's some on the side there. Colliding with aquifer again. This is going to have plenty of flow. I'm not even remotely worried about this. Oh, looks like we've got lovers already. Let's get siltstone down here. I'm going to put floor grate there, and then floor gate grates around the edges of this. Can I? Okay, there we go. Do I channel it out afterwards? Oh, no, I've been channeling up, so it's already channeled. But we can see where the aquifer is now. What just caved in? Oh, I see how that caved in. I'm a big dumb. I don't think that killed anybody. Expedition leader Old Zwari is fighting. Strikes in the right ear and the injured part explodes. Accidental sealing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I knew that would happen. Why did you build diagonally initially, you goofballs? Okay. What exploded? They built a floor in a spot where it had absolutely no supports, and then the floor fell. That's what happened. Silly dwarves? Pretty much, yep. Pretty much. But at the end of this, once this is done being dug out, I'm going to smooth and fortify the end of it. So now we kind of know where the aquifer begins and ends. It's kind of, wait, hold on a second. Did that aquifer just disappear, or did the water just dry up? The water just dried up, okay. So I can set this all to lower priority digging, basically. This is going to be a pretty cool fort once this actually gets dug out. And I'm going to have so much space I can farm, too. It's just going to be a matter of, like, sticking a pick into an aquifer and then letting a little bit drain out and then refilling it later. Don't really want dwarves slipping and falling down this. I'm also totally just going to slaughter those horses because I don't need to keep them alive. Yeah, you can dig a channel up. So there's two different buttons, right? You can channel downwards, dig a channel, but you can also dig a ramp up. If you go one layer down and you designate the whole thing as a ramp up, they're digging up this layer plus the layer above it. So they're starting on the layer below and digging up. They're channeling up. They should try to actually have some use porcelain. Otherwise, why would I keep them around? Yeah, it's literally that button in the middle.
Here's to 3 months blind.
Cheers, dude.
Enjoy my Prime sub and keep doing awesome work. Now give that expo leader a nickname like the people want. He's missing an ear now, ha ha ha.
Earless old Zyri. There you go. Description. His right ear is mangled beyond recognition. Ratu. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription as well. Or the Prime subscription, rather. Then this area down here at the end, we just smooth all of it and fortify it, and it'll all just flow off. And doing all this is actually a good idea because we'll have access to plenty of fresh water. Puffins! I love this embark. I love this embark. This embark is fantastic. We have puffins, we have penguins, we have walrus, and there's brown snot everywhere. It's great. We have puffins, penguins, and brown snot everywhere. What more could you want? And hopefully our dwarves are getting happy thoughts about being near a waterfall. Horrified reliving being caught in freakish weather. Well, do you know the Puffin Man, chat? Because I don't. We're going to go through the center here, and we're just going to remove all these. Not all of these need to be here. They do need ways out, but... Oh, I know you can have giant puffins. Yep. And it is an untamed wilds ocean. We'll see. I'm much more concerned about giant walrus, though. Just standing in the snot rain? Mm-hmm. It's not a problem. Sigh, accurate response, JPL. That is the natural response to what I just said. Sigh. Like, he's gonna keep doing this and continue being proud of himself. What have we enabled him to do? Constructions, floor grate. We're going to make siltstone grates on repeat. What's my favorite iron alternative? I use whatever material exists. I don't care about how good or bad they are. I use the most convenient material. I think steel is fucking OP. It's my actual opinion. So there really isn't an alternative for iron. If you want to do stuff that requires iron, you need iron. There is no alternative there. So iron alternative is kind of a silly sentence. Well, I mean, it depends on what you consider to be good, I guess, then. Copper is awful. This is true. Although usually my material of choice for weapon is silver when I make warhammers. Right, so the only upset-ish dwarf is Ral, who's this one. He's currently mining, who is satisfied remembering work, though. So, I mean, that's something. It's mostly the horrified after being caught in freakish weather. You know what? I don't blame him. All our pipes are copper? Better copper than lead. That would have led us astray. Just kind of trying to get this area cleared up here. You'd be horrified if sewage started raining on your head. I would be too, yeah. I'm on fire? That's not... Should I stop, drop, and roll? That seems suboptimal for my long-term health. That being on fire a bit. My puns are spicy. Well, I guess instead of saying gotcha, I should say sriracha. What? Boo this man. I mean, for the low price of $7 a month on the Patreon, you too can have a boo button. You're handing this guy the sub back. You know what? Unironically, you could do that. You could cancel your sub's benefits. If you really wanted to.
Ooh, you suck.
There you go. Let's get some more flow into this. Oh, wow. Never mind, we don't need to. This is actually the edge of it. Oh, that's interesting. Some useful exploring, though. Might as well get flow this way, then. Kind of want this to be just like showering all the time. All right, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to plop down 1, 2, 3 beds. We're going to make this into a little dormitory zone. I accept that. I'm going to cancel these blocks there, and I'm going to make another stone worker down here. I'm going to make it out of siltstone. I'm going to fly up here, and I'm going to cancel this one up here, and you're going to make table. Table. Oopsies. Table. And I'm going to make throne. 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 Well, looks like the... Oh, it's melting a little bit. We are into early summer. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to get ocean melting at all. Yeah, I'm trying to make showers in here. Trying to. I accidentally removed too much of the aquifer, I think. Which is okay. But not actually what I wanted to do, so... Because I want this whole area to just be raining constantly. After your kings move in, you lose the ability to request items from your trader. Yep, you lose the ability because the outpost liaison moves in, and you are the one that, in theory, in the future, when they add this into the video game, is going to be the one that's doing the trading. No longer the people that, you know, you were trading with previously, right? Because you are the mountain home now, right? So the idea of that is if you want to trade with people going forward, you have to demand tribute from people and then trade with them when they show up. Did I give up on the old world? There's a difference between giving up and deciding to not play it anymore. But if you want to use the word give up, sure. That's not what I would describe it as. I simply stopped playing it. I did play that last world for like a month and a half. Yes. Tygo. Am I no longer playing that world? Yes. Did I give up? No. Kind of a crappy way of putting it, I would say. You can request items from other civilizations. Yeah, exactly. At that point, because you have the king, you'll be able to have diplomatic relations with any faction. So just simply demand items from, I don't know, the elves or other factions. Yeah, they definitely did. And then I accidentally canceled it in regards to the wall construction. All right, so you right here. Make blocks there. Don't get you killed. No guarantees, sir. I already lost you an ear. Okay, so we'll dig down a little further here then, I think. Although before I dig down, I think I'm just going to dig this square out here. And this square is where we are going to start farming. What's quarry and stacks of cloth? Quarry means that they want rock, basically. They want boulders. So water's gonna fall out of here from the ceiling. And it'll flow out this way a little bit, and then that's where we're gonna put our first garden plots. There it comes. We'll let it do its thing for a little bit. Pew, 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 pew. All right, we're hitting the aquifer again. Good stuff. Interesting. It's literally just like a single tile there. After arriving at the airport, yeah, that's my general emotion whenever I go to the airport. Hope the trip's been good so far, though. Speaking of you guys talking to me about OSHA, this is me building Dwarven OSHA. Actually, I should probably make sure those are decent materials for this. Building lots and lots of grates. And there we go. It's literally like a GPT VTuber. I'm personally not a fan. I think it's just kind of dumb. But, you know, people like what they like. Not going to take it away from people. All right. Generally, like, pro tip for life is don't really look at what's going on the top of Twitch. It's either just really depressing or just kind of, really? Is usually my experience with that part of Twitch. It's just generally not worth looking. Aegis, what kind of dwarf would you... I mean, we only have miners, so beard or no beard? And which one do you want? Can't be Zwari. Zwari's taken. Actually, I need to take a leak. I will go take a leak. You tell me what kind of dwarf you want. I will be back in, like, under a minute. The youngest bearded dwarf. All right, so it's either Ineth or Ral or Locum.
For everyone!
83 is the top one. Ral is 67. And Locum is 74, so Ral it is. Also, I noticed a bug that got fixed. There are dwarves in the initial starting 7 getting married. And I say that's a bug getting fixed because there was a bug in the game for a while that the starting 7 were considered to be related, even if they weren't. So they would never get married. But I've been seeing them getting married in this version, which is kind of nice. All right, so Ral is now Aegis. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. And he doesn't he doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Although he is a minor, and I'm sure he's going to run into difficulties in this fortress. Wait, what's that combat log? Oh, that's from a while ago. He only rarely seeks he has a low sense of self-esteem, and he only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he has an active imagination, and he is nervous. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is currently he is currently more shameless, and currently more rude, and currently more fearless, and he currently is more confident in and he currently is less private, and he is currently more thoughtless. His hands are animated when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Values-wise, he dreams of raising a family. Personally, values cunning and artwork, and finds artwork boring, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of raising a family. He likes Realgar and Lay Pewter and Brown Zircon, Giant Great Horned Owl Tooth, and Oriole Bone. Warhammers and doors and chains, and giant fireflies for their enchanting glow, and the words of the berries of serenity, and the sound of the russet meadow, and when possible, prefers to consume rye beer and linseed oil and maize flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Always marries your planter? That's interesting. Plant the seed of a new fortress, eh? All right, so this is going to be my garden. So I think we're at the point... we'll let it spread out just a little bit more. You're back. Welcome back. I don't know why I'm talking funny today. Some migrants have arrived. Well, I need to let them in. So I'm going to pause the game for a second. I'm going to establish a burrow, which is just going to be this entire layer. And then also this layer right here up to the wall. I'm going to leave it on, and then I'm going to deconstruct this and add everybody to it. So now I need to add everybody to it again. 8, 12, 13, 14, 15... 16. Wait. They're entering from the ocean. There's elephant seals on this map? This map keeps getting better, chat. We're gonna need to try and catch some of these critters. Elephant seals. We just keep getting all of these, like, chill little forest dudes, or ocean dudes. Okay, let's build that up. To 16 dwarves now. What do we got? 2 peasants. Let's check these peasant slots. Let's see. Maybe any military. 2 lovers and a spouse. Nice. Oh, you and your beautiful wife. Oh shit. We got 2 ladies that are married that showed up. Won't see that every day. And they have a kid. Or one of them does. That's adorable. Yeah, they walked in from the ocean. So would you be any good in the military? I always check my peasants to see if they'd be any good in the military. Instead, to use a bridge instead of a wall there. Wall, I just need to build and deconstruct. A bridge, I would need to actually build a mechanism to raise. So it's just, a bridge is just a wall with extra steps. You did not claim a dwarf, Captain Walmart. You did not. All right. You know what also you know what that means? That means that this faction is big enough that the game is trying to slow them from outbreeding the other factions. That's actually what that means. This game uses same-sex couples as population control. Let's see if it dries up now. Beginning of our farming. Be fine. I just don't want to talk about it, Tygo. It's a topic that's been discussed 1.5 billion times on this stream in the last month, and it's one of those ones that I'm just getting fucking tired of talking about. Like, I would rather go back to just talking about NFTs. Like, that's how I feel about AI right now. I'm just completely beat on the whole fucking subject. All right. Relieved after being near a waterfall. That's good to see. All right, let's do plump helmets. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. Plump helmets. Well, in the summer, I think we'll do pigtails. All right, so we'll just let the dwarves do that. Everybody's getting all that them seeds planted. The thing is, though, I am going to need to let traders in, so. It is 12:18, time checker. What are some good traits for an interrogator? Someone who's good at intimidation. No problem, time checker. What am I going to plant this year in my garden? Cabbage and garlic are the only two things I have planned right now. Sorry, you caught me off guard with that one. I was like, wait, real life garden? Middle management robot, thanks for gifting a sub to Time Checker. Oh, didn't quite make it big enough. Been seeing Time Checker everywhere. Probably watches Dwarf Fortress. It's a pretty good account gimmick, though. Yep, nothing wrong with that. My favorite gimmick account I ever saw was Dong Awareness. It would just show up and post ASCII dicks a couple times, and if you didn't ban him, then he'd stop and just hang out for a bit. That was a pretty good gimmick account. You miss Hydration Bot? I don't, because it was a bot that joined my chat without my permission, which I'm not cool with. Let's find the aquifer over on this side. I think this was like pre-Among Us, actually. What, orb holder? Well, I mean, you're building off of a different meme, right? Just gonna keep digging. Figure out where this aquifer begins and ends. Oopsies, no, not that one, because there's a single tile of aquifer right there. Bong awareness? You know, that would be a pretty good gimmick account too, bong awareness. I think there's still water dripping out there, but that's okay. Okay to have some leaks in the ceiling, just not too many. I think I'm going to go down into here, and we're going to dig up this way. Just to get some extra flow and actually get this creek flowing so I can do, like, power and stuff with it. Oh boy, we're getting an essay from MMO Junkie. I mean, generally when people ask me about NFTs these days, I say, oh, just go watch the Folding Ideas video. Guy plays Dwarf Fortress too, so he's an easy recommend. No, it's all good, MMO Junkie. You are good, sir. Okay, this'll definitely increase the flow of this. It's a bad place to fall asleep there, Dwarf. Yeah, Foldable Human streams Dwarf Fortress. Was on one of the Kit Fox streams. You should have expected that, DVH. Yep. Doesn't follow me, though, sad face. Apparently, made one of the wiki pages. Oh, really? Oh, huh. The more you know. It's a pretty long aquifer. Well, I mean, I'm digging into it just to increase the flow because I've got this little underground creek. Might as well make it actually into a creek. I mean, this area is turning into a pond now, which is kind of nice. There we go. We got our pigtails that are growing. I'm just going to... actually, what I was going to do was just this. So let's make throne, throne, throne. The three of them, and then go table, table, table. We're going to make this into a little dining hall right here. A small little dining hall, nothing fancy. And then we'll put a... We'll just make this all super cramped for now, but we'll make this a little nicer as we go. Let's plop down a little still right here. out of sandstone. And let's plop down a little butcher further down, maybe here. And we'll also throw in a tanner right next to the butcher so that I can cut up those horses. You know, it's kind of, chat, feel free to talk about whatever you want. I just think it's funny that it's like, I'm just so sick of talking about AI, and this is why. It's because it's just like, I feel like I have to re-educate everybody on why I hate it every time, because people who pay very tangential attention to it, or like minor amounts of attention to it, are always just all in and think it's cool. It's for the same reason that people get confused when I start complaining about electric cars as much as I complain about gas-powered cars. It's like, but they fix gas-powered cars' problems. It's like, well, they fix some of the problems. But they don't fix all of the problems. But, you know, it's the same reason that I shot down the one person who suggested that I use Midjourney or something to generate thumbnails for my YouTube videos. It's like, well, I'd rather just pay my artist to make me thumbnails. But no, I don't really want to talk about cars, to be honest. As somebody who can't drive and will never drive, do you want to talk about walkable 15-minute cities? Because that I'm all in for. I'm all about them walkable 15-minute cities. Right, sweet. There we go. I mean, cars dependency sucks. That's my stance. Car dependency is bad. We should be trying to remove car dependency. But anyway, I'm just going to keep building in Dwarf Fort and talk about Dwarf Fort for right now. Am I a socialist? Bruh, I live in Canada. That's like asking an American if they're capitalist. Yeah, it's not. I'm getting way too into the artistry early on in this fort, but yeah. What's going on the surface? Albatross. Ooh. I know, I was mocking America. No, of course I'm a socialist. That's most capitalists, though, you know? Okay, so now that we've got all this set up and we got a little dining hall down here, we can just queue you up and be like, brew us some drink. And, let's slaughter them horses. Unless one of them already died. Is there a dead horse up here? Yep, we have, actually, a stray mule. That's suboptimal. I guess we're about to find out if it's a reanimating biome or not. Turns out it is. There's a undead horse in the fort now. Which is now a 2 times dead horse. Which is also why I gave a bunch of my dwarves fighting skill. Yeah, it looks like they just punched it. I just punched it to death. Stonecrafter punches the horse corpse in the lower body. Peasant bites the horse corpse in the lower body. But yeah, no, there's plenty of non-left-leaning Canadians out there, but I'm definitely on the socialist side of things. Although, find somebody who's, like, chronically disabled who isn't, like, socialist-leaning. Especially when you live somewhere with socialized healthcare. It's like, well, obviously. Yes, I would like the world to be a better place. The leather worker punches the horse corpse in the lower body with his right hand and bruising the muscle and bruising the bone. I'm looking for fun bits, but there really is, they're just kind of punching it. I'm not seeing any, like, exciting bits here. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's not hard to find crappy people. If you look. Strikes the horse corpse in the head with her copper pick, and the injured part is cloven asunder. So it is, in fact, a reanimating biome. It is, in fact, reanimating. Yep, the earth is necromancing. I didn't want to promise it would be reanimating, because you never actually know until you get into it. But we're going to real quick build ourselves a compactor. Beating a dead horse? I mean, essentially. It turns out, surprise, we punched a dead horse a whole bunch. Which also means all my butchers are going to learn how to punch stuff to death. Actually, it was dead horse and a dead mule. Alright, so that's been built, meaning just need you to make some mechanisms. Which also means up on the surface, actually what it really means is I shouldn't break into the caverns until I need to. Because the caverns are going to end up being full of critters you don't want alive, shall I say. I'm actually going to remove bars and blocks from this stockpile now. I'm going to deconstruct this for a minute. And we're going to go over here and chop all these trees down. Because I'd rather have the wood from the surface right now and just get it into the fortress before stuff starts dying on the surface. Do I actually have any woodcutters assigned? No, I don't. Okay, Mestos, you can have that job. Same with one of the peasants. Blood gnats. Oh shit, we got blood gnats on this maps. It's kind of cool. If you have small buses arrive once every 5 minutes during rush hours, yeah, that'll do it. Are they all privately owned small buses, though? Cool, I've got a dwarf making rock mechanisms. We just need to wait. Doors open perfect for early autumn. Maybe we'll get traders right now. Yes, I'm letting water run through my stairways. It's going to give there a permanent mist shower, which gives the dwarves really, really, really happy thoughts when they run through them. And it keeps them clean. You've had your app cancel buses only for 2 of them to arrive at the same time? Huh. Yeah, here we just have pretty damn good rapid transit in most busy areas, and then non-busy areas, like a bad bus will be a bus that comes by once every 30 minutes. But, I mean, where I grew up, the public transit was pretty crap, but there was also only like 500 people that lived in that area of town. Also, since we're stuck in a thingy right now, you know what you could do? We have new stickers on the store now. I'm just saying, if you would like to help us get a total of 100 sales on the store, which I think we're at 97 right now, we have more stickers available. I'm just saying. Good thing to do during me sitting here waiting for the game to save. People can spend their money on they want to. Okay, there's like 4 different conversations going on in chat. I'm just gonna pick one and stick with it. Does there need to be some kind of drain at the bottom? Yeah, I can show you in a sec. You really like the mug and the shirt and the hoodie? Yep. Sure. I'm glad you like them. There's gonna be 2 new shirts coming on the 1st of next month too. It's nice and fun. My dad has the mug, so I actually got to see the mug yesterday because my dad has one. Shouldn't there be more blood on the minecart sticker? Not all minecarts are poorly managed. Just because yours are doesn't mean mine are. This is a slow load screen. For a second there, I thought they were fighting with something. Kind of looked like it for a moment. Oh, no, they were all just running down to put stuff away. Let's see, can I make a lever yet? Yay. Okay, so the drain, the water goes down to the bottom of this here, and then flows out into here, and then it's going to flow off the map down on the bottom here, because I've smoothed and cut holes in the floor or the walls. So it drains down through here, which should be fine. Should be sufficient drainage. It goes down into here and then off the map. And if we need more drainage, I can add in more drainage later. Trying to get the last of those boulders out, though. Don't have enough accessible mechanisms to link. How fast we'll get to 707? It's going to take a while. Oh, Mason's been found dead. Oh, we have a mule corpse. All right, I'm just going to make a real quick squad. I need to kill stuff. I'm going to add everybody except for old Zwari to it. Let's just say no uniforms, so just whatever they're currently wielding. Uh-oh. This is bad. This is real bad. What is killing them? Zombies. Quit without saving or deal with it? What do you think, chat? I think reload the save, yeah. See if we can do that better. Deal with the fun? Yeah. Call me a save scummer one more time and I will time you out for the rest of the day, Shino. It's not save scumming in a single player game. All right, so trying to figure out what came back. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to make a garbage dump right there. It might still happen a second time. That's the part that you need to realize here. Body parts. Yes. And well, actually, no. It was that mule that came back to life. I haven't made any doors yet. Well, that's cool. Okay, so mule is down there now. Let's keep an eye on it. I mean, what I actually need to do is I need to build a thing. See, I thought we'd already killed it, by the way. There's one down here, so I need a second siltstone mechanism done. Hair is now mangleable, so that's no longer a concern. Generally, hair gets kicked to death. They fixed that 2 versions ago, I think. Hair used to be unmangleable, so they used to be unkillable. Yes, I will keep dead dwarves in coffins, assuming they have already come or already been, what's the word? Unlived. It's not the word, but that's the word I'm going with. See if that flings it out. Nope. Okay, pull it again. Done. So the problem with resurrecting biomes is stuff can snowball really fucking fast. So what can happen is 1 creature will die, and then 2 more creatures will die, and then 5 more creatures will die, and then 18 creatures are dead, and then everybody's dead. So you have to be really, really careful about stuff like that. What would have happened if I'd continued playing that one time when I just wasn't really paying much attention? What would have happened if we'd continued playing that is everything else would have come back in a matter of minutes. And then we all would have died. That's what would have continued. That's just what would have happened. And there isn't too much I could have done at that point. So I just need to be a bit more diligent. Diligent, not vigilant. What I was looking for. I need to be more careful. Yeah, I'm not going to dig down to the caverns for a bit, I think. You're injured. Oh, injured. Requires diagnosis. Okay, noted. We did hack down those trees over there, though. This can be hotkey 2. Okay. I need a wood stockpile down here. Is what I need. What's up, Al? Yeah, mangling the corpse stops them from coming back to life. And also things can't come back to life more than once, I think, unless they've changed that. But yeah, mangling it stops them from coming back to life. But as far as dwarves, I'm not sure. I might actually just do slabs for dwarves. I might just do slabs for dwarves. You see it pretty often. It is the most frame rate effective stairway pattern, which is why you see it pretty often. Which is actually funny because we didn't know until recently why it was so effective. But the way I have it set up, it's actually not that effective right now. because I've cut out the center pillars. I don't know. What about it? Pilot 1. Deep, what up? Good to see you. Love you some underground rivers. Me too. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the accidental ceiling is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Caravan, why? Go away! Run! Get out! So the problem that we're about to run into is not the caravan. The problem that we're about to run into is because we are on a resurrecting biome, I have to be very, 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 very careful about caverns. Because let's just say you have a Crundle, right? And then a Crundle dies to a Troglodyte. And that Crundle comes back to life and kills the Troglodyte. And then the Troglodyte comes back to life and kills 2 more Crundles. And then suddenly you have 75,000 undead Crundles in the basement. You gotta be careful about that. Wonderkin, what's up? It's good to see you. So you have to be kind of wary about that, right? How did you find an underground river? I built it. Each use up 1 FPS. That's not totally true, but yeah, eventually it will get kind of framey when you have like 250 Crundles that are undead killing each other in the basement. So gonna have to be kind of careful about that. Also, worth noting, completely unrelated to anything, my bots account is now affiliated, which is my second account, which is the account that I stream editing videos on. So there might be emotes over there soon, and there's a limited number of founders badges if you want them. And skeletons in your closet aren't metaphorical. If there's skeletons in your closet, they might come out and strangle you. I also don't have anything to trade yet. I mean, I guess I could sell them, like, grates. Want some grates? I'll sell you grates. This can't be worth much. They're also not light. Actually, you know what? Let's just cut some gems. Where's this jewelry? There it is. No, they're simulated. No, everything on the map is simulated at all times. Which is why breaking into the caverns doesn't actually change your frames. But forgotten beasts aren't going to show up. And creatures will show up. But because I can't see them, it's not going to cause me issues. Because my number of dead items and entities that are actively on the map are not followed. To my knowledge. I don't exactly know how it works, but the area is already known. Which is why certain bugs work. How do you start your fort? By generating a world and picking a location and pressing embark? Let's give it to Olan, this leather worker. The broker. Go do bookkeeping. So need a doctor. Nobody has seen a body before in their life. Well, that's not good. How about Led, the peasant? You can be my chief medical dwarf. That's what we call learning on the job, I think. And I will throw... Actually, I should probably just build a well over here. Let's make you into a hospital. Oh shit, we got a novice surgeon. Well, that's good. Start off by throwing you in there. Diagnoser can be Old Zwerry. Surgeon can be our novice surgeon. And Bone Doctor can be whoever I click on first. What you? It's Mason. And then I will jump up here and we're going to go to orderlies and go anybody who's in the hospital does this. Outpost liaison. Let's see you. 155 years old. You an old dwarf. Look at that. Adequate animal taker. You're sad you got no rooms. Just make the carpenter a surgeon. They've cut things before. I'm the liaison from your mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation, says Erdim. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Wood. What other requests do I have of them? It's basically a mason of the body. Slap some gypsum on it, and you'll feel better in no time. It's one way to think about it. I don't know how accurate of a way to think about it is. I'm also kind of curious, what pets do you have? What kind of animals do you have? Okay, nothing fun. They want meat and backpacks. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is for you to ask us to give you meat? All right, you're diagnosing patient. What does patient need? What happened to you? Wait, what? No, it's not you. Who's the patient then? I guess they already healed up. You slept for 14 hours a day? Oh boy. Day off or? You have Tuesdays off? I get you. Yeah, I slept like 11 and a half hours the day I got back from my backpacking trip. Or the day after I got back from my backpacking trip. Lagushka, what kind of dwarf would you like? Yes. Narvicious. I mean, here. There's a small enough list. Tell me which dwarf you want. I love how two of them are just pissed. Aegis and Shortast are just angry. I mean, do you want to be like, so the chief medical dwarf and the peasant down at the bottom are a married couple. If you want to be part of the beardless couple. You're not dead? You did die, though, in a different timeline. Don't ask. Although I think everybody died pretty much. Yeah, someone's happy. So which one do you want, Lagushka? Just tell me the name. I died. It was very sad. Yep. Bone Doc? Want to be the Bone Doctor? All right. Then you're the one without the spouse, but that's okay. Lagushka. She is inattentive to detail in her own work. Perfect. and isn't particularly curious about the world, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. I'm just gonna put this boat here because it seems interesting, not because I think it actually goes here. Over practical applications, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. This is a horrible doctor. She is slow to trust others and lives a fast-paced life and can handle stress, and she is assertive, and she easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. That's very funny. And what are you, toast or something, Sal? It is really hard to not call you Sal, even though I know your name is Al. You should capitalize one of the A's so my brain doesn't autocorrect. And doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes olivine, billen, heliodor, carambola wood, green glass, hemp fabric, and the color light blue, bracelets and goats for their eating habits and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven beer and hates bark scorpions. Sounds like a great doctor. A great is a word you could use. All right, so let's get our broker up here. And the thing that I need to do down here is I need to go to this gems thing, and I need to just cut gems and repeat for a little bit right now. Definitely one of the dwarf doctors of all time. Yep. Let's make a rock door. Although usually I'm like, oh, you're a fish cleaner. You've seen the inside of a dead thing before. You be my doctor. That's usually my qualifications for doctors. It's like, have you cleaned a fish before? Which I'm not sure is like the best qualifier for a doctor, but. All right. Got Sards, Cornelians. Gelders kind of, oh, true, yeah, Gelders would probably make good surgeons, right? Yeah. No, it's not deep enough to drown them. So you might have seen somebody in the stream, but yeah, no, they're not getting swept anywhere. Some more migrants have arrived. Curious what my population goes up to. They're still unloading. Well, that's a good sign. By that, I mean that's a bad sign. Most of the dwarves are putting stuff in stockpiles. What are you so pissed off about? So you got into an argument and you got attacked by the dead. Those are the two things that have happened here. And your face kind of looks like Chucky. Checks out. All right, so here I'm going to make this into priority zone. And then everything down here, I'm going to make this into low priority zone. Like, they can go down here. I'm not going to stop them from going down here, and they probably will. They probably shouldn't. Which means now they should prioritize this instead of going through that. But it won't stop all of them. And they can also still go down there to collect items. We're going to start digging down in a minute. Gave you an error and you're still blocked from doing it again until next stream? I mean, is it saying that it's blocked or is it saying that it's not able to be redeemed? But like, I'm sorry. If Twitch's system fucks up, it's not perfect, and I don't have a better solution. I tried just letting people pay for dwarves a while ago, and it caused fucking chaos, and I don't ever want to deal with that again, so. I'm sorry, it's an imperfect system. His initials on a spleen? I remember hearing about that, yeah. I both think it's fucked up, but I'm both like, I get it. I mean, wouldn't any artist like to sign their work? I mean, come on. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of apologizing for Twitch's shoddy programming. Still unloading. Watch them just like not finish unloading. Yes, but you're a vet. That's a bit of a different thing. I think. Why are they taking so long? Probably because they're stuck. It's a pathing error that happens sometimes. This might end up being my down stair right here. On any sentient creature is disgusting? If it's a pet, I get it. If we're talking like vets and a pet, yes, like they absolutely should. Although in regards to vets, it's almost more like, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's almost more like your receipt. Dwarf traffic is worse traffic. It's worse than Toronto. I've never I've never left the Toronto airport, so can't really speak to it. Want this area to flood. So we can do more gardening over here. What's alive on the surface? Puffins. It's just a line? Yeah, it's proof that they've been spayed. All right. We're just gonna let that do its thing. If you really, there's reasons why you might not want to turn this on in regards to things not being forbidden on enemies' corpses. But it's in here somewhere. Sieges and forbidding, yeah. So labor, standing orders, you can set all of this. So automatically claim your dead, claim death, forbid other death items, forbid a wall, like reclaim used ammunition, all that stuff. Labor, standing orders, sieges and forbidding is what you're looking for. Three ads in a row. It's the minimum I have to use, so I don't really have an option. Hopefully they're short. Because we just got migrants. I'm gonna have to butcher some animals. Let's butcher that yak calf. Its skin's probably gonna come back to life, but that'll be okay. You shouldn't. Like, if you're getting ads as a sub, refresh your stream. Yeah, that too, actually. If you're getting ads when you're a sub, it's because you don't have my channel whitelisted for ad block. That's another thing. That's the other part. I always forget about that because I don't use ad block on Twitch at all, but yes, that is also a thing. So if you're getting ads, and you're a sub to my channel, that's kind of on you. So why do I leave those little crosses? Because they look cool. Same reason I'm leaving a little cross right here, although I didn't actually dig the right pattern. So yeah, if you whitelist my channel, you should be fine. Personally, I'm all okay with ad block. Like, you should be allowed to ad block what you want, but if you're subbed to the channel, just whitelist it. A bit better after eating your first meal in 3 days. Hold the fucking phone. You throw $250 at me in a tip, and then you don't eat for 3 days? My guy. That's not okay. Please don't tell me such a thing. When you're stressed, you don't eat? That's awful. I'm sorry. I sometimes forget to eat, but... In regards to the ads, I run the minimum number of ads to not get pre-rolls because Twitch doesn't promote your channel if you get pre-rolls. So if you want to show up in any recommended feed, you have to use pre-rolls, which sounds like drugs, but it's not. I wish it was. It'd be more fun that way. You have to avoid the pre-rolls, so I turn those on. I don't like them, but I do. I wish I could just run no ads. Yeah, see, a yak bull skin is fighting, and the miner fought with it. Strikes the yak bull corpse with the pick, blah, blah, blah. Nobody died, and I think the yak bull... Whoop. Yak bull skin is still alive. Never mind. we have yak bull skin that is undead. When do I start mass producing furniture? When I need it. I see, here's the thing that, like, I guess people always want to watch, like, brand new runs of fortresses, right? There's something you need to learn about this game really quickly. There is no order things need to be done in. Period. Doesn't matter. When do I start producing? I don't know. It's different in literally every other fort. Actually, no, I need this screen, nobles. Because I need a militia commander. Carpenter, you can be my militia commander. No uniform. This is just going to be... Please, that's not what I wanted. That lower one. You, right here. And please go kill this skin. There it goes. I'll get rid of it. Because eating disorders are crazy and fuck with your head, Lagushka. Deep, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs, dude. Cheers, man. And yes, we're going to have an underground waterfall going down into this lower area. I'm thinking it's going to go down through here. Right here. So we'll flow it down here and it's going to flow out this way. But we'll connect it later. Let's see if they've... Oh, okay. So we didn't trade with anybody. All right, then. Wild puffins. Oh, naturally. I hadn't even thought about that, sedentary hobo, but naturally. I'm trying to figure out how to do bedrooms in here. More tetrahedrite. Also, it looks like we're going to be using silver hammers in this fort. The eating comment, Gushka. The funny part about Orange not eating is that's actually very similar to me. When I'm too stressed, I don't eat enough. It doesn't make any difference for were creatures, but undead it does. Because they pulverize quicker. Swords and cutty weapons on undead just, like, spread the undead out and make more of them. We're gonna have a small population for a while. Like, quite a while, actually. I mean, generally the strat with were creatures is don't fight with were creatures. Kind of funny. Apex Legends is offering me money to stream it. I'm good. I don't need to stream Apex Legends. Chat gives me enough money. I don't need to stream Apex Legends. It's not silver being silver. Yeah, it's blunt weapon. It's got nothing to do with the material of silver. It's got everything to do with the fact that it's a blunt weapon. I guess so actually what I really need is I need a manager. Dodok the Mason seems to be a pretty decent manager, so we're gonna give it to Dodok. I'm gonna go back up here and I'm gonna be like, yo, make us a throne. They're gonna be like, yeah. And I'm gonna start filling this in over here. Only problem is I've completely forgotten where the actual aquifer begins and ends in this spot, which is actually maybe not the best. This is filling up nicely. Nice. This will actually hit 7 of 7 now, looks like. A little bit worried it's going to bubble up there, but it hopefully won't. Yeah, the skin that's left over from butchering is like this guy that... This, yak bull hair as well, which also needs to get dumped. But fortunately, once it's mangled, it's a non-concern. Can't come back now. O'Hare. Yes. Just like O'Hare. Okay, so it's a bunch of different bits of tetrahedrite up there. Got 19 dwarves right now, so I could do... So if I did... 1, 2, 3, 4. So if each of these pillars was 4 bedrooms, and I just scattered these pillars everywhere, what do you guys think? Trying to do a very different bedroom design from the last fort. And I can go down here and I can be like, boop. Or rather, I can go down here and I can be like, boop, boop, boop. Bedrooms. What do you think? Although these are going to collide because they're too close. Maybe I could actually make them a little smaller. We could do them like this. Still pretty big, though. What do you think of those for bedrooms? I mean, you can't mine Slade. So I don't know how you would get an artifact Slade mace. I have no idea. Ooh, small ammo? Those are bigger than the ones I normally build. 2x3. I mean, I could make them wider around the edges. Could do like... do like a bed in the end, and then every dwarf gets their own cabinet and whatnot. Kind of looks like a cross, yeah, doesn't it? Or the it kind of looks like the multi-cross. I read that as metal cross. I was like, that what? With packing it when more migrants come? Well, I was just unable to trade with my mountain home. So I have a feeling it's going to take a little bit. But these are just for the initial dwarves that are moving in as well, right? The initial dwarves that are moving in always get the nicest bedrooms in my forts. Because they're the ones that have to tolerate all of the bullshit of being a recent dwarf migrant in one of my forts. Unfortunately, they won't need doors, at least initially here, so I don't need to worry about that. But also these are what? This is 8 bedrooms? This is a good number of bedrooms already. I'm only going to need to do like 2 of these. Always join blind Kickstarters early. Get in early! Right, let's do that. 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 And that. Oh, look cool. And then we can do this. And this. It's only taking a minute, but we'll get all of the beds down here. And then I can just do this. That made 1 big bedroom, because I didn't click this button. 6 bedrooms created. So this can be Earless Olds Warrior Expedition Leader. This can be for our Militia Commander. This can be for our Broker. Chief Medical Dwarf and her wife. A Manager. And just this first miner. There you go. They all have quarters now. And I'm going to jump up here and go to Carpenters and just say, make a bed, 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 and make a bed. And I need to throw a throne. Which one was the one with the manager in it? This one. So right there, this can be a throne, and this can be the throne office for the manager. So you get to sleep where you work. And then under here, we can go to work orders now, and we can go rock coffer and just say rock cabinet. Also, somebody in chat asked, when do I start mass producing stuff? Now is the answer to that. And rock table and rock throne. And we're going to do 20. Well, actually, let's say 25 coffers. 25 cabinets. 20 tables. And 20 thrones. And let's make rock blocks and do 250 of those. And I'm going to, before I do anything, I'm gonna go into tasks. I'm gonna unpause all of these. And I'm going to remove these 2 repeating stone stuff jobs. Okay, there we go. You'd love to have a Cinnabar mace otherwise? You know, honestly, for me, I don't worry too much about materials generally. For me, materials are 98% looks and, like, their actual properties are just beneficial. Which, you know, maybe isn't the best way to play the game.
Animal 104 for my cheese for everyone.
Cheers, dude. Thank you very much for keeping that, or for popping that resub notice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got a Great Horned Owl Man fighting. A Great Horned Owl Man corpse, in fact. And it's my dwarves that are fighting. Okay, we need to get the dwarves inside. I don't actually know if we can kill this thing. We probably can. I'm gonna send in the squad to go kill it, and we're gonna lock the doors back inside, I think. I saw a bone go flying. Experiencing mortal fear, this stonecrafter. Heavy bleeding on the owl corpse. And the game crashed. When was the last save? All right, well, that's not going to work. So what instead we're going to do is we're just going to do it this way and just see if we can race it against time, because that's what we did last time, and it worked last time. So dump you. Do this. Fly down to here. Make a second mechanics forge. Keep a very close eye on this stupid thing. I mean, that's maybe a final solution. I would like a more permanent solution than that. And I managed to do this the last time, so I'm going to keep trying to do it this time. Sorry if it's not the exact solution you want, Legushka. But I would prefer a permanent solution, because this isn't going to happen once. This is going to happen many times. This is a reanimating biome, after all. Everybody wants to see me play these. It's not my fault the game crashed. All right, so let's fly down here. Well, I'm not taking your proposal. Now stay there, you stupid mule. Done. Got it. Little Joe, thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back. See? Didn't need to do any of your silly solutions. Mine worked. It only took 4 tries. I actually lost count of how many tries. All right, so now we get to go back to rebuilding everything that we did before. I have no idea which dwarf got the Bone Doctor job. I think it was Dobar? But I can't remember. Lyagushka, which dwarf would you like? Manual save just in case? Sure, probably not a bad idea, actually. Fuck that mule. I think that's one thing we can all agree on, Chad, is fuck that mule. No context. Just fuck that mule. Fuck that stupid mule. I mean, I could have been more specific and said fuck that mule zombie, but... Although I feel like saying fuck that mule corpse would be worse. It's not an ass, it's a mule. That'd be a donkey. No, Asmog. I'm not going to do a manual save after naming the dwarf. What I am going to do, though, is when we hit mid-autumn, is I'm going to do a hard save. But I'm not going to do constant manual saving because manual saving it doesn't break the timeline, but it puts pauses in the timeline and it makes your save files a lot bigger. So I'm not going to do that. Plan streams out of context, that's what clipping's for. Also, apologies for the salt, but I'm a wee bit crunky right now. Mm-hmm. I have save compression off. You should see how big my save files are for that 2,000-year-old world. It's like an 8 gigabyte save file now. Strange? No, not strange. Just large worlds. Also, I think that 404, you were the one who was generating like 10,000-year-old worlds in an hour, right? I think you just have a insane PC. And not everybody does. Talk about NFTs again? I mean, talk about whatever you want. I'm just gonna stream video games. All right. What was I doing? Right. Just gonna try and queue up as many of the little build differences that I can remember. It's not going to be identical, though. Because I can't remember exactly what I did. Let's remove that. Let's get rid of this. That was the wrong button. Let's build a jeweler's workshop. Linux Town, what kind of dwarf would you like? I also need to name Lyagushka, so. I'm just trying to queue stuff up here. Lyagushka needed the one with the bun. I think it was this miner, right? Asob, then? I mean, see, here's the problem, Lyagushka. I don't actually think your dwarf has arrived yet because we get another migrant wave this season. So I don't actually think your dwarf is here yet. Because I don't see him. Asob wasn't the name of them. So just pick a dwarf from the list. like a big kid, and we'll move on with this new timeline. Or I can refund your dwarf from 45 minutes ago and you can redeem another one in a couple hours. Or in a couple days. But I need to get past the grumbling at save problems. Problem. Exactly, Charleston. Which one? I'm literally letting you pick. Pick one from the list. Or I'll refund it. You have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 3, 12. Mincut. Okay. There you go. Mincut. She is inattentive to detail in her own work and is not particularly curious about the world. She doesn't hold on to grievances, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Gee, it's fine. I was just gonna give you a random one, but she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this, and for more than one reason. And she is slow to trust others, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she can handle stress. She is assertive, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. Dreams of creating a great work of art, likes olivine and Billen Heliodor carambola wood, green glass, hemp fabric, and the color light blue, bracelets and goats for their eating habits and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven beer, and hates bark scorpions, and I need to get through this salt. And Linux Town wanted somebody random, so you can have this kid, who's 2. Linux Town is hateful and has poor memory. Okay. Lives a slow-going and leisurely pace and is only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He rarely feels discouraged and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has a sense of duty and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. And he has an active sense of humor and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and he tends to avoid crowds. Done. All right, you are going to make a door. Sounds like every child hateful? Yeah, very much so. All right, did I build that tree stockpile yet? No, I did not. I love how this fortress is just like super cute animals all the time showing up here, and then it's just like
Bezos blessing me with an available sub.
Yay! Thanks for blessing me with your available sub, King Nix. For a 3rd month. Cheers. All right, so move all of the chickens down here. I don't know if this is a pro tip, but tip for playing haunted reanimating biomes, just make sure that you have your different types of animals split up. Because if they're not split up, and say you have a horse and a bunch of chickens, if that horse dies for some reason, instead of having a horse and an undead horse and a bunch of chickens, you're going to have a bunch of undead chickens and an undead horse because the chickens aren't going to be able to kill the horse. If it's all horses, the living horses can probably kill the undead horse. Probably. Ire Hammies, thanks for that prime as well. Cheers. But we're going to do that same bedroom pattern, although I'm obviously not going to be able to get the exact same pattern dug. I will do my damnedest, though. I think what I'm going to do is once this area is dug out, I'm just going to do a hard save. But there's owl people on this map, and undead owl people, which is going to be interesting. Which means they're going to show up and kill all of the wildlife on the surface, and then we're going to have to just deal with it. Which means I might actually use that knowledge to reprioritize a little bit. Currently, I'm prioritizing bedrooms, but what I think I might do is reprioritize for more surface construction. By that, I mean get like a drawbridge set up and stuff. This kind of looks like a weird pistol. Super weird how you get a piece of leather from a pig and you get the same piece of leather from an elephant. That's not true. You get more leather from an elephant. You get pieces of leather from an elephant. It's based on the size of the elephant. And also like a recent change to the game. You used to just get like the one piece of leather per thing. regardless of size, which is why turkeys used to be busted, because it was like the most effective, efficient leather farming. Crosses for bedrooms, so that'll give us 4, 8, 12, 16. Well, I don't think that's actually enough space right there, so we're gonna do one here, 16, and 20 bedrooms. Yeah, they changed that in version 50. So this version. No, this is a new world. I kind of got tired of the lack of necromancy in the other one, lack of weird monsters in the other one, and I also got tired of the everybody being at war with the dwarves BS. It's like, come on. So hopefully that'll discourage them from walking there, except down... Yeah, okay, that didn't get included in that. So we're bringing wood in. And chickens down. Okay, so I'm going to save and jump over to the title. We're just going to start doing this. I'm going to do this 3 or 4 times throughout the next season. Hopefully we don't run into that problem again. So now we just sit here and we wait for this save to go through. And apologies for the salt. Game crashing's annoying. Because llamas are actually valuable now? Maybe? I don't generally raise llamas and I haven't counted how much leather they give. So I guess it would depend. Delicious pig leather. Yeah, I feel like pigs are probably just OP. Actually, maybe wild boars. Like non-grazing large animals would be like bears. I have no idea in that regard if the same change affects wool. I just know it affects leather. Leather is based off of the size of the animal. You'll have to do science. Science must be done. Broccoli. Is it broccoli or broccoli? I read it like broccoli, which I'm assuming is like the intent of the name. Pork rind and armor? That's fat, not skin, isn't it? I always thought pork rinds was fat. Anyway, it's fine. Okay. I just kind of feel bad calling you like broccoli, unless that's what you want your name to be. It's the strain of E. coli you get from bros. Oh no. That's horrific. Oh no, not that, please. What, the strain of E. coli you get from bros? Is this one of those I would do anything for love, but I wouldn't do that moments? See, Claiborne is lying. He's not sorry. So we can get gems cutting. Let's see if we can actually trade this season. You know, I almost never do shearing. Almost never. My clothing almost always either comes from plant cloth or it always either comes from plant cloth or what's it called? Silk. So it is very, 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 very rare that I would do clothing from anything else. So we're just going to ask for all of the wood, which is all that we asked for last time. Nothing else is changing. They still want leather and backpacks. Or meat and backpacks, rather. You just like the vibes of making wool socks and mittens. I mean, most of Dwarf Fortress is vibes. So, like, yeah, no, I completely feel you there. Just have access to the cavern layers and carve some holes in your walls. And then have open space. Literally, that's it. And by holes in your walls, I mean, like, you can just do what I did down here, which is just smooth it and put fortifications in the walls using the carve hole tool. That'll do it. That's all you need. Where do you get plant cloth? Pigtails are one of them. You use the farmer's workshop and you use the process plants option. And that'll give you thread out of plants. Hemp, cotton, pigtails, rope reed. Trying to think of other ones. There's quite a few. Those are just the ones that come to brain immediately when I think. Rope reed, yeah. Jute, yep, that's another one. Naff or canaf. I don't actually know how to pronounce that one. Yeah, you can also do whip vines. Yes, whip vines can be made into cloth, I think. Pigtail is the one that the dwarves can do organically, though. The skin of pigs, really? Okay, I think I've only ever had pork rinds like once. So, and it's not my go-to pub food. Some migrants have arrived. There we go. Let's just get this constructed down here. Make a raising drawbridge all the way along here. Hemp. Oh yeah, hemp can also be made into fabric. Oh, I don't have a broker. I need to assign a broker. Layagushka, you can be my broker in this timeline. Although you decided to go eat. How dare you go eat? Yeah, if you're doing surface farming, you basically have to use fertilizer for it to be even remotely time effective. Yeah, I'm familiar with pork rinds as like pub food, and that's about it. Can I buy 1 gold? I'm gonna buy 1 gold bar in exchange for some gems, and hopefully it gets used in an artifact. Trade. All I'm doing. Okay, so this is gonna be garbage over here, and then I don't know actually if I have more mechanisms. Let's see. Okay, I got 1 more mechanism, and I'm gonna queue up 2 more. Let's also make a table and 1 more mechanism over there, and then a traction bench. Not really. Kanamon. I mean, like if you dammed the river and redirected it, and then filled up the remaining with lava, I mean, it would flow off the map, yeah? So, kind of, sorta. I don't know who that is. So, why do I care? And why are you telling me, Kobold? Like, genuinely, I have no idea who that is, but cool. I hope that their views go back up. Are they a bad person? Should I be like, yay, I win? I don't know how to respond to that one. We need a strange mood to make a gold warhammer out of that bar. That would be really fucking cool. And it has to be worth 40,000 dwarf bucks. He's just more mainstream? Okay. So... it's not a contest. That's whoever Kobold the Brave just said. I just want to get these bedrooms assigned. And let's see, did we get the same livestock? Oh, hey. These migrants didn't bring me livestock. Well, that's nice of them. Oopsies. Was that how I dug these? No, I didn't do it that way. I did it this way. Yeah, it was that. It's not going to fit here. I'm going to have to move up a little bit. Do this. Yeah, it's New World. That was the announcement tweet and all that. New world, new fort, new everything. I mean, I spent like over a month in the last world, so I'm gonna do something a little bit different, a little bit of a different flavor. I was pretty. The last world's flavor became pretty known. You know, there wasn't really much necromancy going on, not a lot of experiments. We'd moved into the age of the goblins, so and killed a ton of the forgotten beasts. So wanted some different flavor. Now I've got some different flavor. So we're playing in a reanimating spoopy biome that Chad always asks me to play that I never do. No, we're doing one of those. Not really. Rip. I mean, the fort didn't die. Came pretty close, but... So once all these bedrooms are dug out and everything, I'm going to do another hard save, and then fingers crossed it doesn't crash again, but we'll see. Yeah, we got a crash, but it was an oddly specific situation that caused it, so I'm just kind of crossing my fingers and hoping it doesn't happen again. There go the traders. Let's expand this down here to down there. This whole layer. Yeah, I lost maybe an hour of progress. So there was a bit of salt earlier, but... Oopsies. I'm resizing the Dwarf Fort window. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. I will fix the resizing of the dwarf for a window now. And chat, tell me if it's cutting it off. I don't think it is. Printing at my OBS, it doesn't look like it is. Yeah, migrants bring the pets and other livestock. Yep. Fortunately, I'll only need to build these once. Hopefully. Although I'm going to mine out all this tetrahedrite. Let's see if they get that all done. No, we'll just cancel that corner bit. Okay. So what I want to do now is I want to go back up to here. I want to go to you and say cancel this and say make me a throne. Let's do one. Do it now. Thanks, Alex, for Alex. Always try and do different types of building styles with new factions, so. Just to keep things interesting, you know? All right, let's do all of that. What? Yeah, terrifying reanimating biome. Maybe I should make a biome command. Maybe not a bad idea. Okay, we're gonna do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go assign a new manager. We can make Oldsworry. And I just need to wait for this chair to be built. And this down here currently can't be a bedroom, but it's just going to be Oldsworry's bedroom. Even though it doesn't have a bed in it yet. And this up here is going to be Oldsworry's office. And this is going to have Oldsworry assigned. And I think I should be able to place beds, because I do have some already made. Also, I need to get caught up on chat. I've been doing way too much digging. All right, enjoy your homework, Kobold. Do the thingies in the stairs somehow limit the water there? What do you mean by thingies? I mean, they let the water pass through if you're talking about the pass-throughs. You're talking about Italy? Ooh. You're gearing up for your first real world after your first playthrough. The scariest part is going back to 100 FPS. You can turn it down, you know that, right? You don't have to play at 100 FPS. There's a reason a lot of people just like turn down their frame rate is because they don't want the game to run as fast. Now, I don't actually have to do this assigning to dwarves, but giving all my miners base, because I'm pretty sure all of my miners are my original 7, because I started off everybody with miners. Right? The material I wanted? Probably, well, it might be, but I want them to use blocks, not the full pieces. This will be plenty of bedrooms, because it's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, and we only have 19 dwarves, so this will be plenty. Once we get all these done. This is actually a very rare embark where I would really, really, really like to have like coal of some sort. It's just not that common to find. You want to copy this now? What, the stair design? Go nuts. Do it. They're just a little tedious to build. I've done stairs like this before. I don't think in this exact pattern before. You're able to pump water 42 layers? Hell yeah! And hopefully pressurize and accidentally flood your whole fort. That would be optimal pumping, in my opinion. I will state that I didn't mention this in that video, but it is very, very important to either listen to Pump It Louder by the Black Eyed Peas or Pumping Iron Power by Grail Knights while pumping lava or water, and also while building a pump stack in Dwarf Fortress. I just would like you to know that is my personal headcanon rule. Straight up stealing this bedroom design? Straight up do what you want. Streamers exist to be copied, I think. Or inspire others. I think I clicked the wrong one. That's fine. Electric Callboys Pump It is also pretty good, yeah. Because I pump it better. I mean, it shouldn't be disabled. What? Redeem a Dwarf is not disabled. It is very much enabled. And I just enabled Gift a Dwarf, but like maybe 10 minutes ago. Nope, it's not on cooldown. It's very much enabled. Maybe Twitch is just broken. Hold on, let me try refreshing this. Yeah, it's enabled. Twitch, unbreak your shit. Here, I'll turn it off and on again. Does it work now? It's enabled. I don't know. Well, I mean, that's Gift a Dwarf, not Redeem a Dwarf. Redeem a Dwarf has been, like, available all day. It says 15-minute cooldown? What? Alright. Well, maybe it'll be up in 15 minutes. Asmog, thanks for the Prime for the second month. Welcome back. Kyra Asylum, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or what kind of dwarf am I gifting to somebody, rather, I think is the question. Because I did see that go by. Wait, hold on a second. Is it just not popping up over here? Well, let me try refreshing a thing over here. Maybe Twitch is just broken, which wouldn't be too out of the ordinary. All right, so I do see the notification. Okay, no, actually, okay. So apparently my dashboard wasn't updating. So that's cool. It is now. It is still on cooldown for another 15 minutes because Linux Town redeemed it 30 minutes ago. But apparently my dashboard over here hasn't been updating. So that's cool. Gifted Dwarf just got used. It's a 2-hour cooldown, actually. And Kyra Asylum got it. So Kyra Asylum, who am I giving a dwarf to? And why? Or maybe not why, but who am I giving a dwarf to? To Claiborne? All right, chat room. What kind of dwarf are we giving Claiborne? You guys get to decide. Or we just let Claiborne pick. That is similar to one of your bedroom designs. Rooms are much small, but the rooms are much smaller than yours. You can't make rooms smaller than Tarn. After he said that it's torture to give dwarves small rooms. Well, I don't consider these small. To me, like, do I have a bookkeeper yet? No, but I can assign one. So pick here. Chat, what dwarf do I give to the bookkeeper job? I can't hit all of these hotkeys. Who gets bookkeeper? And we'll give that dwarf to Claiborne. Small rooms are like 3 to 1. Yeah, to me, it's like if it's only got space for furniture and a bed, that's a small room. Will your dwarves actually scary water skins and flash around with them if you make a bunch? Only if they're in the military. Yeah, they're part of military uniforms. Those are 8 if you don't include the stairs. I'm including the stairs in the bedroom because they're going to get trapdoors. Locum the miner, always locum. All right, Locum the miner is now going to be Claiborne the miner. And Claiborne is prone to feelings of jealousy, and he has a very calm demeanor. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is quick to anger. He often acts with compassion, and he is curious and eager to learn it. He learned the thing. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He can handle stress and could be considered rude. Dreams of mastering a skill. Chat, can I actually just make this dwarf into my captain of the guard? Because this dwarf would be way better in that job. Like, literally perfect for that. Likes pitch blend, Billin, violet cespertine, giant moon snail shell in the color pink, low boots and amulets, and the words of the page of aquamarine and the sight of the russet meadow, and when possible prefers to consume muck roots. Claiborne's like, hell yeah, promotion. All right, so you're getting removed from this job. Instead, I'm just gonna give this to, where's my manager? Not just assign a man. Oh, it's old Swire, right? Yeah, okay. Militia commander. Claiborne, there you go. Claiborne gets militia commander because you're just perfect for it. And we'll let you just keep running around.
Combat is where the crypt FUN happens.
The crypt FUN. The crypt FUN. Noted. I'm sorry, what? Was that a bunch of undead donkeys? Did I just read that correctly? Well, that's fucking terrifying. Moose. Not donkeys. All right, dwarves. So currently set to down here. Yeah, this is all connected. Okay, let's just pretend that we're inside for a little bit.
23 months. Holy asterisk 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 asterisk.
All right, well, we're locked inside now. I'm also going to get rid of this meeting area and this pen and pasture and just let the dwarves down. It's a Canadian horror film right there. Yeah, it's the unannounced sequel to Cocaine Bear. Which I unironically want to see real bad. All right, so let's do beds. Let's just do 25 beds. Let's do throne. Let's do coffers. No, those are coffins. I don't want to cough in, I want to coffer. And cabinets. Table. Only if it's directed by the same people that made Velocipaster, young one. Which I was reminded exists by my Discord this past week. 250 blocks. 25. 25. 25. And you gushed it. 25. Gray's Main, thanks for the Prime for the second month. Welcome back. So Digital Dingo with the tier 2, Claiborne with the $1, and Gray's Main, leading us to almost a new hype train, which rhymes with Gray's Main, in fact. But seriously, thank you very much for the Prime. Welcome back. Did I know that Velocipaster's getting a sequel? No, because I forgot that movie existed until yesterday when my Discord reminded me it existed. And I've seen that movie twice in one day while extraordinarily high with a friend. Which is, in my opinion, the only actual way to watch that movie. Musin, not to be confused with Muso. Not to be confused with miso. All right, we're getting updates on all of our stockpiles down here. Let's do beds. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we're into late autumn. I'm going to save and return to title menu, and we're going to do this. This is the final hard save, because I don't want to lose anymore. And yeah, we lost about an hour of progress, I think. Hey, Stone, how are you? Brand new fortress. I would just like to inform you, Stone, that there is a a human town in this place called Squirt Bottle. It's just very important lore about this world. What caused the crash? Appeared to have been fighting with an undead great horned owl person. Or rather, yeah, it's a monastery called Squirt Bottle. Yes. A monastery called Squirt Bottle. I like to think that they train Squirtles there.
I'm not feeling great physically at the moment.
Oh, no.
Thank you so much for the stream.
Well, thanks
It's
for watching.
really nice to wake up to an announcement in Australia. Good luck and have fun with the zombies.
To an announcement in Australia? Or does like wake up to announcement that stream's going live? Unless you mean something else is going on in Australia right now, but yeah, cheers. Glad you're enjoying the streams. And certain backers get a VHS tape of it. You know, I respect it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, in fact. And Warm Milch chucked out a gift sub. Thank you very much. Keep us right on the cusp of a hype train. We'll see if it goes anywhere. Like the wrong version of Faith. It's like, you know, I would like to see a movie version of Faith, but I also wouldn't. All right, let's see you. You know, I'm now I just want to say this out loud because I think it's funny. Oh no.
I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my
Thanks, Suited.
engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
I just want to say that the actual like Twitch meta should be to not actually have a hype train, but just stay on the cusp of a hype train for like an hour. That would theoretically be more profitable than just having a hype train, wouldn't it? But thank you very much for the hype train. Cheers. You almost did that speech for class? Really? What was this, like public speaking thing? Edging, yeah. Just like the new Blink-182 song. Newish. It's not actually that new. It's been out for a month now. You really enjoyed the new Linkin Park single? Is it fair to call it new though? It's more like I like the recently released Meteora bonus track is more what I'd consider it. Newly released. Yeah, I mean it's accurate. I listened to it like a dozen times. I was like, man, I miss Linkin Park. And now I'm just really sad again. I'm like, fuck me, I still miss Linkin Park. Still not over it. That's all I really feel about that. All right. I've got 3 really depressed dwarves, which means they're either A, stuck outside, or B, just have nothing to do. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a small, because this is a tiny little crappy dining room, I can make a tiny little crappy tavern right here. It's going to suck. It's going to be tiny. It's not going to have any guests in it, but hey, it'll be an inn tavern and at least they can go socialize. Al, thanks for checking out another gift. You're very kind. You don't think there's a time that you'll ever get over it? Yeah. Yeah, it's up there with Chris Cornell for me. Thanks for being around to get gifted a sub. Tin Skull. Okay, well, we've made the beds. Like, I think I listened to as much Audio Slave as I did Linkin Park in that era of music. Lightning Roger, what kind of Dwarf would you like? There's a growing list here. I can give you a little overview. We got some peasants. We got the one child is taken. Thanks for the $2.
Cause I joined when Forgotten Beast Cave Johnson showed up, smiley face.
Thanks for the $2, Tins. We've got miners, we've got some stone carvers, and we're working on getting dwarves unpissed off. Streamed during COVID? I feel like everybody streamed during COVID. Well, no, we didn't. I think they were just talking about the text-to-speech. Although if a living lemon suddenly showed up, that would be fantastic. Glassmaker, I can't confirm how long they will have that profession, but okay. She is not a private person and freely shares details of her life and dislikes abstract discussion. Thank you very much for the 200 extra bits on top of that, Tins. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to be swayed by emotions of others. And she does not easily fall in love, and she rarely develops positive feelings. And she is troubled by this as she values romance, and she is quick to anger. She doesn't focus on material goods, and she tends to think before acting. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and rarely feels discouraged, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the ones that come to pass. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally sees that those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and values sacrifice and views loyalty unfavorably, and values romance, and does not really see the point of value of merrymaking. Dreams of mastering a skill. Like sandstone, trifle pewter, and citrine and crystal glass, and the color emerald and armor. Emerald and armor stands and anvils and dogs for their loyalty, and koalas for their adorable appearance, and eggplants for their fruit, not for their strange shape. She prefers to consume giant lizard and yellow bullhead and tomato wine, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. You always know you're doing well when you like eggplants for their fruit. Many people hate mosquitoes. It's possibly one of the most relatable dwarven dislikes. It's like mosquitoes, blood gnats. It's like all of the gross bugs. It's like, yep, nope, mood. I agree. Feel you there, dwarf. And let's just make these easier to queue up. This should be enough so that everybody can get a bedroom. Apparently I'm short one bed. Speaking of bugs, there's a spider on my wall. A little spider, though. Nice spider. All right. Eggplant, like, unironically, eggplant tastes delicious. I love the flavor of eggplant. I'll just cancel those two for right now until that wall's in place. Making sure everybody gets a bedroom. Yep, everybody's got a bedroom now. All right, dwarves, you officially can stop complaining about bedrooms. Now everybody gets their cabinets. Well, some of them start getting their cabinets, just like some of them are going to start getting their chests. Claiborne, thanks for chucking a sub at Kobold the Brave, who I think is doing homework right now, but... Just poking the train. I like trains. But thank you for poking the train. All right, so something else I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to mine out all of this tetrahedrite. So I'm thinking this is going to be like sleeping and entertainment layer. Homework is better without commercials. This is true. So something I think I'm going to do real quickly here is I'm going to make a very, very, very shitty tiny forge. Because this is maybe not a good layer for it. Yeah, let's just go down here. I'm just going to make a very small, crappy forge. Which, watch it just become my permanent long-term forge. But I just need you know, your metalsmith. I need your wood burner, and I need my smelter. And we're just going to make we're going to smelt like 25 or so tetrahedrite, and we're going to make some armor and some hammers just so that I can get some soldiers training. Because I'm a little worried right now. Smelter, that's what I need. Let's just queue up charcoal. Let's say charcoal. 25. Let's see what's going on up on the surface, actually. More undead bull corpses. Temporary forge that will still be here when the fort retires, yes. And I'm going to smelt 25 tetrahedrite. Actually, hold on. I don't even know how much wood I have. Oh no, miasma. That's not good. Something's stinking. Rotten puppy, mangled corpse. I don't want to know. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so that should be fun. I think I'll just queue up exactly the number of I need afterwards. Can be recalled forever in history. Yes, the temporary forge. Run puppy by a mangled corpse. I mean, just say small and true, actually. Small and cozy. There you go. Cooler knows what's up. All right, let's go to add work detail. We're going to make a weaponsmithing detail. Turns out nobody has weaponsmithing skills, so I'm going to give it to lead. I think is what we'll do. It was one half of the lady couple that we have that were both peasants. Oh no, it's raiding fetid blobs again. Ugh. Are they still undead on the map? I'm curious if it, changes. I think the undead moose might be leaving now. The purple moose. God, those... Just, one of these could probably kill an entire fort. Those are no fucking joke. It's also worth noting that up here on this world map, these are all goblin pits up here. So they've probably got undead creepy stuff. There's also Dark Human Fortress of Lizard Hate. I'm sorry, Cooler. I found the Dark Human Fortress of Lizard Hate. They must hate lizards. Ooh, gotta love a tomb with population. It's a fun world. I'm not doing anything until the ads end, so I'm just gonna sit here and stare at this. Actually, I'll go use the restroom because ads. Yeah, you can tell them I'll be right back. All right, I return. What did the subtitles do? Do I want to know? Not in-game, no. It is not possible. Monty Python reference? Okay. Generally, I miss Monty Python references. Reason number one, I haven't seen any actual Monty Python movies in over a decade. And reason number two is my favorite Monty Python movie isn't technically a Monty Python movie. It's just a movie that half of them wrote and half of them are in. Which is A Fish Called Wanda. I guess I'm just one of those soulless... I was one of those soulless kids that didn't find them particularly funny. I think they're hilarious now as an adult, but as a kid, I didn't find Monty Python's humor to be particularly funny. But I love and loved A Fish Called Wanda. All I have to say is, asshole! Very good movie. Best special effects I've ever seen in a movie, too, when they hold him upside down out the window. Because you can literally just, like, see that he's lying on a painted thing and the camera's turned sideways. It's pretty good. I should rewatch that movie. It's a very good movie. You grew up on Monty Python? Yeah. I mean, I saw, what's it called? And I saw The Holy Grail. You know, I've seen those movies. I just as a little kid, I didn't think they were particularly funny. Fine. Them dig that. It's a lot of copper. Then we'll do copper helms, copper shields, and silver warhammers. Okay, so we're gonna wait until all of them. Ooh, okay. So there. Oh my god. Well, that's not terrifying. Chat, we're gonna go down to the caverns because I think they're safer than the surface. Welcome to the Hotel California. Are undead trap avoid in this version, chat? Oh no, definitely dry humor is way better as a grown-up. Absolutely. You don't think so? What is that? That's an undead giant eagle. Let's make 5 wooden cages. And, it's too hard to see which one's the door. The door is right there. Move you up, move you up, move you up, move you up. So what I'm thinking is we cage trap them. You're sure it wants a hug? Oh, it definitely wants a hug. It wants to hug me with its beak to death. So I'm going to make cage traps. We're going to see if we can start catching undead stuff. I wonder if I'm still producing grates and forgot. Chat, do you guys think I'm still producing grates, and do you think I forgot to disable the production of grates? Based on the number of grates in this here stockpile, do you think I forgot to tell them to stop making grates? There's a giant undead eagle on the map. Sorry. I did, in fact, forget to turn off making grades. Yeah, that is pretty great. Well, we got lots of greats. It's a very great fort. It was a grading experience. Well, I mean, it's going to be about as grading as these jokes. This is an ingrate. This is ingraded in my memory. Greatly appreciated. You're so grateful. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm sure that our great fortress is greatly appreciated by all those who have seen it so far. These puns are rather grating. Well, that tends to happen when you have grateful intentions. Time to put on the Grateful Dead? I think you greatly underestimate my ability to just keep this going. Oh no. Oh, that can't be good. Oh, that's really bad. Giant walrus, yes. I didn't like going onto the surface anyway. I didn't like going onto the surface ever. Yeah, it's a giant walrus. Ability to fly lost. Well, that's good news. What am I going to do for migrants? Cry and hope they run quickly. Mostly. Yeah, I gotta say the walrus outrunning the eagle is kind of incredible, actually. Although he's getting tired. Guys, just beat the shit out of the eagle. He's already ripped the wing off. Come, like... Her right wing's gone. Yeah, he ripped the wing off. Like, the body parts that went flying earlier, that was the eagle. Oh, is it leaving? No, it's not. It's like doing the worm. Well, shoutouts to the giant walrus for not dying. He's literally just got cuts. She'll make it. Giant eagle corpse foot. Yeah, literally took his corpse to... Shoutouts to Walrusy. That's all I gotta say. Shoutouts to the walrus. It's actually an ocean. It's not a snow. It's only weird if you make it weird, Hunk. Only weird if you make it weird. But yeah, no, we're gonna set this up so I can try and catch things. I just need another door. I don't think walruses are war trainable, but chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. I missed my mute button. Ow! For fuck's sake, I might go do my lunch break. Or 1,000 kilograms. Huh. You mean a ton? All right, Chad. You guys to go do some math and find out how big a giant walrus is. I'm gonna leave the game paused for 2 minutes and go do my lunch break. I will be back momentarily after I've eaten a sandwich and hopefully cured whatever the fuck's causing this sneezing fit. I'll be right back.
357 meat from a giant walrus.
Wow. I should eat some giant walruses. Speaking of, I need to plant more food. Okay. And I realize there's no seats for plump helmets. That's fine. I need to plant more walruses. I mean, that would probably also be smart. Do they need to graze? That sounds like a dumb question to ask about giant walruses, but... Do giant walruses need to graze, chat room? They all left the map, but... There's a new undead eagle corpse on the map. This one can fly. They don't? Good lord, we should tame some giant walruses. Although if we get desperate for food, we can start butchering the dogs. They're an exotic mount. There's something kind of funny about that. All right, so let's do silver warhammer. Let's do 3 of them. And I'm going to make another temporary thing. We're going to make a temporary barracks. And get the moistness of rooms, which is Claiborne's squad training. Claiborne, would you like me to rename the moistness of rooms, or do you like the moistness of rooms as your squad name? I didn't name it. The game did. So, up to you. You trust the game? You think that the moistness of rooms is a good name? Also, you have a lover now. You're in love with Sezir the Miner. He'll take the moistness of rooms. I mean, someone has to, right? It's a thankless job. Taking on the moistness of rooms.
New fort. Crypt L, Crypt R, Crypt Beer.
Hell yeah. Probu, thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. I think it's about time, too. I think that Sizzle Tongues was getting kind of stale for some people. It was also just getting kind of slow. It was, like, running at pretty, you know, PowerPoint-y frame rates. Why do I feel like "and built a tavern" should be like the equivalent of like "and it went off to the farm"? But for Dwarf Fortress? It's like, what happened to the puppy? Oh, we took it to the farm. It went off to Grandma's house. It's like, oh no. What'd you do when you got there? Oh, we built a tavern. It was good time. It went to the caverns, pretty much. Let's place these. Oopsies. One too far over. Although this one here needs to be stopped so that I can fill all this in with walls. Be the right kind of wall, I would hope. And let them go do their thing now. Yeah, it's on YouTube already. The VOD for the end of the last fort. You just go skip to the end of it. You can just go find it. It's pretty easy to find. Jump to the end of the VOD. We did retire it though. Although I do have a backup from before we retired it. In case for some reason if I want to go back. But I don't think I will. I'm pretty much done with that one. It was a fun fort while it lasted, but usually pretty over forts once they're retired. You're boarded? Well, that sounds boring. No, I would not do that. In regards to consider editing the raw file to make walruses war trainable. Mostly because generally when I get exotic animals like that, I wouldn't want to war train them anyway. I would want to just simply farm them. I'd be more interested in making them like pull the carts from fortress to fortress, but making them war trainable, for me, if it's not vanilla war trainable, I'm never gonna make it war trainable. It's just how I play. Yes, cage art. I mean, it's the same way I'm about to do this. We're gonna dig out all this. Watch this. Once all this is dug out, I'm going to build floors on each of these layers, and then I'm going to build over these stairs, and then I'm going to rebuild them again. Also, something I need to do that I've spaced on earlier is I'm going to make wood, maybe not wood. Let's do copper nest box. Let's just do like 2. Because these chickens need nests. It's very slow, the walrus cavalry. Sounds a lot more threatening than it actually is. It just takes them 10,000 years to get to their target, which is why we decided that they're very ineffective and then decided to stop using them in the dwarven military and instead use them as livestock because they produce lots of meats but are just too slow to use as weapons. Quite like the color that sandstone has. But they're sheer mass. It's just a wall of walrus. That's why they call them walrus. It's because it's just a wall. You can't get past them. It's just a wall of angry blubber. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna mine out all this. Once all of this is mined out, we can go down to the bottom here, and I can be like, all right, fine, stairs. Siltstone. 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 One of the criticisms that I've seen leveled from older players of this game at this game that really irks me are the people that are just like, when are you going to fix the stairs, i.e. give us the old stair system back? The answer is never. They're never going to do that. They've stated that they're never going to do that. And while there's parts of the old stair system that I miss, I really wish that people weren't so frickin' absolutist about, like, games that they don't make. It's just like, when are you going to completely change this system that you spent a very long time making way more accessible? Like, never? So now I'm going to hold you hostage, or try to anyway, by leaving negative Steam reviews. Like, well, just learn how to use the new system. You'll be okay. No, I don't think they actually know what caused the general strike bug. Their old stair system? Go play the old versions of the game and play it. Basically, the way it worked before is you had 3 different types of stairs. You had up, down, and center. This is an up stair, one that only goes towards the upper side of the map. This is a up-down stair, and then this is a down stair. And you'd place all 3 of them separately and individually. That was the old stair system. Which, admittedly, felt a lot more flexible. But this one is way more accessible. No, you can't. You have to place 2 at a time. You cannot place a single stair at a time anymore. So this will give us eggs pretty damn quickly. Sure, but that's an extra click. It's not the old system. Yeah, I know. You can just place 2 and then delete 1, but that's not what I'm trying to explain to you. The old system, you could place 1 at a time, and they would not automatically connect to the other one, and you could select which of the 3. You can't just place an up-down stair without building the other 2, and you have to queue up 3 minimum to make an up-down stair. That's what I'm talking about. So yes, you can be like, yeah, you can. Yeah, and I agree, you can. But that's not what people complain about. And making hanging stairs is tricky now. Yeah, I completely agree with that, Neff. But it frustrates me to no end when I see people saying, "When are you going to fix this?" It's like, well, they're not going to fix it. They're going to improve the new system, not go back to the old system. The old systems were removed for a reason. I mean, I don't disagree, but I'm not going to leave the game a negative review for that. That's just silly. All right. Now that we're down here. 2 steel warhammers sitting right there. This. Also, Holly Golly rated me? I totally missed that. When did that happen? Yeah, I feel bad. Lunch break? Oh, man. Also, Orange, are you still present in my chat, by the way? Curious. Last second I was on break. Man, I feel bad. Sorry, Holly Golly, if you're still lurking. Appreciate the raids. Orange is here. So, Orange, what time are you leaving my apartment tomorrow morning? Orange is crashing at my place tonight, so. Should you have done the shoutout thing? I mean, you don't need to, but it would have been nice. I blame me devs for... You blame ME devs. I don't know what that means. Or who ME is. For ending and Warner Brothers for the Justice League thing. Mass Effect? I mean, you should listen to some interviews with them. Sorry, if you said BioWare, I would have known what you meant, but you should go read some interviews with them about that ending. They didn't realize people would be mad about it until it came out. Blaming people because you don't like a thing is a little bit redundant when hundreds of people work on the thing. Especially considering most of the devs didn't even realize what the ending was until the game was out. Which I think is... I don't give a shit about Mass Effect, but I think that that's kind of indicative to what happens when you have so many cooks in the kitchen. But blaming people or being mad at a thing because you... Blaming the people for making a product like that because you didn't like the ending is a little bit childish. Let's do that, and this. Also, Justice League was always bad, so you can't fix a turd. Some things just don't translate to film well. Just gets obvious when people try. Me with the hot takes today. I should smooth these walls. This one up here needs a bed, but I don't think I made enough. Yep. You disagree? That's okay. See how you're enjoying being in the military. You don't super enjoy it. You actually agree with me? I read it backwards. Okay, not the first time I've done that, so. I'm just queuing this up so I don't forget where I want to put it. That should line up right. Probably 8-ish. You don't want to disrupt the stream. Okay. So this is going to be Underground Stream Mark II. So it's going to come from somewhere up here, probably. And then flow all the way through here in like a snake pattern, and I'll build little bridges over it. Just getting it done and started now so that I'm making sure that I'm not colliding with things that I don't want to be colliding with. This is me being unnecessarily artsy with my fort. Looks like a good start to an accidental ceiling. Well, I'm glad that you appreciate the start for the accidental ceiling. How big this embark is? It's a default embark. What? My last one was a 6x6. This is a 2x2. Or I guess 4x4 rather, not 2x2. It's also generally why my embarks run, like, terribly. If you go into your setting thing, you can make them up to 16 by 16. But you'll get lots of hitching if you do 16 by 16. Like, lots of hitching. You just have to go into your options menu to do it. Which is, like, more than twice as big as my last embark, which was huge. But, like, when the game just stops and thinks for a little bit, that's what I mean by hitching. It's when it's deciding what types of animals are walking onto the map. Your laptop would take off? I don't know if it would take off. Like, it'll work. The game will just have to stop and think pretty frequently. When you open it here, it pauses for 30 seconds. There was a fort that I looked at on the community fort where it froze for 5 minutes and then the game crashed when I tried to open the stock screen. I was impressed. Like, very impressed. Okay, so what's on the map right now? Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 undead creatures. A giant snowy owl corpse. That is terrifying. Owls in real life that are living are terrifying. I love owls. Owls are beautiful. But you know how like a baby owl walks? Like, have you guys ever seen an owl? Actually, have you ever seen videos of owls walking? That's how I'm just imagining that, but also it's like I'm just gonna eat your face. They're all leg. They look like they have body, and then their body steps, and you're like, guys? All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What I'm gonna have to do, I have to pull this lever. I have to place a door right there. Should also make some mugs. So we're gonna get some migrants probably. Got to go. Fly safe, sir. Baby owls are adorable. All right, there you go. That door's relocked. So, I mean, freshly birthed anything isn't cute, in my opinion. Sorry to all of those new moms who are like, my baby's so cute. It's like, sorry, no, it's thing's terrifying. I would say they're more of a hoot, less of a harrow, but you know, you can say what you want. Yeah, they look like screaming lumps of like red skin. Okay, so I need empty cages. I guess that's why so many babies get named Jim, if they look like worms. What do you guys think of this design? Do you guys think it looks cool? Kind of undecided on it right now. I think it'll look cooler once there's water in there. Turtles are cute in all ages of life. I love turtles. But yeah, I tend to agree. You wish you could make a design like that? So make it. What's stopping you? Keep thinking I'm hearing combat sounds, but I'm not. So we can dig around this for future as well. Do I ever make beehives? I keep clogging your jugs. I make beehives usually if I'm doing a surface-only fort, and I don't generally do surface-only forts. Usually if it's a surface fort, it's a partial surface fort. Have we said farewell to Sizzle Tongues? Yep, Wiz, that has happened. The final VOD is up, though, if you would like to go take a look. Meat is tasty in real life. I can definitely agree with that. You know, it's kind of neat. Twitch's got a actual official how to do your taxes course for streamers thing now, which makes me wonder, and it's for partners, right? It makes me wonder, did they get in trouble because someone got audited and then they sued or something? Makes me wonder. Does actually make me wonder a little bit. Oh, that up-down stair got canceled because I finished the walls first. Nope. Did he get, so he got audited? Mizkif got audited? I know very little about Mizkif. I've seen pictures of his face a couple times, and that's about it. So. As somebody who's always done a very good job keeping his taxes in order, it just kind of makes me go, whenever I hear about like big streamers getting audited, it's like, really? You have one job. And doing your taxes is part of it. Said he had to give like $500K to the government. Well, to give you an idea, I made $36,000 last year, Canadian, and I had to pay, I think it was about $4,000. So if dude's making a couple milli a month, which is generally what those guys at that tier do, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. In fact, that seems low. Like if he's doing 6 figures monthly like most of those guys do, no problem. Maybe tomorrow. You know, that's like me. It's like I need to call my insurance company and like double check my insurance because they screwed something up. It's like, maybe I'll do it later. Maybe I will do it later. Not much sympathy for ultra-rich people complaining they're paying too much in taxes. I mean, as somebody who gladly pays his taxes because I know for a fact the amount that I owe in taxes would be less than I would owe monthly in some cases for medical fees. Oh yeah, no normal human should complain about having to pay taxes. Jerry Gord, thanks for the for trekking out a gift dwarf. Who am I giving a dwarf to? And then chat room, what kind of dwarf am I giving that person? How's my my squad leader doing? Trained hammer dwarf? Okay, let's find another hammer dwarf to toss into the squatty. Squatty boys. And bunch of frocks. What kind of dwarf would you like? My 6th yacht? 6th. Lightning rod drive is going to toss in the military, I think, so we're going to do that. There you go. You'd prefer beard, stoneworker, or miner? All right. Claiborne has one. Why is everybody trying to give him the Claiborne? Give you. While you figure out who you're gifting a dwarf to, I'm gonna give bunch of frocks their dwarf, which is actually a bunch of rocks, but which I only just figured out. Yes. All right. He is truly fulfilled, or is it because you guys always try and give it to the people that you're competing with on the bits leaderboard? He's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He does not trust others, and he does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. It's like the High Rollers Club for this chat. That's mean. Anyway, he does not generally respond to emotional appeals and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is stubborn, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He does not often feel lustful, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Bunch of rocks. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Sees competition as reasonably important, and likes sandstone, steel, and white jade, and cavefish tooth, and brown recluse spider silk. You must love that bridge then. It's made of sandstone. And brown recluse spider silk, warhammers and splints and giants for their height, and the words of the berries of serenity, and the sound of the we attracting no migrants. Okay, that's probably for the best. For a second I thought my population went down by 1. Personally, he prefers to consume rainbow trout, mood, shit's good, and dwarven wine, and absolutely hates mussels. Family-wise, he has a lover who's Fath, the miner. I am Wibbly. All right, chat. What kind of dwarf is I am Wibbly getting? And if they're here, congratulations, you're getting a dwarf. Our friend here, Jerry Gord, has bestowed the gift of dwarf upon your face, whether you like it or not. I mean, we could just make him Bunch of Rock's wife. You want me to make him Bunch of Rock's wife? Chat seems to have agreed on this. Wibbly. There you go, Wibbly. Or rather, not wife, but lover. Oh wait, hold on a second. Yeah, lover, not wife, lover. She prefers to be alone. It is what it is. I mean, there's worse places you could be. She is very trusting, and she accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she is slow to anger. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations at work and has a greedy streak, and she tends to be passive in discussions and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values tradition and values loyalty, and does not really value skills relating to fighting. She likes limonite, iron, chrysoprase, bitter orange wood, green glass, tiger shark, leather, and the color green yellow. Leather, armor, and geese for their formation, flying in the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to scream, "Black bullhead is delicious!" and muck roots, and finger mullet beer, and she hates cave spiders. No pets or anything. You're a member of the Earthen Creed, a religion. Apart from the alcohol to get through the working day. Well, I mean, that's just a dwarven necessity, right? You're making rock blocks. Oh, no. Got another crash. I hope this slows down at some point. Well, On the bright side, it won't be too hard to find those dwarves again. Early spring. We were in mid-spring, I think. Is intimidated by the undead. I think there might just be bugs that are surrounding undead, bumping into each other and fighting. DF is being a bit fiddly today. It certainly seems that way. Although, constructions-wise, I've lost, like, nothing. So, I guess that's good. Yeah, I basically just named 2 dwarves. That's all I've done, so. So it was Ineth, I think? See if I'm just... I just want to make sure I'm naming the right dwarves. What is the theme of this fortress? Well, it's a haunted glacier. We're getting to know a new faction, though. Yeah, that's what I think. I was pretty sure it was Feth right there. So that's with Lee and Ineth. Yes, I recognize that beard. Bunch of rocks. There we go. So we basically lost nothing. Just let me make sure there's still 2 in the squad. No, there isn't. You're both members of the original 7, by the way. Bunch of rocks and Wibbly. Lightning Roger was the one I was going to toss in there. Okay, so... Oh, I see what I haven't done yet. I haven't dug out my dumb little trench that's completely irrelevant. Okay, well, at the very least I can mimic it. That's literally all. Although, if that's actually, you know what? I should make it cut around this through here. I think that would look kind of cool. You know, honestly, if this is all that we lost, that's pretty okay. I can live with this. So chat, what I want you guys to do is every 15 minutes or so tell me to save. Because if there's some crashiness going on in this on this map, then I need to just get into the habit of saving more frequently. They don't necessarily need to be hard saves because they're probably just like... Because the first crash that we had was related to fighting with undead... Because it crashed the literal second my dwarves began fighting with that undead owl person. So if it's to do with, like, undead things fighting with undead things, it's probably not going to be repeating. If I had to guess. But this fort, it's a Untamed Wilds crossed with a terrifying, reanimating, vomit-raining biome. So it's a lovely place for your friends and family. I recommend that you and your dwarven family move in. I'm sure it'll be great. You'll love your stay here. And crashing and streamer getting frustrated at game crashing. That is the theme of this fort. As for projects, I just want to do stuff with minecarts, but gotta get things rolling first. Let's just make this stream bigger this time. Plan the future whole layout of this layer using this stream. We shall. Everything I make is natural looking in Dwarf Fort. Otherwise, it's not worth making. In a very good bedroom. Here's to see how you enjoy. Oh, right. Lead is injured. I totally forgot about that. I need a hospital. I don't really have anywhere to put it up there, so I guess we're going to put it down here somewhere. You know, actually, I could make the natural little stream run through the hospital, and we could just straight up put a well in there. So the stream could run up this way. And then run down through here. And back out this way. We could fortify it up. So things don't run through it. And then the hospital can be expanded around this side here. And that can be our hospital/doctor's guild. Has any royalty been taken? It's going to be a while before we have royalty in this fort, I think. If we ever get to royalty in this particular fortress. Also, I'm pretty sure the king of this faction is a goblin, which I can actually... Yep, goblin hunter. Everybody else seems to be dwarves, though. Generally assume that they're all taken, but like there's certain tasks that haven't been assigned yet that aren't taken, and generally I just assign tasks to people who want them. Speaking of people who want them, Lyagushka, I'm gonna make you into my chief medical dwarf, by the way. You're my broker and med dwarf. What? Did I not set you to continue? Oh, I see. Let's put that there for right now so I can build on top of this. And you know what? Might as well just dig out the rest of this as well. This can just all be hospital. Kind of is like asking for a raise. Like, I want to be a noble. It's kind of like asking for a raise, yeah. You must have the weirdest tower. Embark 300 hours apart. Started at level 27, but leading to you have all 3 caves and a magma sea. I've seen some weirdly shallow fortresses before. Also, holy crap. Portuguese streamer, or Brazilian streamer maybe? Streaming Dwarf Fortress with 11,000 viewers. Nice to see. It's nice to see big guns tune in. Plays the game for a bit. See, do I even have the stuff to make well? I do! You just generated a world and created a place with a joyous wilds right next to a terrifying biome, but you don't think there's any dwarves on the island. If you can make a fortress that spans the edge over top to the island, you can make it so that that island will get migrants and whatnot. Which is something that I do quite frequently. Thinking this can be a temple. I saw somebody do this, and I'm going to steal it, where they make a really large temple that's just a generic you do anything what you want temple, and inside of that temple is like 8 tiny zones that are all like 2 tiles wide with nothing but what do you call it? With nothing but an altar in them, and that's the other temples, and that's what we're going to do. So it's going to have this long little windy entryway that kind of goes through this. A little doorway right there. So this is going to be a mixed temple, basically. So it's going to have a big zone in the middle, and then all the way around the edge of it are going to be tiny little zones. And I just really liked that design idea. So I'm stealing it. Now, to make some beds. Am I out of wood? We're not out of wood. Okay. Bed. 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thought I made a traction bench, but I guess not. And then over here, let's do some floor grates. And chat, you guys didn't remind me, but I'm going to save in a second. Once they're done digging this. Yeah, thanks a lot, Ben. I definitely will remember next time. Thank you for reminding me this time, though. Coffee. But yeah, chat, tonight, one of my moderators, Orange_TJ, is crashing at my house tomorrow. I think what we should do is just be like, yo, dude, you can hang out with the stream for the intro bit. You can get out when I start streaming Dwarf Fort, but I think we should let him hang out for the beginning of the stream at the very least. You can hang out for records. Maybe we'll sit and just chatting for a little bit. But he's moving to my city from Montreal, so we hung out back in Montreal. More the merrier. Yeah, although there's not really, because there isn't much space back here, but I can drag another chair back here. Or I could actually just stand up the desk and we could do a standing intro. And I kind of want to just get all... God damn it. Kind of want to get all of this stuff out of here, but... Good lord. What is wrong with me today? It's all sneezing. It's like there's more dust in here than usual. But I can assure you that there's a perfectly normal amount of dust. Since I'm doing the save and load thing, chat, if you haven't yet, !merch in the chat to check out a Vile Force of Mug. If you yourself would like to be a Vile Force of Darkness in the morning, you could get yourself a Vile Force of Mug. Maybe you have a laptop or something and you want to be a tourist. You could put a Crypt Tourist on the back of it. Get yourself a 3x3 sticker. Anyway, for that. Ad placement, exclamation point, merchant chat. Or don't. It's all completely up to you. It's kind of cute. It's not bad, eh? Shoutouts to cooler_SK in the chat who did all the art. You drain the water below to protect for the water, and then either on the same level of the floor, but higher you drain it out. No U-shapes needed also in the making the drainage and the intake water. I understand your rambles. Ramble make perfect sense to me. Little black creature walked in that undoubtedly came out of the magma and wanted to slay monsters. That's kind of awesome. You know, I've seen some stuff like that, Janiton, on various streams. I myself haven't seen it yet, but there's something real cool about just like a friendly angel adventurer just walking out of the rock being like, I want to be your friend and kill monsters. Peace, nerds. It's just way too awesome. Way too cool. What's going on the surface? Huh? Or undead bulls. All right, so let's go traction bench, which we just have one. And beds in between. And this right here can be, well, this right here can be a hospital zone. Oopsies. I hit cancel instead of accept. Classic streamer move. It's the, I'm good at this game, I swear. Now watch me be good at this game. And then you do extraordinarily dumb thing and you're like, I still swear that I'm good at this game. Who put that button upside down today? I have no idea. All right. Doctor is going to be... Magushka. Diagnoser is going to be Aiden, sure. Surgeon is going to be Dobar, who's a novice surgeon. And you're going to be a... Sure, the leather worker can be the bone doctor. And then once I do that, I'm going to go to jobs. I'm going to go to orderlies, only selected do this, and then everybody who's got the little thingy next to their name. Medical symbol. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus maybe 2 more. And now this dwarf can finally get their surgery. And their left ribs. Oh, man. This dwarf's had a broken heart for like half a year. I feel so bad. Imagine getting surgery to fix a broken heart, chat. I'm pretty sure that dwarves, like, have, like, stone hearts, right? Which is how their hearts can be fractured. This is the lady with the little wife. Ian, how's your wife been? You doing okay, too? Frustrated at being unable to pray. I would be, too. It sounds like she was in and out of hospital pretty quick. There's just some stitches she needed. Well, let's get all of this done. It's not the weirdest injury dwarves can get, though. The weirdest injury dwarves can get is like dying from a beard infection. My favorite like dumb injury that a dwarf can die from. It's like, how'd you die? I got a beard infection. Yeah, they can get infected beards and die from their beard infections. All right, well, I'm not sure what else they could possibly be. Oh, I know what they're doing. They're all doing this. It's a vital organ? Yeah, true. I mean, wash your beard. Actually, yes. Definitely wash your beard, especially if it gets a cut. Wash cuts on your beard, especially. Could it get infected by a goblin? That's true. You gotta check those big beards from goblins. It's what, beard goblins? Is that like crabs? Speaking of crabs, do you have any more crabs on the surface? Oh my god. I love this biome. This is a really good map, chat. We have giant leopard seals. How big is a giant leopard seal? I'm actually curious. Somebody go look at the wiki. How big is a giant leopard seal? Also, there's currently nothing undead on the map. So because there's currently nothing undead on the map, I'm going to take the opportunity to mine through this. Well, I'm going to push this up to way higher priority. Want them to come mine through this, and we're going to scatter some cage traps out here. And by cage traps out here, I mean cage traps out here on the ocean. I'm also gonna get a bunch of dwarves for a bit here, gathering from this. So we gotta keep an eye out. Getting all that wood in the side, building traps. You forgot how much you dislike the strap corners? Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I actually don't like the way the Rounded Hills mod looks. I look at it and I'm like, that doesn't look like Dwarf Fortress to me. Because it just doesn't look that way in any version of the game, period. Played this game for too long with a particular style to be able to look at other styles. It also it reminds me of certain tile sets that I don't like, so I'm going to make a meeting area that goes along here. So this is just going to be no specific deity, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. So 12. Okay, that's plenty of space. So you're to no specific deity. Then I need 1. Oops. I guess I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, duh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And down here, you can be expanded up to this. And also to this, because why not? Temple. 1. Temple. 2. Temple. 3. Hello, Pablo Rasta. Nevimir, no problem, dude. I'm glad you watched them. 1, 2, 3, 4. A lot of these are going to just have no worshippers. That's okay. Because they might get worshippers in the future, and I'd rather have a temple available for them. I like this one. The god of moon, night, and dreams. The labyrinthine knot of something. I don't think I missed any, so then what I can do is I can go through each of these and do this. Trust me, none of these temples are worth visiting. Also, something that's going to take me forever to come to terms with and get used to is people referring to tile set variances or different tile sets or different tile set tweaks as mods. Because I've played Dwarf Fortress for over a decade, right? No one ever called a different tile set or a tile set variant as a mod. Oh, you're using that variant of that tile? Okay, you're using this tile set? Oh, you're using this tile set. Cool. Now everybody's calling them mods because they're on the workshop. So apparently now everything that's on the workshop equals a mod, which I don't agree. Unless it changes the gameplay, it's just a slight variance in tile set. Steam Workshop equals mod. Yeah, texture pack is way closer, but like, it's like suddenly all of the terminology for like the entire history of Dwarf Fortress has changed, and it's so weird to me. I don't think it's possible to make your own tile set currently for this version of the game, like at all. At least, not entirely. Texture mod is a mod. Doesn't change the fact it's going to take me a billion years to get used to it and probably never actually change. I will probably just continue referring to them as tile set variants. Because that's all it really is. It's like, okay, you changed 2 textures. It's not a mod. Challenge accepted? No, I'm pretty sure like you can't make custom dwarves right now. But texture pack is far more accurate. I'm not going to complain. People can call them what they want to call them, but it's just weird to me. That's the main thing. It's odd. Something that's gonna take me a while to get used to. Aw, look at you. Claiborne, you have a lover. You're in love with Cesar the Miner. What's on the surface? That leopard seal?
Crypt
Yeah.
debug.
Love, definitely. Montycore, thank you very much for the second month. Well, you need to get married before you can start reproducing. And I'm not even saying that as like some traditional weirdo. Like, that's just kind of actually how the game works. Gotta get married first, just like Dwarf Fort. Has always been. Oh no. Did undead reindeer walk onto the map and I missed them? Oh yeah, they did. Hold on a second, then where? Oh, I see. They are outside on the surface. Wibbly is fighting. I'm gonna just try and run all the dwarves inside. Run away, Wibbly. Run away. Run away. Keep running. Oh, you're bleeding. There you go. Holy crap, they move quickly. Let's follow this bone carver. Better run. Get into the fort. Rest in peace, Wibbly. Okay. Lead made it in. Oh, I see what I forgot to do. You're loading a cage trap. I respect the enthusiasm, but you might want to turn around. And now there's a named undead bull corpse. New fort indeed. This would have been a great holiday fort, actually, with the undead reindeer everywhere. At least it was a dramatic death and not an anticlimactic death. The problem is they're not going to be dead for very long. Want to just pull the lever? Yeah, I kind of do. Okay, door's locked. Let's go back to being underground. Rudolph's Revenge. Angry Santa. Oh, Wibbly's been missing for a week. They figured it out. All right, let's make some slabs. Contaminated salt blocks. Something like that. At least we got a bunch more wood into the fort so we can make more beds and such. Should have done this sooner, but I totally forgot. Well, these are definitely going to be where I'm going to put the initial gravestones, I think. F, yep. I hope that her husband isn't too mad. Is the reindeer's nose covered in Wibbly's blood? Or like their teeth? No, actually covered in fetid slush. And snow. I'm not actually seeing much blood. I mean, it may have been washed off already, too. Oh, did I never set that on this timeline? I guess I didn't. Because Rudolph, yeah, well, these aren't Rudolphs. These are just reindeer. It's more like Rudolph the dead-nosed reindeer. And run away there, Dwarf, because this is about to flew. That was a direction to go, Dwarf. All right, well. There goes our stream. What do you think, chat? Red-nosed murderer. Yeah. I'm going to need to, speaking of stream, I'm going to need to give these dwarves some more food pretty soon. I mean, these dwarves need some zen in their lives. Because they're unfortunately surrounded by death, destruction, murder, and goring zombies, so... Also, an ad's about to start, so I'm just going to pause the game when the ad starts. You guys don't miss anything. Wait, hold on. The hens claim nest boxes? Wow, I didn't know that. The more you know. Huh. Wonder if they claim them like bedrooms. I mean, it makes sense that they would claim them, but... it's just kind of funny. And I'm going to... slaughter... one of the dogs. No, not... No, I need to be careful about my dog supply. Give the hens a coffer and a cabinet? You know, don't tempt me. It's probably all siltstone anyway. Trying really hard to make this fortress just look awesome from the get-go. What is this stream for? I'm streaming because it's my job? I don't understand the question. Oh, unless you mean the little creek. Aesthetics and water source. Mostly aesthetics. Sorry, I just, brain went in the wrong direction with that. I was like, what is this stream before? I'm streaming because it's my job? I don't understand the question. I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. I should drink twice the coffee. That'll definitely help with my cognitive abilities.
Crypt Wave.
Speaking of cognitive abilities, how you doing? Good to see you, Neil. Thanks for keeping that sub alive for 68 months. Almost nice. Mood, Kadon. What is your purpose? What is your favorite color? That's like one of the few. What is your quest, actually, is the... What is this stream for? I don't know. That was a pretty unsolicited existential crisis. I mean, 30, thanks for the prime for the second month. That's what this stream is for you to throw your prime at. Mm-hmm. Def. Totally. Okay, I made 15 rock slabs. I've engraved that memorial, and I can now place that memorial. F's for your VAD, chat. One of the original 7, I think. Such a shame. Neil, thanks for the 68 months. Cernev, thanks for the second month with Prime. And Broccoli, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Now you don't need to worry about seeing ads now. Cheers. Save. Will do. Now we just need one more Prime subscription and we can get a Prime train. And then maybe we can get back up to 1,200 subs. Currently we're at 1,155. Which feels low after December, but is still like way higher than anything I've ever had in my entire life, so I'm totally okay with that number. Grid, thanks for checking out 2 gifts. To Shroomobile, and Fat Gnome Boss. Fat Gnome Boss, which is hard to say, not as gnome. And Jerry Gordon, thanks for the 10-pack. Thanks, dude. I think I loaded the right fort. Dang. Yes, Neil. Did it just crash? No, just saving. I like doing the jump out to main menu instead of doing a hard save. Thanks a ton, man. Okay, so... And still Anatus has redeemed a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? I will turn my camera off and scroll through the list. Well, actually, I don't need to because they all fit on one screen now that one of them died. Which dwarf would you like? You could literally just tell me the name. What happened to Zwari's ear? Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it, actually. Don't worry about it at all. Vakar the Bone Carver? The most pissed off dwarf on the list? Or, actually, maybe not the most. Yeah, actually, the most pissed off dwarf. You want the most pissed off dwarf? Okay. Still in Tuus. You are frail. You're not actually stressed, though, which is interesting. You are quick to anger. So you're upset because you experienced trauma, and you're horrified reliving that trauma. I'm so very sorry. That is awful. Like, actually, I feel like this area right here should just be made into like an open tavern design similar to the last part. What do you think, chat? The more I look at this entryway, I think this right here should just be a tavern. We could just like put some stills along the back here, fill this area out. Are the greats aesthetic only? Yeah, mostly aesthetics. We do like a thing like around the side here, and this could. What do you think? When this fort gets huge, can you make a Gelder for you? I don't know if we'll ever need a Gelder, but noted. She is very quick, very quick to anger, and she has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Yeah, you're fucked. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to boredom of harmonious living. Well, you'll get that here, and is often nervous. You're pretty new to DF, and using DF streams like that. Using streams to like that decorate can be awesome. You do it for lava for the same purpose? Sure. And lava is significantly safer than water because lava, dwarves just walk past it, whereas water, with lava, dwarves just walk past it. With water, dwarves try and pass through it, which can cause them to get pushed upstream and drown randomly. So it's only a matter of time until there's a dead dwarf somewhere in the stream. She likes to brawl, and she sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She has a sense of duty, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She begins speaking in monotone whenever she's angered, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And she needs lead. She likes lead, wood, opal, and the sound of the russet meadow, and when possible, prefers to consume great horned owl and mead, and absolutely hates leeches. So because you're so stressed, I'm just gonna turn off all your labors, and we're gonna give you some enjoyable-ish jobs so that you're not super bored, but you're just not going to do the majority of tasks for a bit. Also, chat room, thank you very much for the level 3 hype train. If you do have a Prime sub, now's the time to pop it to jump in on that. Otherwise, appreciate you guys all the same. All right, well, we'll get to that later. Yeah, this actually is starting to look pretty rad. You just lost your 15 tickets. Oh, no. Sorry, C-Mage. Thanks for checking out a gift sub. Cheers. All right. You guys are too goddamn kind. All right. Like, even post-hype, I'm still making more in an average stream than I used to make in a week before Dwarf Fortress got released. So, you guys are way too kind. This is going to become a tavern. / dining hall. Shut up, you deserve it. Well, I mean, it's just a fact. All right, let's do that and that. Is it necessary to have separate dining halls associated with a tavern? They don't need to be associated with, but they give different happy thoughts. So I would say it's a good idea too. Certainly not necessary. To be able to place clay or soil to make floor gardens? I mean, you can just dump water on them. You don't need to be able to do that. I should also just place our first still down here, which I'm going to make out of sandstone because that's going to be a pretty color. We already have a dead dwarf. Oh, someone missed the death a minute ago. Someone wasn't watching the stream. Yes. Wibbly died. Which is why this is here. Fath. They went missing. By that, I mean, I think is probably a zombie now. No, actually, but did get gored to death by an undead reindeer. Plus another died? Who was the other one that died? We haven't gotten to 20 dwarves yet. I have no idea what you're talking about, Pablo Rasta. That's not a diagram. And I know what Putnam figured out, and it doesn't change the effectiveness of this. It's still just as effective in the same way that we previously thought it was effective. It's just effective for different reasons. So just keep using the exact same stairway layout. But just remember, it's only effective if you put walls in between them. Doesn't matter about the outside diagram. It's the walls in between them that makes it effective. Because the actual, like, optimal fort for Dwarf Fortress would be to build every room like this. Based on Putnam's discovery. Oopsies. This is, like, weirdly difficult to do. This would be the optimal everything room. Would just be making everything into a checkered board. This would be the optimal fortress for everything. To limit maximum line of sight. That would be the optimal fortress design. Based on the way the code works right now. And Putnam's discovery. Which means this actually is really good for frames. Cats are the perfect being? Oh my god. I don't know who gave you that thought. It's a dangerous thing to think. Especially around cats. Don't let them hear you say that. I wonder if anyone's done that fort. I know Putnam was joking about it. Saying that they were considering it, but I don't know if they ever actually did. It's gonna be food storage down here. How's the flight? Are you in the air yet? You're thinking about doing a peak performance fort? I'd love to see you guys try. But, yeah, I don't know. I had some people get really passive-aggressive with me going, why are you still recommending people make fortresses that use this system when it's not actually as optimal as you thought it was? It's like, no, it is. It's still just as optimal. It's just for different reasons. Which is actually the reality of it. You just flew over Ottawa? Whew, that's for the best. So, chat, it's official. Orange is the highest person in the chat right now, unless somebody else is in a plane. Soft Ottawa rage. I'm sorry there, bud. Did I offend you with my statement? We have someone on the ISS. I wonder if their internet's good enough to watch Twitch up there. Probably. That would actually be really cool, though. All right, so... Oh, I see. They do unclaim them. That's interesting. Still no migrants. Understandable. I didn't really have anything to sell. Let's see. How much charcoal do I have? Shush you. Got 8 charcoal. Let's make 3 shields and 3 helms out of copper. Let's make rock mug. Be 25. I'm trying to think what else do I need for dwarves to like cheer them up a bit. Plump helmets. More plump helmets. Is there a good way to make necromancers eat and drink? Unlive them. Turn the necromancers into liches. Make them undead necromancers, then they don't need to eat or drink. But no, there's no way to make them eat. You can sometimes force them to drink using, you can sometimes force... God. You can sometimes force them to drink using, tavern keepers, because tavern keepers just force things to drink, but it's not that consistent and doesn't always work. Can you eat a necromancer? Just ask the necromancer for consent first if you do. Sucks to be one of the dwarves who's got the apartment that's right next to the tavern. It's like, oh god damn it, they're partying all night again. What's a kobold tower? It's a necromancer tower that got taken over, then a kobold moved in. That's a kobold tower. It's basically just like there was an empty necromancer tower and Kobold was like, I live here now. I made this. Pretty much, yeah, actually. And I'm going to make a dining hall in the middle, which is going to go right there. Oopsies. Then you are going to become the tin plum, which is going to get removed from up here. So now, this is my new tavern / dining room. I've seen kobold. My favorite one was I saw a kobold town, and the population was 10, which means that like 5 or something kobolds moved into an abandoned human town. The game classified it as a kobold town, which is peak comedy as far as I'm concerned. Just gonna forbid all these so that no idiots, dwarves, try and pull these boulders out of here and then drown in the process. Like that one. Kobolds can't read because they don't understand the concept of language. So one of my favorite things about Dwarf Fortress is in the ethics page on the wiki. is this. So each of the different factions have their own default ethics, right? So you can actually get a really good character like grip of which of the different factions. But kobolds are over here on the right? So for dwarves, lying is a personal matter. The elves will exile you if you're caught lying. The humans, it's a personal matter. The goblins, it's a personal matter. And for the kobolds, it's completely not applicable because they don't understand the concept of speak. They have language, but their language is entirely contextual. So unless both kobolds were present at the time that the word was created, based on the context of the thing that they're saying, they can't understand each other. So they can only understand each other based on the immediate happenings around them. So like oath breaking, well, that's obviously not applicable for a kobold because how do you promise something when words are all contextual? So. You know, it's just like torture for information. Not applicable, because they don't have information. Treason is unthinkable, but how do you commit treason when they don't know what their laws are? I love kobolds. They're adorable for that reason. I mean, it's very helpful if you and all of your kobold friends, like, are in the same room all the time, because then you can develop some pretty decent contextual language. And that's kobold, and that's Tarn Adams speaking kobold. When the fortress fell. Pretty much, actually, yes. Nunu Doodoo, thank you very much for the Prime subscribu. Cheers, friend. But yeah, no, it's really funny when you see like the translations too of the kobold stuff and like in Legends mode, because it's just like, what does this mean? Theft, death, kill, murder. Oh, that's lovely. Tarn and Blind at the bar. Me and Tarn have been to a bar. Well, more of a restaurant. Hungry dwarves? Oh, absolutely. Hungriest. I should start making rock pots. Rock pot. Let's just make 150. And I'm going to tell my dwarves to be very, very, very brave and maybe butcher something. And I'm going to make a tiny little animal training zone right here. My fortress is out of food. Oh, no! That's why we're eating a dog. Actually, we might unironically just need to go down to the caverns. And also, pick a spot to turn into a garden, which I was going to do down here, but... Butcher, fast. Yes, exactly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my woodworker's shop, which is all the way the hell up here. Go to you, and I'm going to type in pipe and cork. Gonna make one of each of those. What's on the map right now? Puffins! Which is adorable. Should I risk it, chat? There's no zombies on the map. Yes. Still the same map. Which also, yes, includes, like, forgotten beasts. Jerry Gord, who am I giving a dwarf to? Risk it? Yeah, probably. Well, there's currently no zombies on the map. I'm giving it to Cilantro Gamer. Chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving to Cilantro Gamer? I'll show you guys the list. Who's Cilantro get? What do you think? I don't have a cook. I don't even have a kitchen. Currently, every dwarf in this fort is a planter. The armorer? Diagnoser. Nature lover. So that would be the woodcutter. What's up, Goose? This is profiling. I accept that. Well, it's just like people telling me I can't see all the time. It's like, hold on a second. That's a bit much. I'm thinking we give him. I'm thinking we give Cilantro Gamer the armorer over here. Isn't that the best when you see your own emotes pop up in a chat room? Genuinely the best. When it's not your chat room, that is. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and rarely feels discouraged. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She tends to avoid crowds, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. And she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and does not hold on to grievances and needs booze to not die after working a day of work. Personally finds leisure time to be wasteful and sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. You must be fun at parties. Likes cinnabar, steel, turquoise, and gray squirrel, and bones and picks and amulets and flasks and the words of the berries of serenity and the sight of the adoration of butterflies. When possible, prefers to consume mackerel, garden cress, and perry, and absolutely hates rats. Except you're a dude and you don't drink alcohol. I love it when, like, it's close enough that it's like, wow! It's like getting your palm read. You do have a kindred spirit, though. You're kindred spirits with that tier. You're an accomplished armor smith. All right, so I just got to keep close tabs on this. Puffins are totally fine. Totally okay with having puffins on the map. I'm just trying to get all of these plants harvested as quickly as possible. All right, we found Wibbly's dead body. Let's see if we can get that inside. You know, it's actually possible that Wibbly died in a
drinking industry.
I also like drinking industry. It's totally possible that Wibbly died in a location that was far enough away from the undead biome that they didn't become zombied. Oh yeah, no, I think they did. I think Wibbly actually died somewhere that like isn't zombie rezzing. Beyond Moist. What's up? Thanks for tier 1. And Leroy as well with the 3 months. Welcome back. I still can't fully wrap my mind around how frequently I get subs now. It's crazy. So thank you, Chad. Something I'm genuinely looking forward to is every year around my birthday, I do a charity stream. And I'm usually, we raise like $2,000 in like 8 or 9 hours. Really curious about how much we can do in a charity stream next round. Been dwarfing for years and ain't going anywhere. The occasional other weird game might show up. Like, I've actually realized there's actually, like, 2 games coming out in the next, like, 90 days that I'm excited about, which is weird. I want to play that System Shock remake real bad. Make sure I promote it on Reddit. Oh, I will. I want to play that new System Shock remake real bad, and I also want to play, oh, am I blanking on the name of it? It's the people who made Crypt of the Necrodancer publishing it. Industries of Titan, Brace Yourself Games, Mech Game it's sort of turn-based, but also not really. What the fuck was the name of that video game? I knowsies. I've played the demo twice. This is terrible for moods. Reminder to save. Phantom Brigade. Yeah, that's the other one that I'm excited about. But yes, I do need to save. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Phantom Brigade. I want to stream that. This is an evening game. Welcome to Drowning. Yep. Waterlung. It's very game. Much lung. But I see the demo. I don't know which demo you're talking. Oh, and unless you're talking about System Shock, yes, I've played various versions of that game. I was trying to think of like which one would be pixel graphics out of those two. System Shock is kind of pixel graphics-y. Oh, you tried playing that in your laptop, cried? What, Phantom Brigade? Yeah, I wonder. I can't wait for the agitated giant walrus chat. Key sounds? Well, just giant puffins. Base item in tune. I haven't seen any giant puffins yet, but I've been scattering traps around. I honestly, I want the giant walrus more than the puffins. I'm pretty sure that you just dropped the body halfway to go take a meeting. What a guy. No, those are just puffins. Oh, no, we do. Okay, never mind. We do have giant puffins. We also have had normal puffins. I guess I could chuck some cage traps out here, or try to. Never mind. Out of mechanisms. I'm just paranoid that big creatures are going to show up. No, puffins can fly. Although some penguins can fly. I thought there's like 1 or 2 types of penguins that can fly a little bit. They're just not very good at it. Which makes them more into comedic failures than anything. Let's throw more cage traps out here. Never mind. seen your videos with your fortress in the community video series, and you don't comprehend how people build fortresses that big and complex before a decade of game without stressing to death about their dwarves? Well, you don't stress to death about all of your dwarves. You stress to death about like 4 or 5 of your dwarves, and the other 195 are cannon fodder. Right? Like, kind of the idea of Dwarf Fortress is you're not worrying about every single dwarf. And if you're worrying about every single dwarf, you're kind of overthinking it. Which isn't to say that you're playing the game wrong. Like, Dwarf Fortress is like The Sims, but also the Lemmings, right? And if you're playing The Sims, that's great. But also, you have 80 lemmings alongside of your Sims. Did something just scare them back in? Oh, I caught a giant puffin. A giant puffin. Caught a giant puffin. Very excited. I caught a giant puffin, chat. All right, it's time to make a stockpile down here for animals. Giant puffin eggs, anybody? For their colorful beaks? I don't know about that. It's more like because chat told me to. Oh god. This surface shit is so bad for stress. Because there's just like this fetid slush everywhere. It's basically raining like snow vomit. So we're getting some stupidly pissed off dwarfs from it. Lovely. Yep. You know it. Free ice cream. Please don't ever say that in relation to snow vomit ever again. Thank you. Sincerely, me and everybody else who just read that message. Why saving so often? Well, this is quarterly saves, but why saving so often? Because I've had 4 crashes, I think. 3 crashes today? But this is just quarterly saves. It saves every time the season rolls over. I'll eventually get lulled back into my false sense of security. Okay, so because season rolled over, I'm actually just going to forbid everything over here. We've got a bunch of extra wood now. That I should select the right one. Let's get that giant puffin back inside, and then we'll lock everybody inside. We'll do it that way. Trying to get the majority of the dwarves back inside. Every flavor snow. Oh no. I'm kind of tempted to just make a. I might just make us a mist generator to compensate for that. It's pretty bad. That, or I could maybe just redirect some water or something to get the equivalent effect. Here's your shield, here's your mace. Yeah, until you then have extremely strong dwarves that run around tantruming. Right? That's usually what ends up happening if you do that. Unless they happen to also fit the military as they start tantruming. And then you just have extremely strong murder machines that start killing all of your dwarves. Alright, let's turn this off again. I mean, I do also have this mist, but they don't use that staircase enough. One, two. 1, 2. Okay, it's not gonna fit there. Let's see if this will. 1, 2. 1, 2. Do 1, 2. Yeah, it's not gonna work there. Oh well. So instead of that, we'll just do the small one right here, which is gonna be one further over. So it'll be 1, 2, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, right there. She'll just be right there. True freak. Gotta read a thing. I don't do the things that Southward Sal does because I don't want to. Could I just do the thing that Southward Sal does? Sure. I have my own tricks and way of making things work. Just because Sal does it doesn't mean it's the only method of doing things. But also, if you want the same effect, literally just click this button. Right? Literally, that's a perfectly effective way of getting the exact same effect. Trying to control an aquifer and even finding one with pro tips. What are you trying to do? I mean, I've got an aquifer controlled. I mean, are you trying to just get through it? Because this is a controlled aquifer. Are you trying to just get through an aquifer? Or you just dig through it? Caravan has arrived. All right, we're going to keep the dwarves inside. Pull a lever. Let's make water wheels and stuff. I mean, you want to make water wheels. Just do this. Dig in multi-layers into a aquifer like this until it flows 3 to 4 deep. It won't work on this because it's not deep enough. And then go down to a layer like this. Grab yourself a mechanism. Toss a mechanism right there. And then grab a water wheel. And then just throw a water wheel on the side right there like that. And this should have enough flow that it should work. I say should because I haven't tested it. I don't know if this has enough flow or not. And then you either connect them to a gear assembly or an axle. That's how you do it. Pretty simple. Actually, you know what? Let's just leave it open, and then maybe things will come in here and get caught. How did I get it to flood to where it was on that level? I channeled out here, channeled down here, channeled down here, channeled down here, channeled down to here, and then just dug out this little creek. And it's still flowing off the map. Hasn't even made it off the map yet. You just have to have drainage. You need entrance and drainage. And then when it gets to the edge of the map over here, you just have to smooth it and fortify it so that it can flow off the edge of the map. Let's see if this will work. This is just a test one. I don't actually know if this has enough flow. It should. Let's wait until a third log gets down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bang. You have enough flow. No, you don't. So this one needs enough flow, which means in order to get it to have enough flow, I'd need to put it somewhere where there's actually water actively flowing. The game doesn't consider that to be flowing, probably because it's too close to the edge. So in that case, try somewhere else. Let's try it up there. That or I just need to make it drain faster, which might be why it's not considering it flowing yet. Currently, it thinks it's stagnant water, which is just the game being silly. Do you think you have enough flow? Clearly, I don't, because one isn't spinning. I mean, maybe if I widen it, that might actually do it. But I also don't really want to put water wheels here. Yeah, so probably what I would do is I would go up to the upper layer up here. This will probably have enough flow. Although this is going to need me to dig more into this to actually make it work. No, they're not necessary. You can use wind power. Nothing in Dwarf Fortress is necessary. I mean, you don't even need them for pump stacks. Yeah, I know. True freak. Not giving you guys time to read or anything. Or catch up. This'll flow. I think. Watch it just not. Because it needs to be 4 deep. Yeah, it's only 3 deep. Yeah, anyway, they're super easy to set up. Just do it with straight lines and not crazy weird shapes like I'm doing down here. Like, if you want to set up power, just keep it a straight line so that it is flowing in a direction and the game knows that it's flowing in a direction. Right now, I've just got these dumb patterns which are debating me out of the whole thing working. Although, if I were to set one up, like, right along here, that might work, but... Make the dwarves happy? Don't use an aquifer. If you want to make your life way more complicated than it needs to be, use an aquifer. Especially for the first time, just use a creek. Just get water from elsewhere. My liaison from the mountain homes, there's much to share. Sure, I'm going to keep requesting all of the wood, and this time I'm also going to request... Well, actually, no, I'm not going to request, but I'm going to buy your food. Let's do all that. Oh, potash. That's an odd thing. We're going to train this giant puffin. Lead, you can train my giant puffin. And we're running low on drink again. But yeah, I didn't have any of this stuff set up for power. But for power, what you really want to do is you want to just make it like 2 wide, make sure it's about 6 to 7 full and flowing in a direction and off of the map. But I have to go read a thing on the Discord because I owe chat. So, where are you? 1 dwarf away, select your primary weapon of mass mangling murder. Give wishes, consuming my... Caught up. This is why I was giving you guys time to write. kind of digging around an aquifer or even finding one. If you just settle on an aquifer, you'll find it. But you have to make sure that you settle on an aquifer. Waterlungs, yeah. I'm not in cahoots with those amphibian people, no. Although, I did catch a giant puffin, and I did lose a dwarf to a undead moose. Which might be the scariest thing I've seen in a minute.
What's cracking this evening?
My knees, mostly. What's up, White Pony One? My back cracked once. Bobtron, it's good to see you. Hello. Who am I giving a dwarf to, Salty? Well, I just bought a bunch of logs. Fortunately, logs are worth like nothing, so they're super cheap and easy to acquire. And I'm going to buy one piece of llama wool cloth, and that's it. Okay. I'm going to buy some meat until things get yellow. But yeah, my advice to you is, especially if you're new to Dwarf Fortress, don't mess around with aquifers for a bit. Just kind of dig around them, maybe use them for a well. But there's something that takes a little bit of fiddling to get working a lot of the time. How's the new fort going? Kind of crashy to an annoying degree. I'm actually going to sell all of these grates. They're not worth much, but I've just got so many of them and I don't need them. Yeah, that's generally what I would recommend doing. If you're learning to play Dwarf Fortress, just ignore them initially. And if you want to use things for water power, use either the rivers that are already there, because it'll get you to a point where it's a lot easier to kind of understand what you're trying to do with them. And then once you get to that point, just buying helmets. Then once you get to that point and you've kind of figured out how to make power work on rivers, then at that point move on to making your own, because they are fiddly to get to work. Don't go chasing waterfalls. That's a song, isn't it? That's from something, I swear. Fight attacks, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. You ruined it by digging around and shit? How do you ruin a fort by digging? You build a fort by digging. All right, so I'm going to build a wall piece right here. Wall piece right here. I'm going to put a pump right here. We're going to fill this up. Will I do a siege tutorial? No. There's no point. That's the fun of the game, right? Is figuring out how to deal with things yourself. I could be like, here's 15 ways to demolish a siege. Or you could just lock the door, right? Like, you could just build a drawbridge and crush them. The fun of Dwarf Fortress is figuring things out on your own, right? And I've taught a lot of people a lot of things about how to play this game, which I think is awesome. But I'm not going to teach you every single thing, because a lot of the things in Dwarf Fortress, the fun of it is figuring it out. Messing around, tooling around, asking friends, talking with friends. And if I just overly tutorialize everything, all I'm going to do is use my influence to create a meta that Dwarf Fortress doesn't need. If you want to avoid sieges, lock the door. If you want to fight sieges, figure it out. And I'm sure you can do that. And it might sound kind of dismissive to say it, but it's kind of how I feel. And apologies if that comes off as gatekeepy, but genuinely, that's Dwarf Fortress, is figuring out your own way of doing cool things. Cool. Well, then figure out a way of destroying them. Build yourself a Rube Goldberg machine. Use your traps. I already did a tutorial on traps, which is essentially a tutorial on how to deal with sieges. All right, well, I can get rid of all this now. But talk with people in chat. Ask people for their strategies. Look at screenshots of other people's forts. If I just tell you all of like the super easy meta ways to play this game, I would indirectly ruin this game for people. And I don't want to do that. I enjoy trying to come up with my own shit. And I hope that other people do the same. Our fortress is extremely quick and easy to solve. You just need to ask someone else how. Yeah. Kind of exactly. And like, if you need strats, like, ask the chat. I'm not going to make a tutorial on that, though. There's things that, like, I should make tutorials out of, and then there's things I shouldn't. Now, I should, however, make a video on crossbow dwarves, and I should make a video on the justice system, but frankly, I burnt myself out making so many tutorials in, like, a month and a half. I made, it was like 40 tutorials in 28 days or something. It's like, I need like a 3-month vacation from that. I need to make content that I enjoy making, like those Let's Plays. Or I'm just gonna stop making content. Which is a bad thing for me when making content is my living. So. That too, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that was the goal with my tutorials when I started making tutorials, like sort of like what Moose just said. My whole goal was what Moose said. My goal is to get you started and then let you fly away and discover the rest yourself. After the initial, like, boost, you're on your own. Go make cool strategies and impress me. And since putting out all those tutorials, like, so many people have sent me fortresses. I'm going to pause the game until the ad's over. So many people have sent me screenshots of fortresses. It's like, I learned how to play this game watching your videos and built this. It's just as cool, if not way cooler, than anything I've ever built with ideas I've never come up with. And that's what's so cool about this game. Like, my goal when I made tutorials was to teach people the basics. Now go make something cool. Right? And kind of what Tech had said, right? And I already have tutorials on how to, like, set up your military. I already have tutorials on how to make steel. It's like, I give you the tools. It's up to you to do something cool with the tools. Place one tile-wide line of fortifications in the corridor, seal corridor. Place whatever needs getting shot on the other side of fortification. Pretty much, yep. No, the thing is they're redoing the AI for them, so I'm waiting until that's done. I was actually going to do that tutorial a while ago, but then I read that they were going to redo the AI, and when I read that, I was like, all right, I'll wait. So I'm waiting. Because they're completely redoing how ranged dwarves path. They're going to make them get stuck to fortifications so that you don't need to do the... Like, Tarn talked about this in the Future of the Fortress stuff. He's making them so that they get stuck to fortifications instead of you having to do, like, the one tile wide hallway thing. All right, so this is all done, meaning I can pull this lever again. Well, we got more giant puffins out there. No more caged ones, though. Yeah, so I'm waiting until that's out. When that's out, I will make a video on it. And I'm not going to do another big dump of tutorials until adventure mode is out, probably. Absolutely, for Mike Romeo. Like, I've had so many, like, I think my most requested video for Mike Romeo is people want me to make a video on how to build an arena. To which I respond to all of them, and some of them get kind of frustrated with me when I say this, is, I don't know, build an arena. Like, build an arena, dude. That's it. How do you build an arena? You build one. That's a strange bot. I wonder if that's a group of people harassing somebody, or if that's someone actually trying to advertise their stream. How to build an arena? Ask Bethesda. I don't even think they know how to do that anymore. Jesus, Tekken. Ship a part 1 or something. Dwarf actually seems pretty happy, all things considered. Like, I'm actually confused, because, like, they're stressed, yeah, but they're not haggard. Although, you're just really traumatized. All it really is. Oh, 30,000 are trashed. Okay, I understand. This is why I don't write scripts. I just bomb it into a video for a minute and a half and then call it done. Now, are you in? Oh, no, you're just hanging out in the hospital. I thought they were injured for a second there. Do a water source right there. What have I been doing to the dwarves? Nothing. It's raining fetid shit on the surface. So essentially, it's snowing vomit. And the dwarves don't like standing in it, and they keep having to stand in it. Which sucks. And I feel bad, but... So I haven't done anything to them. They just keep standing in the shit. And then complaining that there's shit on them. And it's like, well... I know you have to go outside to get that wood so that we can make stuff. But also, I definitely didn't give Salty Tempest Dwarf to somebody. Salty who? Who am I giving a dwarf to? Salty Tempest, you want a mechanic? I don't have one. I don't have any, like, designated mechanics, I don't think. I have... if you want to be a lady who's in love with a lady, I have a peasant. Yeah, I see that. No. I said one thing and read a different one. It was one of those days. Also, sorry, Wibbly, but you died. You were the first death in this fort. You got mauled to death by an undead reindeer, unfortunately. We'll make you lead. There's lead. Salty Tempest. Your spouse is Endok. He's one of our carpenters, apparently. You're actually hanging out with... They're literally, like, occupying the same tile. Those two must be doing quite well in their relationship. She is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy. Interesting. And she has a calm demeanor after being caught in freakish weather. Well, at least you went in that direction. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and she is somewhat cruel. Sometimes cruel. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and could be considered rude, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and speaks very deliberately when she's annoyed. Oh god, she sounds like my aunt. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She's getting used to tragedy, dreams of raising a family, personally finds blind honesty foolish, and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and respects the development of a skill. I will remember you, Wibbly. I mean, it's kind of hard to forget, like, your tomb is, like, right in the middle of the fort. Like, everybody walks past you when they go into to pray, wherever they pray. She doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife, and the game's saving, so I can't go to the last tab. I mean, you might actually, if we dig you up. I could also just knock your tomb over so you can haunt him. But sorry for making you wait so long there, Salty. Strimmer in distracted mode, apparently. Sweet, I got options. Noted. Hear that, Layagushka? You're not allowed to get remarried. YouTube just sent me a congratulations that I've hit 20 members. What's funny is I was actually at 23 members, and then 3 of them stopped being members. Actually, I think I went down to 19 members, and then I got one more today, so... That's just kind of funny to me. I think that was you. Let me double check. Or actually, who was married to Weebly? Might not have been Layagushka. Maybe it was Claiborne. I actually can't remember. Shows you how good I am at, like, keeping track of things. Because, yeah, no, I don't think it was you, Layagushka. Who's your parents? Endok? Okay, so that's... okay. Wrong screen. I know it was somebody... Oh, no, it was Bunch of Rocks. You are correct. It was Bunch of Rocks. It is up here somewhere. This one. Yeah, well, you were only lovers anyway. You're really gonna hate the guy? He goes and finds another lover? I wouldn't. That seems a bit harsh to me. All right, well, hopefully this will improve the rate at which we can farm. We're gonna get rid of all these. How come I can't? Huh. Apparently, if you have no seeds, you can't remove something from the planting section. That's interesting. Most dwarves are poly. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And rock blocks, 500. Actually do 13. You have to click leave follow. Oh, interesting. Huh. Shows how often I actually do that. Yeah, I love how there's just like 5 really stressed out dwarves that just have severe PTSD in the fort, and then everybody else is just kind of fine, largely. I'm worried about the lack of migrants, though. This might end up just being a giant puffin breeding fort. All right, so Salty Tempest, I would like you to know that you are officially in charge of taming this giant puffin. By the way, this is your entire life's work now, is teaching giant puffin to be friend, which is now a semi-wild giant puffin. By the way, we're gonna move it to this cage over here. Dwarf is friend, not food. Do not eat dwarf. Is that a training zone? They don't need to be if they're in a cage. Any cage is a training zone if they're in a cage. Once it's moved to the chain, though, I think it needs to be designated a training zone. Holy shit, that thing is big. It's like, man. Can the puffin be a pet? Damn right the puffin can be a pet. And it's a lady puffin, meaning I can give the lady puffin an egg-laying spot. We can eat puffin eggs. Hell yeah. That's fantastic. I think they're probably consumed. I'm curious to see how many eggs it lays, actually. Big omelets? Oh, damn right. Just need to get a breeding pair. Normal fort things. That is such a big puffin. Traded sprites on your screen? Yeah, it's because they occupied the same tile. Can you get bell peppers? You can't train intelligent creatures. They're already trained. And they hate you if you've caged them. Free after being released from confinement, angry after being confined. You know, I get it. Well, Puffin, I do get it, but unfortunately, I can't release you just yet because I don't trust you. You seem nice and all, but I don't trust. Maybe if you get to well-trained, we'll think about it. I can also make it available as a pet, so they could name it. I don't know if anybody will claim it, but... Why am I planting dimple cups? Did I really permit dimple cups to be planted there? That's odd. Not really. It's just simply how you train animal training skill. I wouldn't say it's a strat to do specifically that. That's just how you do it. But I guess, sure. It's like the way you train animal training is you give them an animal to train. Is there a way to expand a farm plot? I think you have to destroy it and then make a new one. This is actually the first version of the game ever where we've been able to expand stockpiles. So expanding stuff is kind of a luxury already. We used to just build new stockpiles over the old stockpile, or simply erase a stockpile and build a new one right where it was. Well, if you wait until they're wild in the cage. Well, I mean, they keep training them while they are... I don't think that, like, they get more XP necessarily for them being wild or not. But no, this is just how you train wild animals. That's absurd. Yeah, no, I played this game for over a decade not being able to expand a stockpile once it was placed. Also, stockpiles used to be, like, significantly smaller. I think it was, like, 32 by 32 is the maximum size, and you can just keep making them now. Like, there's no size limits on them anymore. So yeah, there's a lot of things that people take for granted with this version, which is, you know, the way it should be, right? These are things that, like, should never have been an issue with this game, but back in my day, this game was a lot clunkier. Which I guess also is why I get confused when I see reviews from people on Steam being like, the UI sucks. It's like, you should have seen what it was like before. I think it's bad now. Good lord. Bajillion times better than it was before. It was bad enough before that many people considered the game to be completely unplayable. I'm just rambling now. Just keep them in a cage. Right now they're a wild in a cage, and if you train them again, Yeah, basically, essentially all I'm doing is I'm assigning a specific dwarf. If you're asking about, like, training, I assign specific dwarves so that specific dwarf focuses on that one animal. And usually if it's, like, multiple wild animals, I'll have, like, 4 or 5 specific dwarves, one for each of them, so that they don't get distracted and go do other things. And they just focus on training that one animal, which is all I actually want them doing. Should make trapdoors. Compared to a lot of games that lack stuff, but yeah, but to me, it's weird to compare Dwarf Fortress to other games because it's so dissimilar to other games. In its development, in its history, in the length of time that it's existed. The fact that it, you know, it runs in its own engine, so it's not one of those games where you can just be like, well, it's like Unity, just add a button. It's like, well, it's kind of hard to add a button sometimes. You know, like, there's a lot of things about Dwarf Fortress that is just more complicated because of the nature of what it is. Speedy, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 68 months! Crazy person. Speaking of crazy people, if you're truly crazy, I have a second account now that has a sub button. Which is my bot's account where I stream video editing. So if you want to tune in and listen to records and complain, I have a second account now with a sub button. And there will be emotes over there at some point. Also, chat, you know that bot that I booped from chat a minute ago? Where I was like, that's a weird bot? Apparently that person has 30 viewers. So, has a bot that they're probably paying for that just goes around calling other streamers bad and saying, watch me instead. And also, you know, can't pull more than 30 viewers. That's kind of sad. Like, kinda really sad, actually. Fucking kids. It's still semi-wild. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Basically, kids, if you're thinking about streaming, don't ever buy view bots for yourselves. Don't work. Don't buy yourself follow bots, and then don't buy yourself view or advertising bots. It's not gonna work. What year did I start this fortress on? 250. Which is why we're on the year 251. Generated this world this morning. It's a brand new fort. Is this fortress thriving? Not really, because we haven't really gotten any migrants, and I just ran out of drinks again. So no, not really. It's getting by. I wouldn't quite say it's thriving. Currently just trying to figure out why they haven't built this yet. Which is odd. Although we do have a semi-trained giant puffin. Which is pretty great. You now have 2 subs. I mean, I would call it 3 if you just subbed to my bots account. And the reason I say that is because you also support me on Patreon. So, yeah. That's crazy. How did you get so many resources so fast? I know what I'm doing. Mostly. This game's, like, really quite easy to prioritize the things you have to do. You also subscribed to Tier 3, you crazy person. I haven't streamed on that channel yet, and I've got 9 subscribers, which is goofy beyond all reason. Considering it had a frickin' hype train this morning, which is stupid. Like, actually, it's had 2. It's okay. My bot's got another hype train going. This is I should not be trusted with this level of power. This is my second account chat right now. Hold on, let me just... I can't even host myself with it. Right now. Right now. Fuckers. Is there any use for water wheels and such? You can power pumps and millstones with them. And minecart rollers. Powered minecarts, I think, are the most pertinent uses for them. Speaking of uses, I think... I think I'm going to dig down a little bit. But we're going to dig down kind of over here. And I'm going to do it very carefully. And since you guys always talk about these chaotic evil stairs, let's try some chaotic evil stairs. Your millstones need power. Querns don't. Those are some happy looking stairs. I should give them eyes. So put a pillar in the middle here. But yeah, we don't actually have that many resources in this fort, in my opinion. We're actually kind of very behind I'm almost on year 2, and I'm only at 18 dwarves, which is like nothing. The puffin is like comically gigantic, isn't it? Oh, also, I should give Miss Puffin a NIST books. Anybody want to look up how much meat is in a giant puffin for me? Ooh, Dolomite. Big Puffin was your rap name? Are you Big Puffin on a blunt? Is that what Big Puffin is short for? I'm just saying, because that would actually be pretty creative. What are all these dwarves up to? Everything. Well, I guess we just let them do their thing because population's low, so stuff's gonna be slow. I need to go use the restroom, chat. I will be back in a sec. I suppose I have to make some get some emotes rolling for the second account then. So thank you very much, chat, for the hype train on the second account, which was just 3 subscriptions in a minute. Suited Giraffe and Fight Attack and Speedy. You mad lads. Which, actually, how many subs is that? I think that's 9? Which would mean that there's 6 first badges left. Yeah, 9. It's crazy. But anyway, since Speedy's in my chat, how you doing, Speedy? It says the bot isn't live, because it isn't? Or are you saying it's not letting you subscribe because it's not live? You can have an offline hype train? Yep. You literally just go to this screen and you click chat. There you go. Elfie Bean just subscribed. Thanks, Elfie Bean. Also, I'm just going to say this. Only do that if you actually plan on watching me stream on my alt account. Or for the emotes. So now you supervise 2 different emergency departments? Please tell me that doesn't mean that you sleep half as much because you slept a concerningly low amount before. But congrats, dude. On the promotion. Or Jorb upgrade. Which it certainly sounds like. Oh, that's great. Then, if you work less. Speedy was always one of these people who's like, I've worked 85 days in a row and I have seen the sun once. You always worried me. Am I winning? I'm always winning. No matter what. That or I'm just buy winning, which means I'm banging 7-gram rocks, and that's how I roll. Oh, you just learned about jabberers? Jabberers are great. Have you found carnivorous cave crawlers yet? Or carnivorous cave crawlers? If you don't know like that meme, then I guess you weren't on the internet in 2011. Or was it? Well, that actually might have been earlier. That might be like 09. Or 08 even. The whole buy winning meme. Are you bipolar? No, I'm buy winning. What? And weird dude. Floor grate instead of just regular floor. They look cool. And I don't generally have reason to build grates. The actual reason would be, like, in the off chance that there's flooding, it would drain that way. Puppy's been found dead. Oh, that can't be good. Chat. A puppy just fell down the stairs and died. Well, I feel terrible. Oh no. You build grates around the well so that the blood runs off and back into the well? It's moving because the water's pushing it. By the way. And of course the child is the one to dispose of the body. This game never gets old. Ugh. I'm a bad person. I let a puppy die. All right. What's on the map right now? Still giant puffins. Come on, giant puffins. Getting them like cage trips. Kids are hardcore in this game. I don't know about that. I don't know if they're that hardcore. Let's keep digging. Let's smooth at highest priority. Let's get all this smoothed. And also, I'm just going to go over to labor because I actually have so many jobs. I'm just going to say only 2 shops can make rock blocks. Oh, it's laying 1-legged egg at a time. Giant puffin egg. It weighs 4 Urist unit. Well, that's kind of awesome. But yeah, no, it looks like the dwarves should come and harvest it. Eventually. I mean, it's not going to be birthed into anything. Because there's no male puffin. It's possible they're not, though, actually, because... The reason it's possible they're not is because there's just so many food-related jobs going on right now. Actually, just so many jobs in general that I've got more jobs than dwarves currently, which is a bit of a problem. Huge bird and little box. Huge bird, huge egg, little box. Also, I'm just curious. Giant puffin. So the average size of a giant puffin, chat, is 8,210 centimeters cubed. The medium size, so like a mid-range, middle-aged one, is 102,626.25 centimeters cubed. And the maximum size for a giant puffin is 205,252.5 centimeters cubed. For reference, and yes, I know this off the top of my head, the average size for a dwarf is 50,000 centimeters, 50 to 60,000 centimeters cubed, which I think it's 50 to 65,000, but that's a big puffin. Devilish potato, what kind of dwarf do you want? Like a real big puffin. Jerry Gord, thanks for subscribing with Prime on my bot's account. Why do I know the average volume of a dwarf? Because I've played too much of this game, is why I know the average volume of a dwarf. It's like 2.5, maybe 3. It's like 3 eurists is a giant puffin. Yeah, so it's 200 liters, basically. Oh no, 2,000 liters. Anyway. You'd be surprised if I didn't know the average volume. Well, I'm glad that you have so much faith in me to know random dumb stuff. We got schist, we got granite. Ooh, we got marble. Look at that. I don't actually know if we have iron. You dare say it's a big bird? I dare say, at risk of copyright, it is a very big bird. A very big bird. I'm more of a living encyclopedia for random video game facts that nobody gives a shit about, but I'll take DF though. I'll get to naming that dwarf in a second. So no artifacts yet, which is a little odd. The one there. It's about the size of a porta potty. Wait, the tub at the bottom or a whole porta potty? Early spring, yeah, we should save. I'll name the dwarf and then we should save. The whole thing? I like how that's the immediate reference, but I completely believe it. Seems about right. All right, so devilish potato. Woodcutter. You want to be a woodcutter. Atir, I assume, would be the woodcutter in question that you want. Atir is stressed, keep that in mind, but you can absolutely have Atir. A devilish potato. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. Strongly prefers discussions and ideas and of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He is always tense and jittery and extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. And he is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings and tends to avoid crowds, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. And he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he prefers to present himself modestly. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and cracks his knuckles when he's angry and begins speaking in monotone whenever he is angered. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally views cooperation as a low ideal and is not worthy of any respect. Believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complanting, and he does not particularly value the truth. And he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and he likes selenite, bismuth, and fire opal, and wombat leather in the color pink. Tables, and he likes the color pink. Tables, amulets, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and pythons for their giant size. Great size. And the words of the page of aquamarine and the sound of the lacy phrases, and when possible, prefers to consume dwarven ale and hates bark scorpions. You're worshipping Tiak Katangrisul, which is Glimmered Copper, is the name of it. Have I ever partook in a succession fort? Yeah, sure. Why? With random chatters? No. With other streamers? No. Have I? Yes. Do I plan on doing another one? Yes. With you? Probably not. Have I covered all the bases of that question? And when? That's redacted. Can't tell you. Secret. I'd have to kill you. Maybe not, but I wanted to say the James Bond line. How did it go? I mean, it's just like anything else. You play a bit, you pass it to somebody else, you play a bit. Or they play a bit. And then a week later, you get annoyed when all your shit's broken. Depends on how good they are at writing, I suppose. He knows too much. I have to kill him. Yeah, no, I have secret plans, which are very secret, to do another succession for it one day. Maybe one day soon. I don't know. Can't tell you. I'd have to kill you, which is not a funny joke, so I'm not going to say that again. I feel like I should have hit caverns by now, but I haven't. At least we've got some meat and plenty of plant. Some migrants have arrived. Yay! What's on the map that's going to kill them? Just giant puffins. Well, that's lovely. All right, well, let's unlock the door. Let the dwarves in. Once you pull the lever. No. How many migrants do you guys think we're going to get, chat? Let's hope for a good few. Got another miner. Ooh, a paper maker, fish cleaner. Farmer, cheese maker, another kid. 47, that would actually be real nice. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32, 33, 34. Hell yeah, 35. Looks like it gets us up to 35. You guys bring any stupid animals with you that I need to eat now? Just a water buffalo, which we can eat. Perfect. Not gonna lie, if that stray giant puffin dies in the fortress for any reason, that's gonna be kind of a pain. Yeah, Wayward had some extraordinarily clunky UI, and I was like, there are better games than this, and I don't really like survival crafting, so I stopped playing pretty quick. It's too much of a survival crafting game for me. I like roguelikes. I don't like survival crafting games. I think it could appeal to somebody who's trying to play something like, or somebody who wants something similar to, but less dense than, CDDA. I would just go play CDDA if I wanted that. Dev's a cool dude, though, gotta say. Even if I vehemently disagree with his UI design. we go. Hopefully that'll help a little bit. Actually, that's not gonna work. I can do this. Trying to get a little bit more flow on this. Currently there's none, so. And then there's its hair, which can get thrown away. At least the nervous systems don't come back to life. That would be kind of terrifying. Alright, so I basically need to build like a Grand Central Station, sort of. So since I'm probably going to get a mayor in the next year-ish, maybe we build a little mayor's office right here. What do you think? It's chugging along pretty steadily, but I've basically had to permanently lock the dwarves inside, which not optimal, but we finally got our second migrant wave. But yeah, things are going all right. It's not a bad little fort right now. Each of these is going to be the image that represents that temple. We'll see what the dwarves put there. Actually, I wonder. Ah! Well, that explains. I don't have very many dwarves set to engraving. They'd be a bundle of nerves. Bundle of nerves, just like me when I talk to somebody who's pretty. Bing. Ooh. Our jeweler's been possessed. Where did you go? There. What does the hammerer do? It gives people who need a punishment a hammer to the head. Or leg, or foot. Grabs a rough gem. Leather. And is muttering. Grab 2 gems and some buffalo leather. Any bets on what they make, chat? This is going to be, I think, 2 offices. What this is going to be. And if all of your dwarves deserve it, some of them might lose their foreheads permanently? Why, are you trying to, like, give all of your dwarves hammerers treatments? Only convicted criminals get hammered. Which is a sentence I just said. That's not something I thought I would say when I woke up this morning, all right? I was about to say that building looks nuts. I thought dwarves were always hammered. Water hardens too. Yeah, so do most dudes in the morning. But, like, that's besides the point. Oh, no. Was DF's theme inspired by Tolkien's books? I mean, everything that's loose fantasy is inspired by Tolkien's books, but I think asking if Dwarf Fortress was inspired by Tolkien's books is maybe not giving Dwarf Fortress enough credit for its creativity and uniqueness in the fantasy realm space. I'm sorry. What? Oh, I see. Oh, fuck me, a bucket. Cool. Tun, the jeweler, has created our first artifact, and it's called Zesteg, a gray chalice-stony bucket, and offers it to us as a gift. Well, it's time to upgrade our well. It's a bucket. Look at that. It's a gem bucket. A fancy gem bucket. This is a great chalice-stony bucket. All craft worship is of the highest quality. The handle is made from buffalo leather, and the item has an image of animal societies in practice, a diorite-bound codex in gray chalice-stony. On the item is an image of strawberry plants in carnelian. I mean, Dwarf Fortress took the archetypes from Tolkien, but then did everything else differently, right? Like, you have goblins, elves, dwarves, and humans. And gnomes, I guess, which are gnomes in Tolkien? I don't think they are. The elves are completely different than in Tolkien. The goblins are more akin to Uruk-hai if the Uruk-hai were owned by well, the goblins are more akin to Uruk-hai, but they're not made by the demons. They are enslaved by the demons. So they're entire slave races that exist enslaved by demons, kind of in the way that Saruman enslaves goblins, but not in the same way. Anyway, so they're kind of like Saruman, I guess, maybe if you want to, or Sauron, not Saruman. The stupid naming conventions, stupid authors. And the dwarves are also pretty fucking different than the dwarves in Tolkien, but they are still dwarves. I mean, sure, I guess, yeah, it's inspired in the same way that like any fantasy is inspired by, but it's extremely different. Tolkien. So I guess like you asked and answered your own question then, by that logic. All right, so let's rebuild this well then. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted. This is going to be my future mayor's office / dining room. I know very little about sword and sorcery, so I don't really have a feel on what that stuff is like. Let's go. Clay. Claystone. I can. Well, I only have 2 left, so. Claystone. That literally all of it? Okay. Let's just knock this out so I can fix that. Yeah, I know almost nothing about Conan. I did know that, but I know that Conan exists, and in that video game, you can change the size of your penis. That is the extent of my knowledge of Conan. I haven't even seen the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Was it Arnie? Was in that movie? I haven't even seen that movie. So I know very little about Conan. I think Conan like kind of gives itself a bad rap. Like, as somebody who like knows that Conan exists but doesn't care. You heard penis and came back. Hey, not the only one apparently. No, I feel like Conan gets a bad rap as being like the adult fantasy, which just kind of makes some people go, edgy bullshit, and then we just ignore it. Or at least that was always my impression of it, was oh, this is just like crass for the sake of it, which is never something that's really appealed to me. But, I don't know. Uh-oh, is he fighting? Oh no, water buffalo cow hair is fighting. Well, this is terrifying. The water buffalo cow hair pushes the fish cleaner in the right upper arm, bruising the muscle through the cave spider silk dress. The fish cleaner punches the water buffalo cow hair in the throat. It has a throat? With its right hand, but the attack glances away. Cole, the fish cleaner, says, I was attacked by the dead. This is truly horrifying. So is it still alive? Nope, it is not still alive. Well, I guess that's good. Wait, did the attack glance away do enough to kill it? I think it might have. All right, let's go back over here to well. Sandstone, fancy bucket. We've upgraded our well. We have a nicer well now. I'm just concerned about the fact that the undead thing had a throat. It lost me a throat. It's going to be dining room and meeting room for the future mayor. Apparently, you can. None of us knew that until just now, but... Peeking around for dwarves that could be added to the military. Respects the development of a skill. Are you brave? Yes, you are. No, actually, no, you're not. Your property intends to visit yours to 2 icons will be the ones because it's quite ambitious and he can handle stress. Perfect. An ad is about to start, so I'm not going to do anything for 90 seconds. Just kind of let them build stuff. Exclamation point last for it, will we? Chat's got you, though. Most recent VOD is the final one. I should save during the ad? Not a bad idea. Also, yes, the gigantic bird is a giant puffin. Calling it a night? Cheers. Poor Mike. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, I have been... Wow, I've been live... Hold on a second. What? I've been live for 9 hours? When the fuck did that happen? This game, it's dangerous. Massive time waster. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's your fault, chat. You've just been so entertaining. Been on for the 8 hours you were at work? I guess technically we've been on for the 9 hours I've been at work. Well, all I know is that Orange is landing in 3 hours, so... 3 and a bit hours, so I'm going to try and go meet him at the airport, actually. Because Orange is crashing on my floor tonight.
Chat, can I get a round of beers for the streamer?
No, but, I mean, maybe. I actually had to go buy beer. I have beer in my fridge because Orange is coming over. He's finally escaping French Canada and coming to the rest of Canada, I guess. Montreal's a lovely city, but nowhere's perfect. You envy him? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's taken him a while. I will say some of my favorite places in Canada are in Quebec, though. They let him out. That's actually like the right response. Wait, really? They let him out?
That's a beer roughly, right? I'm not up to date on my loony conversion.
That's a big beer. All right. Well, I mean, okay. So $6 is about $8 or $9 Canadian. So that's either like a pint of beer at a pub. You could buy like two to three tall boys for that. Probably. Of a bigger brand. A fancier brand, maybe two. So yes, that is roughly a beer. You guys have bought me lots of beers today. Skeletons, no, because they can't be rezzed once they've been dead for a while. At least not in Fortress mode. They can only fresh bodies can be rezzed. But they can rot and become skeletons once they're dead. Trying to decide what I want to build right now. I think what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to automate these. Get those mined out. We're going to go through this and hollow it out and do something with this. I'm thinking about making a guild in here. I just don't know what kind of guild. Depends on what kind of guild I want. Weaponsmithing is always good. Oh shit, we got a pump operator. Doctoring is always good. Also something, actually, you know what we should do? This shouldn't be a guild. This should be our barracks. Should do that. Woodcutting guild, yeah, very useful in this fort. Yeah, I think we're gonna build a barracks actually. Or like a main upper barracks at the very least.
Do you know who I am?
No.
I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down.
Why would you do
with
that?
The lemons.
I don't even have a house.
I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a
It's an
combustible
apartment.
lemon that burns your house down.
What did I do to
I
you,
need
though?
to try to keep up with this giraffe. He's a big spender. Anytime he walks into a bar, he yells, "Bartender, the highballs are on me."
Wow. Hot damn. Throwing shade with the bits. Thanks, Claiborne. A human caravan has arrived. Really? Oh, interesting. Fortunately, there's no undead giant animals on the surface right now, so that does mean...
Don't worry, I got a few in the chamber for this crypt pog.
Oh, that's kind of dangerous. Let's pull this lever. I wasn't prepping to trade. I guess we could just bring gems. Don't really have very many valuable ones, though. Apartment complex seems pretty simple to me. I get it. See, it's a dad joke. I approve of that one. Pretty good. 8 out of 10. It's probably on pause. And then hopefully if any crazy critters show up, we can just stab them to death. I'm also kind of surprised we haven't hit caverns yet. The humans. Here come the humans with the lemons. Also, Claiborne, I'm not saying that you have to bring this bit back, but this is a new world, which means Streamlabs hasn't been born in this multiverse yet. Oh, look, they brought fish. Maybe humans have whips? Are whips really that good against undead? I don't know. Nope, they brought no whips. I'm pretty sure I'd have to request those. We'll take those ropes, though. They have an APAP. I wonder if that's like a CPAP. Maybe they have a BPAP as well. I'll buy some of that wine. They have a donkey in a cage. I don't need a donkey. Silver mace, though, I'll take. Buy the empty bags. Buy the meats. Buy the fish. Buy the veggies. Buy the capers and things. Artichoke hearts, more capers. Buy the thread. Never mind, don't buy the thread. Instead, buy cheese until I can't buy. Okay, don't buy cheese then. I'll buy those splints. Some of them. Buy a splint. We'll trade. Seems like it could have been worse for trading. Now we have a bunch of food again, which is good. I mean, oh, I understand. Like if you're saying their whips are good against the undead because of Castlevania, I mean they're definitely good against vampires. We know that. That's just a fact. All right, so currently we have how many dwarves and how many of them need beds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 approximately. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is the number of dwarves that I currently have. So essentially what we need is we need to take out a chunk this way. This song, this particular one, which is Strange Moods, just makes me think about my DF News videos, because this was the music I used in the background of those for like a freaking year plus. Also, something I haven't really mentioned much is I've recorded an interview with the developer of the game Warsim, which I'm trying to get edited. My kind of goal is to get that out by Monday. And then after I'm done with that video and that video is complete, I want to reach out to Dabu and be like, hey, let's talk about writing music for Dwarf Fort. And then try and get as many of the composers on this soundtrack into a video as possible. With an empty trade to make a joke and make them even happier with trading. You can seize with an empty trade. Ooh. Oh. Wait, like you mean like an infinitely repeatable exploit? That seems kind of busted. Interesting. You did it by mistake. Oh, really? Huh. Oh, right, yeah. So if you have so wait, hold on. If you have no items marked to be traded and then you hit seized, it just lets you seize items that don't exist. Oh, they make a joke. Okay, I was gonna say. I thought you were saying that like if you just hit the button, it just makes them happier. And I was like, wait, what? The only time I ever do that is when I'm like actually trying to invade somebody, so it almost never happens. You know, overall, this fort's been pretty chill, aside from the fact that there's like undead monsters walking around all over the surface. And, you know, the giant puffins, of course. Well, no, I mean, if I want to go to war with somebody, but I don't want to attack them, I demand tribute and then just steal all of their stuff until they attack me. But it's very rare that I actually want to go to war with somebody like that, so I don't generally do it. Because, like, sometimes you want to go to war with a faction that, like, is just absolutely stacked for all of their locations, and they have, like, 50,000 people, or maybe not 50,000, but, like, 10,000 units in each location, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'll make you attack me. Thanks. Whittle down your armies just a bit before we actually go to war proper. Actually, you know what? Let's put a wall piece in the middle there. Will your own faction get upset? No, because your whole faction goes to war with it, not just your fort. So say I go to war with the Confederacy of Strangling. I don't know. Let's say we go to war with the United something. Then my entire faction, every single fortress in the entire reaches of the world that's part of the same faction goes to war with them as well. It's not just my fort that goes to war with them. What's up, Blood? I think aesthetically this looks awesome. Working on these bedrooms.
Happy big 3 months, Crypt Pog.
It's the big 3, brother. Cool. It's good to have you around. Thanks for sticking around for the big 3 months. Maybe you're heading out for the night, Aqua? Thanks for hanging out, dude. See you when we see you, man. at all today until now. Well, we've started up a new fortress. We've had some annoying hiccups. We've had some annoying crashes. Lost a bunch of progress once, which kind of sucks. But aside from that, some migrants have arrived. Well, that's good. I was tabbed out because the game is doing its thing. Yeah, we had some annoying crashes, but aside from that, for a haunted / untamed wilds biome, we're doing pretty good. We're trading with humans, apparently. There's giant puffins on the map. That we've also had penguins, and I was able to catch a giant puffin. So we have a stray giant puffin now, who just, lives here and makes us eggs. I'm actually kind of curious, how many eggs do we have? I have 2 giant puffin eggs and 243 hen eggs. I'm actually going to just go over to kitchen. Don't cook plump helmets. Don't cook drinks. But cook everything else. Please. Cook rock nuts. Cook rye. Sweet pod seeds. Cook prickleberry seeds. You can cook all these as well. Yeah, I'll keep the cave wheat. I might actually grow cave wheat. And I've got a bunch of animals I gotta slaughter, like these cavies, this goat. We have a pet chick who can go hang out with the chickens. You like giant storks? They're young or a bit wild. That could mean a lot of different things. In my mind, it means that they keep bringing you babies because they're storks, and that's what storks do. Which is an entirely factual fact that that's what storks do. So I like to think that your fortress has like 98% population children because of all the storks. But yeah, no, I like the giant animal sprites. They are comically large compared to the dwarves. Now that I think about it, like, arena mode's been out for a bit, and I haven't, like, just put a zombie whale on a map yet. Although there was somebody talking on Reddit about how apparently it took 150 legendary, fully adamantine-clad dwarves to kill a zombie giant whale. A zombie giant sperm whale. Which seems intense. Because I'm convinced that zombies got a buff in this version. They seem to move faster. They seem to be far more deliberate. Like, they seem to move at double speed than they did before. Maybe hilarious for you, not so hilarious for those dwarves. You think that they picked the fight with the whale? Well, the thing about whales, right, is if you're fighting with a whale, you've already fucked up. Like, you should just let whale be whale. Whale should be fine, right? It's one of my favorite kind of sad facts would be that is how in real life groups of whales would, like, ram whaling boats before the whalers even started, like, going after them. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Eat krill brains? I mean, don't technically normal sperm whales eat krill brains? Also, hold on a second. I gotta do a very important Google search. Do krill have... I'm not the only person wondering this. Do krill have brains? Except for the krill are bioluminescent animals having organs called photophores and that can emit light. They do not have organs nor brains. I like that I'm not the only person who's thinking about this. Do krill have brains? I mean, it's just, I guess, like, do jellyfish have brains? And the answer is not really. Shark jumping walrus, what kind of dwarf would you like? Krill, yeah. What do I have here? I'll pop it up and scroll slowly. Orcas are beautiful. I love orcas. I feel like Lightning Roger really doesn't like being in the military. Maybe I should remove him. Let's go do something else. They're still beautiful creatures. Them being psychopaths is not really relevant to that. See, they call them killer whales. They should have called them whale killers. A fish cleaner? Oh, also, I would like you to know that we do have walruses that show up on this map. Yeah, and also we had a whole family of giant walruses walk across the map, which was pretty great. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is currently more shameless. He is currently more rude, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He tries to keep his things, he tries to keep his things orderly, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He has an active imagination, and he is often nervous, and he has a greedy streak and is currently more fearless. He often touches others during conversations when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds friendship burdensome, but respects power, and he likes chalk and rose gold and opal, a wood opal and apple wood, the color pink and thrones and crowns, and the words of the page of aquamarine and the sight of the prim sheen, and when possible prefers to consume giant nautilus and mackerel and chicory and artichoke wine, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You do have a daughter who's Thultig, your only daughter. Mummy is unknown. Plenty of family that are not in the fort. You have some passing acquaintances, and you worship 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gods. And you're very happy about worshiping right now. A flock of walrus. Yeah. A wild flock of walrus. Speaking of wild flock of walrus, still just giant puffins on the map right now. I wonder if they're mad that we stole one of them. What is engraved at the temples? I haven't looked. I just told them to engrave stuff. This is an image of a crutch. This is a well-designed image of Tiak, the deity of dance and metals, depicted as a female dwarf by Shem. It's in the wrong temple, but that's a good one. This is a well-designed image of 3 cassavas by Shem. This is a engraved on the wall is an image of a baguette cut gems by Dobar. Engraved is a rendition of the Band of Lanterns, a finely designed image of a gray parrot man. This image is the symbol of the accidental ceiling. Oh, that's us. A gray parrot man is our symbol. They're waiting in lines? Not really. I mean, they're kind of like waiting lines, I guess. But they pray in this big area, and then when there's space, they go into the small area. Or they're just like this very popular god here, and they all just stand on the altar, which is the Vermilion. Maybe I should make this one longer. All I can say is that this faction must be real big fans of Hatebeak. Our herd, a huddle? Okay, so a huddle of walrus. I really like a huddle of walrus. That's real good, actually. And thank you for giving us the proper terminology of what to refer to a group of walruses as. Fuck me, I never would have figured it out. Up to 45, yeah. All right. Ad is about to start. Work preload tomorrow. Gotcha. Well, you have a good night, Shark Jumping Walrus. Congrats on getting the Dwarf. This is a new world, yes. Everything about this area is new. We are pretty far north up here, and we're on a terrifying glacier that is also on a Untamed Wilds ocean. But the ocean is permafrost, so doesn't really thaw much. Part of the reason I think we haven't been attacked yet, even though we're actually in a bunch of like areas that will be. Holy shit, that's a big goblin fortress. Anyway, part of the reason, there's 2 of them, is because there's only 45 of us. Once we hit 80 pop, we're gonna start getting hit by this tower. We're gonna start getting hit by these goblins, maybe the humans too, depending. But my main faction is all the way down here, so because of this, like the main groups that we're at war with aren't people that we really need to worry about. It appears that my dwarves are getting attacked in 2 locations. One right there and one right here. And also down here. Actually, not that many times. Maybe like half a dozen times. I mean, like, what's the point of streaming if you're not going to keep up with most of chat? I've always kind of wondered about that. About like I've definitely seen like larger channels before on Twitch where they're I don't know, streaming something or another. Like not like games where you can absolutely like read chat. And then like they just let chat talk amongst themselves and occasionally ramble, and it's like, why are you streaming? Like get good at your job. Yet then again, there's people like who watch the YouTube channel. These people are very infrequent, and I don't see them very often. But every now and again, I'll see somebody on the YouTube channel who's like, "Stop talking to your chat. It's annoying." It's like, stop leaving comments. It's annoying. That's the correct response. You know, it's funny. I actually told one of them that once. I stated, stop leaving comments. It's annoying. They left like a short essay about how chat is the worst enemy and it ruins all YouTube content. And I was just like, well, then stop leaving comments because like it's never going to change. And then somebody else accused me of gaslighting and attacking my audience. And I was like, well, I was literally just saying, if it's not for you, don't watch it. Why you do this? I support the freedom of if you don't like it, fuck off. You're off to bed? Cheers, dude. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad people are still sending in forts to that series. The views on it have definitely dropped, but also because it's not new and shiny anymore. But yeah, you sleep, Volcano. Welcome to the internet where everyone has an opinion and most of them are wrong. And the rest don't generally matter. I'm gonna make do something like this. This is going to be the lever room. Something like that. Mondays and Fridays, actually. There's an episode coming up on Friday, and then there's another episode dropping on Monday for Brave Book. And yeah, I think I've recorded and edited up to episode 5. Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone has them and they're shitty. Only sometimes, technically, but it's like I had to think about my wording with that one for a second there. Every now and again, though, I get some wonderful conversations out of YouTube stuff. So, so it is still worth reading them. Even if every now and again they make me feel like I'm losing brain cells. Generally, they're fine. In my opinion, the vast majority of the people on the internet are completely normal, stable, logical human beings, which sometimes don't realize how things are read on the internet. Brave Book's been crazy. I'm glad people have been enjoying it. I'm trying to make sure that at least one dumb thing happens in each episode. But I love it when people compliment, like, comedic timing because, like, oh, a ghost showed up or something. And it's like, yeah, I didn't have any control over that. That's just Dwarf Fort being Dwarf Fort. The thing that I really want to know is how did I complete that entire first episode without realizing that, like, 2/3 of those goblins were elephants? And how also did I manage to do that without any of my dwarves getting infected? That fort would have been completely different if somebody got infected. You always have to double check what you write. Yeah. Also, hi, Joe True. What's up, dude? But yeah, no, keeping one Let's Play going at a time with like a 2-week break in between is basically the plan going forward. Because I don't have the DF news videos. It's like 3 or 4 community videos a week, 2 Let's Play videos a week, and then news when it happens is kind of the channel, I guess. And then the VODs. If you don't want to watch the VODs, that's cool. I'm not going to yell at you to do that. Got a job? How dare you? What the fuck? Why in the world would you get a job? Waste so many hours of your life where you could be doing significantly less productive things. How was my camping trip? This is how my camping trip was. According to the internet, I became a Disney princess because I was feeding Canada Jays. This fucker tries to take the whole granola bar. I gave him a chunk of it. And he's like, no, you give me the rest of it. I actually did give him the rest of it. He couldn't pick it up because it was too much, so I put it away. It was eye-opening? Really? I mean, that first Let's Play is like the most viewed thing I've ever done. Right? Or the first one that I finished. Because there was the one that I didn't finish, and then there was the one that I finished. It's the most viewed thing I've ever done. I am one? Okay. Tell Disney that. I expect my salary. Yeah, it's the most viewed thing I've ever done. Up until that point, the most viewed thing I'd ever done wasn't actually on this YouTube channel. It was on a different one. It was a video I edited and made for a different YouTube channel that I no longer contribute to. That video, I think, got 160,000 views. But yeah, no, a lot of people have credited me with like them being able to, you know, get into this version of Dwarf Fortress and stay into this version of Dwarf Fortress. Also, by the way, for anybody in the Boston area, I won't be at this thing. But does that actually work? Oh yeah, it does. If you're in the Boston area, I think there might be a Dwarf Fortress meetup happening. I won't be going though. I'm not flying to Boston. But keep an eye on Kit Fox. Birdie has told me that that might be happening. That's horrifying, Frog. Disney only pays in labor, though? Well. Let's go through and assign dwarves. The desire to be in Boston. Yeah, right? Like, I heard through the grapevine that Kit Fox was going to be at PAX East in Boston. And I sat down and I looked at costs for flights, and I was like, And then I looked at costs for hotels and Airbnbs, and I was like, And then I looked at whether or not I could get a press badge to get into the convention for free, and then I was like, okay, maybe. And I applied, and then they were like, no, sorry, you need to have 100,000 followers on a platform. I'm like, God damn it! So either Twitch, YouTube, just to be able to apply. And also they said that I missed the deadline, so I was like, well, so much for that. And then I just kind of like was like, well, you know what? Maybe I could just stay home and like sleep instead of spending like $2,000 between all of those costs flying to friggin' Boston in, you know, winter. Not exactly a warm city. Claiborne does in fact have a dwarf. Oh, Joe True is gifting a dwarf. Man, Claiborne, everyone loves you. At what point does Claiborne just get voted to be, like, streamer or something? Because Claiborne is more popular than streamer. Should give it to Bastet. Just saying. You know, I think this is accidentally my best looking fort in a while. Considering it's like a haunted biome that reanimates dead people, it's like weirdly cozy. Kinda looks like a cobra. Holy shit, someone said one of my fortresses doesn't look phallic? That's insane. I don't actually know how to deal with that. Phallic cobra. My God. I think this lower layer looks cool and the upper layer looks cool. Give it to Bastet. All right, chat. Bastet likes lady dwarves, but what kind of dwarf am I giving Bastet? What do you think, chat? Also, shit, we're out of drinks. Do I not have a dedicated drink brewer? All right, hold up. I'm just while you guys figure this out, I'm gonna make a brewing job. Brew stuff, for fuck's sake. Let's do both of these. All right. Cook? I'm seeing cooks. We'll give her Coulette. She felt fondness when speaking with an acquaintance and is currently listening to a story. That story, of course, is Necrophilia. That's a good name. I like it. Thanks for the prime sub. Cheers. In the late autumn of 250, the dwarf Lorbam became the militia commander of the Wells of Drowning. Right, yeah, we called this group the Wells of Drowning. Bastet always presents herself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. She has a sense of duty and likes to take it easy and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. You know, if this was my queen, I would laugh so hard. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she is often cheerful, and she has an active imagination, rarely feels discouraged, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, is assertive, and tends to avoid crowds, and has a greedy streak, and when she's bored, she constantly rolls her eyes, begins to talk too much when she's exasperated, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Also, this looks like this dwarf is in this barrel. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally does not particularly respect commerce. She does not really value skills related to fighting. And she likes cryolite, platinum, and velvet sespertine, and pigtail fabric, and short swords, and leggings, and coffers, and earrings, and dogs for their loyalty, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and the sight and the sound of the luxurious queen, and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume brook lamprey and mango wine, and can't stand files or flies either, for that matter. That dwarf has TikTok for sure. You know, this makes me feel old saying this, chat. Am I the only person who just thinks about the Kesha song when people say TikTok? Like, that's the only thing that comes to brain. It's like, I know it's the most important social media in a lot of people's lives these days. But that's the only thing that actually comes to mind when people say TikTok. Party don't stop. It really don't. It don't. And it also reminds me of the interview she did where she talked about having sex with ghosts. And also another interview that she did when they asked her, so now that you're big and famous because of the song TikTok, what are you doing with your life? She goes, well, I bought my mom a minivan. Which is kind of great. Hold on, backup ghosts. She you can tell that she's just like bullshitting the entire time, but she just keeps committing to the bit. It's very funny. The person interviewing her is like, yeah, and the entire time. TikTok is literally just YouTube Shorts, but more algorithmically accurate. For better or for worse, generally for worse. To the point where, like, social media can, like, affect your mental health pretty drastically. And TikTok, when I encounter people who talk about being down, or if there's somebody kind of like me where they're, like, compulsively down, where it's really, really hard to get out of a particular mental rut, I get genuinely worried when I see that they're just on TikTok all the time. Because I think that one of the biggest dampeners on my mental health over the past decade has been having a Twitter account. And to me, TikTok is just worse than that in every single way. It's easier to get stuck in it. It's easier to doom scroll. It's just as toxic as any other social media platform if you get into the wrong holes. It's fucking concerning to me. Yeah, YouTube Shorts is literally a bad attempt at copying TikTok, yes. You are correct. Just follow e-girls who do silly dances. Then I just worry that, like, most of them aren't legal, and I feel like I should go to prison. So no. No, thank you. I'm just too old for all that, I guess. I think it should have already. You know, honestly, it's why I like Reddit, is because there is age restrictions in large portions of Reddit. Not that it actually stops anybody, but... Well, I guess there's also, like, OnlyFans, which is technically, like, social media with age restriction. One. No, I only made one. Wow. Only hams? Well, I mean, I want only ferns so that I can have a place to post You know, there was a minute there where I almost made an OnlyFans as a joke specifically for pictures of my houseplants. Pictures and videos of my houseplants. And then I just kind of didn't. Because Dwarf Fortress got announced and got a release date, and I got distracted. Sad part is I only actually have one fern, so it would be more like a fern, lily, and then a bunch of spider plants. It was amazing. Well, I mean, to a degree, Fight Attack, Twitch is social media, right? And that's what I like to remind people is, like, there is good, well, maybe not good, but there is social media that has positive impact, and then there's social media that can have very negative impact, right? And it's entirely up to you to curate which social media you allow in your life and whether or not it's giving you a positive or negative impact. I would argue that, like, Twitch has given me a net positive impact over my life. Like, there's definitely been periods of time where it's caused stress and anxiety, but largely, I started streaming as a source of stress relief to gain a bit of a social life feeling thing when I was working myself to death at 2 jobs, and it was great for that. And now it's become my job, and it's still great for that, right? Like, as this job has its problems, but I wouldn't give it up for literally anything. Like, it's certainly not perfect, but there's no way in hell I would give this job up for anything. If you have amaranth at home and you put it on your OnlyFans, oh man, you're right. I should buy one of those. Don't give me ideas! You got that. That would be way too fucking funny, actually. Oh, fuck. Just do gardening videos. Don't tempt me. Don't fucking tempt me. Gelder's in a strange mood. Nobody's safe. Why can't I click on... There you are. There you are. Rovod, the Gelders, in a strange mood. That's a horrible idea, but it's a great idea, so thank you. Does anybody here know who Unnormal is? Brother Cool? Or Brother Cool, do you know who Unnormal is? He goes by Brian. His real name is Brian Becklew. He's the programmer on Caves of Cud. He tweeted the other day, which I saw when I was bussing out to where I went backpacking. It's like he's just like a full-time shit poster, part-time programmer. He tweets like 80 to like 200 times a day. I don't know how he does it, but he tweeted, and it was just like a screenshot of a graph going up, which was the average amount of depression in boys and girls under the age of 14. And it's like skyrocket. It starts skyrocketing at like 2014, right? Or it's like percentage of kids under the age of 14 that have diagnosed depression, and the number starts skyrocketing at 2014. And the person who originally tweeted it out said, "Why do you think this is happening?" ? Right? And then it has just like this screenshot of this graph, and Brian Unnormal quote tweeted that, and the quote tweet included just a screenshot of average Twitter users that signed up per year. And it's an identical graph. And that's the hardest I've laughed and felt bad about it in a while. Go to in a strange mood, craft store shop apparently. They need pictures of a forest, stacked cloth, shining bars of metal, skeletons. Ooh, okay. Llama mangled head wool, apparently. I need to butcher something. I think I'm going to butcher one of my hens. You haven't gotten into him right yet? Okay. Well, he's one half of the like design / programming team. He's one half of the main team for CUD. They do have a UI designer and whatnot, but he's like one of the creators, basically. He's my favorite game development ship poster. Let me see if I can find the tweet. He's this laddie. Which is exactly the way somebody who makes Caves of Cud should look. And he's also got my favorite tweet of all time, which is just this. Let me just see if I can find it. I'll have to scroll back for a bit, though. All this dwarf is making this artifact. At least beer mount has recovered. Apparently I need to go back like 3 days. There it is. What did the first mood yield? A diamond or a gem bucket. Okay, so we slaughtered the stray hen. Did you actually move? Okay, no. So, stacked cloth, shining bars of metal, skeletons, a forest. Actually, hold on. Okay, so you're not limited by distance. Without something breaking? There's somebody on my Discord had a fortress of like close to 400. Which is kind of nuts, actually. And I was like, holy shit, that's a big fort. But I mean, the game is capped at 220 by default, so you have to like go into the settings and change them to increase the number of dwarves you can have in a fort. That's a statement. She felt zealous after incompetently performing the rites of the fabulous coven at an improperly dedicated temple. That made you feel zealous? Huh. 375 on your last one? Yeah, I never turned the number up. Platypus of Doom. I never turned the number up. Are the gods evil? It depends on the god. I don't know if the gods are evil. I haven't looked too closely. Got 2 pieces. It's probably stacked cloth. Yeah, what do you consider evil? I got plenty of bones. Like, a god of suicide might not be evil, but some people might consider it evil. I'm going to try slaughtering a different type of creature that's a bit bigger than a chicken. Maybe you want a full... Depends on your opinion, though. Yeah, I was going to say those are subjective. I'm worried that I'm not able to get... Okay, no, that's not the problem. Let's do this. Let's make a loom. Okay, maybe not out of wood. Because I know I have some stuff around that could be spun into from thread into cloth, so we could try that. Do they need silk? If they need silk, they ain't getting it. Oh, caravans arrived. I mean, we could... never mind. Maybe we can make it. Although I got a lever to pull. I might actually sell them meals. Which feels like cheating, but I might actually just do it. I haven't done this in this version yet, even. That's all I really need. Well, I guess from the perspective of a dwarf, the only thing that would actually be evil... The only thing that would actually be evil would be things that break their ethics, right? It's like a god of lying would be evil. Oh, sure, suited giraffe. I just thought that the graph was funny. Like, I'm not, like, quoting its... like, authenticity. But as awareness goes up, self-reporting goes up. Apologies if it sounded like I was trying to state it was perfectly authentic. I just thought that that graph matching a different graph was funny. I want potash and goblets next year. Noted. That I can actually do. The correlation is uncanny, though. It's, like I said, that was what I found funny. Actually, you know what? We can also just bring used clothing, too. Well, hello, Pound Shop Paladin. Good day, friend. You did a similar one comparing city's poverty map to delivery location for Panera Bread? That... Huh. But, like, generally poor people are overworked and probably don't have time to cook, so there's probably also some truth to that. All right, let's just buy a box of cave spider silk. And wool. That should cover my bases, right? I'll buy the one thing of cheese, the one thing of silk thread, and the other foodstuffs that they've brought. Not a box of spiders. Box of spider silk. That's pretty clear what it is. No, I believe it. But as somebody who was broke for years, the years that I was broke were the years I ate the most takeout by a considerable margin. I almost never eat out anymore. Or rather, I almost never eat takeout anymore, or delivery. Oh shit, and migrants, good timing. Means we're gonna get a mayor in a minute, probably. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1 weapon rack. Two, 3. Oh, wait. Those are armor stands, not weapon racks. 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. Watch chat try and name you mayor. I mean, what are you doing? Daring chat to name you mayor? They might. What a good place for the children to play. In the military barracks. Real life militaries would love that if that was the case. All right, you go stand there. And store your gear in there. And you cease existing. Aw, look at Lycott here. Feels fondness remembering Wake making a friend. Satisfied upon improving discipline. Also, sup, iPod Hockey. And there we go. Rovod the Gelder has created I Shoal Muzier, an applewood earring, and offers it to the whales of drowning. Well, how nice of you. to offer such a lovely earring to us. This is a apple wood earring. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with dog bone and encircled with bands of apple wood and copper. This object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk, and on the item is an image of dwarves in willow. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Waterlungs by the whales of drowning of the accidental sealing in the early spring of 250. All right, Joe, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? I don't have a mayor yet. If that's what you're trying to get. We haven't had an election yet, clearly. Any with a beard? Okay. Let's just go happiest dwarf with a beard. Which is actually almost Claiborne? Give you the bone doctor. Hold on. I can spell. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this, since he values friendship. Not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is assertive, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. There's a petition that I need to look at. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He has a greedy streak, and he has a little interest in joking around. He is curious and eager to learn. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally, he views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. That failed to maintain it and thinks friendship is important. He dreams of creating a great work of art and likes iron, fire, opal, and giant rat parchment, and the color brown and warhammers and leggings and barrels and buckets and giant desert tortoises for their longevity. And the words of the luxurious queen and the sight of the prim sheen, that rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume mackerel and parsnip plants. And hates and Perry and blood amaranth flower, and he hates bark scorpions. He has several close friends, worships Zas, and is also real good friends with Gushka and a few others. Yeah, he's a dwarf. Merchants will be leaving soon. Ooh, the Fabulous Coven. That sounds like a bunch of witches, except like witches that also take part in, what's the word I'm looking for here? Witches that, also a thing I need to do that I super duper forgot to that's suddenly relevant now. I meant to turn the economy on hard, which I super duper forgot to do earlier today. Whoops. Yeah, it sounds like well, maybe not drag, but like, I was just thinking like, it's a witches coven that also takes part in Project Runway. You know? Rainbow witches? Yeah, shiny witches. It's like witches, but like they have a makeup line. Which is, I guess, just most people have a makeup line. Also, I probably need to make more bedrooms. Yes. Okay, well. I read that as drag cars initially, and I was like, really? Personally, I have no preference. Also, we need drink again. How am I literally running out of drink to brew? Oh, it's paused there. I'm a dumbass. All right. So I need to make a temple and a priest. Where do I want to put it? Maybe like in here. So maybe like down here. could put it over here. You don't like cars? I mean, I like F1, but those are closer to fighter jets than cars, in my opinion. Which is really weird as somebody who's like very much a fuck cars, walkable cities kind of person. Also, I watch and enjoy Formula One. It's one of those like weird contradictions in life. Fucking hate cars, but I like watching things go fast. I don't know when this is going to get attached to the main creek. It might take a little bit, but... Both humans and dwarves are studies in contradiction? Yeah, pretty much. So all of this, by the way, is to just make space for more bedrooms and also a temple. Temple's gonna go in here, though. Nothing caught in any of my cages. What a shame. Very cool design. Thank you. Better know that the game has stopped crashing. You know, I've said this a couple of times in videos and on streams, Brooks. Since he likes Formula One racing, yeah, a little bit, Nav. Oops, I accidentally dug into somebody's bedroom. Sorry, somebody's bedroom. Yeah, what's the word? I've said this in a number of videos and other things over the years when it comes to Dwarf Fort. Also, oh, I read that as the Barn Guild. I was like, oh my god, the Barn Guild. No, it's the Born Guild. Okay. Well, nowhere near as good of a name as the Barn Guild. That would have been perfect. Well, we can put the Born Guild back here so that they can see their farms farming. How borning. Yeah. That was a weird laugh. I don't know where that came from. You mean Mini K? Is that what you're looking for? Are you looking for the Tiny Kappa? Because it's literally Mini K. Yes, I did lose my thought about what I've said many times. A dwarf was found dead drowned. I did say it would happen eventually. Also, better question is, why are... Joe True, why are you drowning yourself right now? What are you doing? You're storing an item in a stockpile. Why is there a dog in here too? This is a bad place to stand. The thing that I've said many times is Dwarf Fortress starts off like many games. You play the video game, but it rapidly becomes a lot more like an MMO, where the actual end game isn't, you know, playing the game. The actual end game is just making your shit look as cool as fucking possible. It's like Warframe, you know, Fashion Frame. That's endgame Dwarf Fortress, is just once you kind of get past all of the, oh, how do I do this? How does this mechanic work? How do I make this thing work? How do I do this? Well, how do I do this? I need to also now do this. Okay, I know how this mechanic works. How do I do this? Once you get past all of that in Dwarf Fortress, it's just, okay, how do I do all of this while also making my fort look as awesome as humanly possible? Or dwarfenly possible, maybe, should I say? If you will. Does World of Tanks have fashion? I've never played World of Tanks. I've never played a single second of World of Tanks, actually. There was one person in my chat once that was surprised I'd never played World of Tanks because of how many dad jokes I tell. They're like, that's like the most dad game ever. How have you not played? I was like, I'm not a dad, though. Is how gaudy and ridiculous you can make your 9 pets look? Yeah, pretty much. Endgame Dwarf Fort is Fashion Fort. Although some people's idea of fashion is simply optimizing things as much as possible too, kind of in the Factorio style of things. But it's then just like a matter of like optimizing everything and also making them look cool. Because it's very easy to have a perfectly optimal fortress that's boring as piss to look at. It's a different, like, strategy entirely to make a cool looking fortress as well. I realize I knocked out a wall piece there, but that's fine. More windows then. That's all that means. Wow, nothing got canceled. Can we get, oh, we got that corner suspended. You love how they flood in. It's so satisfying, isn't it? I still don't have a mayor. Things are looking amazing now. Aside from a few very obnoxious crashes, it's been pretty good. This is kind of the main fort layer. You know, we got our tavern, we got a hospital, we're working on a farmer's guild, and we're also working on a temple over here. We got a kind of our general temple up there. And there's a mule for some reason in my fortress that isn't dead. Eat it. Like Michael Jackson used to say. Everything's been fine except this dwarf ended up dead in here. Oh yeah, very weird. Well, I mean, come on. Everybody knows that Michael Jackson copied that song with the song Beat It. The original was written by Weird Al Yankovic. Everybody knows this. This is a fact. Has anybody else here seen the Weird Al Yankovic movie? You have to be very high to enjoy that movie, but it was very entertaining. Because literally the entire plot of that movie is it's an alternative history where none of Weird Al Yankovic's songs are parodies, and all of the artists copied him. And it's just him slowly going insane, thinking all of his work is being stolen and he's trying to sue everybody and it doesn't work. It's actually like kind of a great movie. And then at some point he goes to Vietnam. Anyway, I recommend watching that movie. It's a thing. Since he's got a goblin name, the king is a goblin. I've checked. You just look at the world map. All right, so I don't know what the value they're going to require over here is. So all that's suspended. So what we're going to do is just... Let's just get this area zoned up for the temple. And then we'll just work on increasing its value. Bum, 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 bum. Actually, let's check. What is it? Oh my god, I got a bunch of stuff. Born Guild, a priest for... Oh, interesting. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. There's the Walled Coven and the Fabulous Coven. Oh, please tell me they're the same god. Should we reject one of them? Zas the Amethyst, and they worship mountains. Okay, no, they're different gods. The Fabulous Coven is metals and dance. And the Walled Coven is mountains. They're not the same god, so I'm not going to reject one of them. Fabulous Coven's pretty awesome, though. Metals and dance? Let's fucking go. What value do they need? 6,000. Okay, we can do that. It's the thing of headbanging. Okay, so Fabulous Coven has been accepted. This is how I deal with these, by the way. Everybody asks, they're like, how do you keep them up? I just don't confirm them until I've got the room ready and the zone assigned. You're heading to sleep, Lagushka? Cheers. Yeah, I'm starting to fade out a little bit too. I keep forgetting what I'm talking about. Besides, I have to train across town this evening to go meet up with Orange. Silver sprockets and mechanisms? Yeah. Also, did you guys know that kobolds make instruments? They make drums. Basically grab a thing and beat it with a stick. They always have the funkiest names. Like dupus. I saw one type of instrument, it was called a dupus. It's like, the heck's a dupus? It's clearly a kobold instrument, obviously. Accidentally canceled one, which I think was this one. The O train? Is that a reference to something that I'm not getting immediately? Speaking of references to something that no one should reference, it's definitely not the Midnight Meat Train. That was a horrible movie. It's Ottawa's train system? Oh yeah, that would be a problem. But he lands at, I think it's close to 10 p.m., so it's only 7:30. Two-humped camel was found dead, reason drowned. All right, chat. So plan for tomorrow, or rather project for tomorrow, is to cave in a piece of Well, actually, I could even do it right now. Cave in a piece of flooring up here. Drain this whole fucking thing out so I can get these bodies out of here. And oh god, there's a... There's a zombie in the water. Clap your hands. Also, Rakas drowned. So 2 dwarves have drowned. One of them's a zombie. Fantastic. Although, neither of them... I know why they're drowning. They're part of the traders and they hadn't left the map yet. Well, that's extraordinarily inconvenient. My lovely river. Yeah, exactly. God damn it. Not my love. Actually, I wonder. Hold on. Could I just, like, place a wall in here? Motherfucker, I can. All right. Just place a wall in here and we'll drain the thing out and... Did you drown? No. No, you made it out. It's gonna take a while to drain, but it'll drain. And we'll go bonk him in the head. And I can, like, block this off the floodgate and... We'll fix it. Why is there mules everywhere? We're supposed to eat them. Oh. Wait, no, okay, never mind. For a second there, I thought that it said that that was a friendly undead zombie, and I was like, wait a second, what? Yeah, no named dwarves have drowned. I'm pretty sure one of the ones that drowned actually wasn't part of my fort. Olin the jeweler has been found dead. Oh shit. Well, I found a zombie camel. Let's see if my military can take out a zombie camel. This was the camel that drowned, which is currently fighting with Atir and Dumat, and the military run over and they begin beating the camel. It sounds like a euphemism for something. Let's see. Claiborne strikes that's a horse corpse from a while ago. The militia commander bashes the camel corpse in the head with his silver warhammer, fracturing the skull. The force bends the neck, tearing the skin. Well, that's good. Makes the biting of it harder. A miner scratches the two-humped camel. Okay, I can't really see it, but they're fighting, and it's dead. Claiborne, actually, hold on. Just giving you a nickname so you don't lose it. Well, Claiborne killed a horse. Did you get it? Ah, seems like Lycott hammered the camel. So good for Lycott. So now we need to get those dwarves out of here. Like now. So now there's just a bunch of dwarves in hospital. We'll get intended to. And the game is saving. And that is the fun of being in a resurrecting biome. Random camel drowns, and then suddenly, next thing you know, fucking all hell breaks loose. Am I okay? Have you, like, watched my streams before, dude? I mean, come on. Have you? I think you've watched my streams, like, at least once, right? You know I stream for, like, the dumb hours. Yeah, I'm still in the 10 to 11 hour window. Yeah. What's funny is it used to be 12 to 14, and then this version of the game came out, and I added weekends into my schedule, and since then it's been back out. I call him the working man. Yes. Also, shark jumping whale was one of the casualties in that. That's kind of disturbing. Oh, really? Snatchers, protect children. Well, caught some goblins. Oops. Anyway, chat. On the topic of, and you're still playing Dwarf Fortress, I think we will continue playing Dwarf Fortress tomorrow. I'm going to save and return to the title menu. But because I am going to be picking up a friend tonight, or going out and meeting a friend tonight, Orange, I think we're going to run some cheese. What do you think? But yeah, now's the time to say bye, YouTube. I don't actually think I said hi, YouTube, today. Shit, I'm an idiot. Say bye, YouTube, chat. This has been a long one. We got the long VOD today.